V2 Chapter 551 Secluded Grove. The next day is Saturday. Generally speaking, everyone will get up very late. But Avon climbed up early, and he promised to bring Gabriel to the Hogwarts campus last night. In the early morning, Hogwarts was exceptionally quiet, and Avon came to the gate of the castle along the corridor of no one. The sky was a little dim, the sun had not come out, and there was no wind outside. Looking far away, Dimstrand's big ship floated slightly in the lake and was covered in a mist. Last night, because it was too dark to see, it seems that the ship is more outrageous. It is like a ghost ship that usually appears in a story, all of which are unpleasant black and dark green decorations. It casts a dark reflection in the water, like a skeleton. Although the shape is more horrible, if you can, Ivan would like to go on a visit. The ship was cast a lot of magic, including black magic. Many of the designs and magical reactions were unfamiliar to Irving. He wanted to study and research, but Dimstrom would definitely not invite him. Ivan took his eyes off and walked along the lawn next to the lake to Hagrid's cabin. The huge pink-blue carriage of Booth Barton stopped at a distance of less than 200 yards. The elephant-like giant horses of the horsey-drawn carriage graze in a paddock in a temporary circle. Not far away, near the pumpkin patch behind Hagrid's cabin, there was a terrible explosion and a crashing sound from time to time. It's the restless snails that are now rampaging and trying to escape from Hagrid. Now, every fragile snail is 3 feet long and they even start to kill each other. Hagrid had to change to a more sturdy wooden box, although this played a very limited role. Ivan circumvented Hagrid's cabin far away, and just walked to the carriage and saw Gabriel. She huddled in the foyer like a kitten, and it seemed to wait for Avon for a long time. Gabri is wearing a dark blue wizard's robes, and the long-haired, silvered hair seems to shine in the morning sun. With a naughty smile on his face, his eyelashes twitched and he looked at Evan hot. This makes her look very cute, and people can't help but feel happy and warm. Small voice, "My sister is still sleeping inside," Gabri whispered, pressing his finger on his lips. Behind her, Ivan can see that the interior of the carriage is very luxurious, continuing the style of Booth Barton. Colors such as gold and red are the main tone, and after the entrance hall, it is a large living room. On the inside, there are small rooms, where the boys live, and the girls all live upstairs. Gabri stood up cautiously, probably because of the long time of the squatting, and the body swayed as he climbed down the carriage. She didn't dare to touch the glass door of the carriage, and the wind chimes hanging on it would definitely make a sound to alarm the inside, and it would fall. Evan hurried forward to help her, and then the two fell down together heavily. The soil on the ground is very soft, and it doesn't hurt to fall down, but Ivan feels that the petite body of the girl seems to be softer. Now, Gabri is so completely on him. What is this unfolding? Exclamation mark. The two men looked at each other and could feel each other's breathing, and the girl's face was obviously rosy. She hurriedly climbed up from Ivan, and apologized to Ivan incessantly, shy to the extreme. Ivan didn't know what to say to Gabriel. It seems that he is deliberately taking advantage of it. In this way, the two of them set off for the castle in a slightly nervous and strange atmosphere. Ivan and Gabriel visited Hogwarts Castle along the other side of the lake and the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Ivan introduced Gabriel to the surrounding landscape, they chatted very happily, and Gabri was full of interest in everything. She also agreed with Ivan to go to Hogsmeade, which is a rare pure wizard village. Then, the topic naturally shifted to the top 3 competitions and their warriors. Mrs. Maxim asked the students of Booth Barton to go to the castle after eating breakfast and put the name into the goblet of fire. They were rigorously selected in the school, and even Nico participated in the judging, and finally selected a dozen of the best little wizards. Of course, the strength of Seremban is the strongest in it, and no accident. She will definitely become the warrior of Booth Barton. Otherwise, Gabriel will not follow Hogwarts. Her age is not enough. It is Furong who specifically asked Mrs. Maxim to ask her to come with the team. Gabriel, who had no burden, simply took this trip to Hogwarts as a trip. You can see Ivan, you can also see a lot of new things. When he knew that Ivan was not going to be a warrior, Gabriel had a slight disappointment on his face. But he quickly comforted Ivan. My sister said that your strength is very strong, and it has gone far beyond the level of the little wizard. You don't need to participate in the hegemony to prove anything. Ivan can't enter the competition. In addition to the age does not meet the requirements, Booth Barton and Deemstrom also named him not to participate in the competition. Furong must know this, so to speak. Yes. Your sister seems to be not satisfied with me. She didn't talk to me last night, Ivan said, remembering the performance of Furong last night. That is deliberately put out for everyone to see the attitude, you know. After the last semester, the school inside you are not very good evaluation. Many people want to find you to fight for something. Gabriel said hurriedly, but the girls actually have a high opinion of you. They have been talking about you last night. Her voice is getting smaller and smaller. Her face is a little reddish. Obviously, she was not too embarrassed to say the girls' private words to Ivan, and there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing Gabriel's cute look, Ivan suddenly wanted to tease her. You are so in contact with me now. Are you not afraid of what other people in the school say? I am not afraid, do not care what they say, Gabri said, looked up and looked at Ivan. The girl's serious, bright blue eyes are enough to make people feel uneasy. Ivan held his breath and looked at Gabriel, and there was a blank inside his head. The two men looked at each other for 3 seconds and then slowed down. Gabriel hurriedly lowered his head and brushed his face to the root of his neck, which was as red as a ripe apple. Seeing Gabriel's appearance, Ivan didn't know what to say, and the nervous atmosphere was terrible. In order to ease the embarrassment, he hurriedly looked up and looked around. It turned out that the two people had walked around the castle for a long time without knowing it. Now they are in the secluded grove on the side of the castle. Only 2 of them are around. To be continued. This book is. Please remember to see the latest update on our website. V2 Chapter 552 Aging Agent. Look at Gabriel's look and see the surroundings. Cute, soft and exciting girl, in a secluded grove. This is really AI's subconscious snoring, a bitter smile. There was nothing unexpected about it. And time passed more than half an hour. He accompanied Gabriel around the castle and felt that his mood was very relaxed and enjoyable. AI just sent Gabriel back to the carriage and saw Hagrid coming out of the hut. Hagrid did not see AI. He was looking at the carriage, as if he had changed himself. He wore his best, and the most ugly, furry brown suit with a yellow and orange checkered tie. However, this is not the worst. He obviously tried to straighten his hair and use a lot of things like machine oil. Now his head is sleekly combed into 2 bundles. Maybe he had planned to tie a horsetail like Bill, and found that he had too much hair. This dress is not suitable for Hagrid, and AI stayed staring at him for a moment and then decided not to comment. It is clear that Hagrid wanted to make a good impression in front of Mrs. Maxim. Because of the giant blood, there are too few women who can conform to his aesthetic concept. Although there are many difficulties to overcome, AI really hopes that the 2 of them will eventually be together. When AI walked into the foyer, there were already more than 70 people around. Deemstrom was voting, and AI thought for a moment and decided to continue to verify what was not done last night. Although I have some guesses, it is not a bad thing to verify. He returned to his bedroom as quickly as possible and took the map of the live spot under the pillow. Above the map, there are more than 100 people in the hall. There are many names that AI does not know, and those are Deemstrom students. He simply looked at it and found no small Batty Crouch mixed in. It seems that little Batty Crouch did not mix into the Deemstrom students, or, just as AI stared at the live map, Colin was sitting up from the air. Good morning, AI. He stretched out, and then seemed to think of something. Hurriedly, we are going to the hall. I want to know who put the name in the goblet of fire. Oh, AI will collect the live map. His heart is heavy, and he always feels that something is not quite right. Both of them came to the common room, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione just came out of their bedrooms. Hermione's hair was messy, and Harry and Ron's shirt buttons were not fastened. The dark circles under the eyes indicate that they did not sleep well last night. When 5 people entered the foyer, Dimstrom had already gone back, and only 30 people were around. Some of them are still eating bread, and they are carefully looking at the flame cup. The cup is placed in the center of the foyer and placed on the stool that is often placed in the hall cap. A thin gold thread was drawn on the floor, each side being 10 feet long, with the cup in the middle. Someone put the name in. Ron eagerly asked a third-grade girl. Yes, all representatives of Dimstrom, she replied. But I haven't seen anyone who registered for Hogwarts. There was someone who asked us to put the name into it when we slept last night, said Harry. If it were me, I wouldn't want to see it. If the cup smashed your name and throw it out, it's a shame. What? At this time, Fred, George and Lee Jordan hurried down the stairs, and all 3 were extremely excited. It's done, Fred whispered to everyone in a smug tone. Just drink it. What? Asked Ron. Aging agent, stupid, Fred said. Everyone drank a drop, George said with joy in his hands. We just need to grow up for a few more months. If we win, then 1,000 galleons are equally divided, Lee said. His face was very happy. I don't think this will succeed, Hermione reminded. I'm sure Dumbledore will take this into account. I can be sure that the aging agents they developed will not succeed at all. Like the compound decoction. The aging agent, this potion, only changes the appearance of the user and becomes older. It lasts longer than the compound decoction and does not need to be taken every hour. Tanning is also much simpler, but it also does not make a difference in nature. To put it simply, Fred and George, who took the aging agent, just turned into their future. If you drink enough aging agents, they can even become the look of their father, Mr. Weasley. This kind of magic only confuses people's perceptions and does not break Dumbledore's magic. In fact, it is impossible to use the power of the little wizards to use the magic suddenly. Dumbledore's limit. Fred, George, and Lee ignored Hermione, but looked at the flames with excitement, and everyone was shaking slightly. Are you ready? Fred said to the other 2 people. So, come, I am advanced. Fred pulled out a parchment from his pocket with the words Fred Weasley, Hogwarts. He walked straight to the edge of the age line, stood there, and swayed on his toes. That look, like a diver preparing to jump from a 50-foot high. Then, under the gaze of every pair of eyes in the hall, he took a deep breath and crossed the line. For a moment, everyone thought Fred was successful. George must have thought this too, only to see him screaming proudly, followed Fred to jump forward. However, immediately afterwards, I heard a bang. The twins were thrown out of the golden circle, as if an invisible shot putter threw them out. They painfully fell on the cold stone floor 10 feet away. And they were humiliated in addition to the pain. With a loud crackle, the 2 men had the same white beard on their chin. The people in the hall laughed, and even Fred and George got up. After seeing each other's white beard, they couldn't help but laugh. I reminded you, said a low, amused voice. Everyone turned their heads and saw Professor Dumbledore coming out of the auditorium. He looked at Fred and George, his eyes shining. I suggest that both of you go to Madame Pomfrey. She is already nursing Mrs. Fawcett of Laclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff. They are also making up their minds to increase their age a little bit, but I have to say that their beards are far less beautiful than yours. Fred and George left for the hospital, and Lee Jordan accompanied him. He still smiled slyly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Colin also giggled and went to the auditorium for breakfast. To be continued. V2 Chapter 553 Simple Way. This morning, the decoration of the auditorium changed. Because it was Halloween, a large group of live bats flew around the enchanted ceiling. At the same time, there are hundreds of pumpkin-carved little people looking at everyone in every corner. I said that they will certainly not succeed, Hermione said in a tone that was so succinct. Everyone came to the long table, Dean and Seymour had already sat there. They are talking about the Hogwarts classmates who are over 17 years old who may participate in the hegemony. Some people say that Warrington got up early in the morning and cast his name in. Dean told everyone, "It's the big guy in Slytherin that looks like a sloth." Harry had played against Quillington with Warrington. After listening to this, he shook his head in disgust. No one has a good impression of Warrington. The big guy in the school is very poor. We can't let a Slytherin man be a warrior. Yes, that is obviously the worst result. Ravenclaw is like us. There are no good candidates. Hufflepuff's classmates are talking about Diggory, Simo said scornfully. But if I want to see it, he probably won't want to take his own. June looks like a risk. This is another bad choice. After Percy graduated, Gryffindor didn't have any outstanding characters. Ron sighed. Dean and Simo finished their breakfast and continued to go back to the foyer, leaving only 5 of them at the long table. When you think of the warriors of Hogwarts, it will be possible to be among the 2 people of Wallings and Diggory, and everyone's mood is very bad. Unfortunately, Ivan is forbidden to participate, or else I will get them in turn. Colin sighed. Let me see. Fred and George are stronger than Warrington and Diggory. As long as they can break through the Dumbledore age limit, we have a lot of candidates. Ron said indignantly. There is definitely a way, just we did not find that Ivan. Hearing his words, others followed and turned to look at Ivan. Indeed, if there is any little wizard who has the means to crack Dumbledore's magic, it must be non-Evan. Don't look at Ivan like this. How many times have I said that Dumbledore does not expect people who do not meet the age requirements to put their names into it. The top 3 competitions are not a drama, very dangerous, and we don't have enough knowledge. Hermione said sharply. Ron immediately argued with her, and he dismissed what Hermione said. And the most crucial point. He thinks that Warrington or Diggory can't be a warrior of Hogwarts. You two are not quarreling. It is very simple to throw your name into the Goblet of Fire. Avon said, I can tell you 4, but you must keep it secret and you can't reveal it. Ron and Hermione immediately closed their mouths, and Harry and Colin also held their breath and looked at Evan. This is also used to say that we will of course keep it secret. Come on. Hermione did not stop. She seemed to hesitate. And she also wanted to know how to crack that magic. Dumbledore's magic can't be cracked. We don't have enough strength, said Ivan. But, do you still remember what he said last night? The age line he painted, anyone under the age of 17. People can't cross, but they can't say that other students who meet the conditions can vote for our name. This is within the scope of the rules. So, you can ask students over the age of 17 to put their names in instead of us. What? Harry blinked and couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Ivan nodded. He thought about it, and there is nothing to say this method. With the strength of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Colin, even if the name is thrown into the Goblet of Fire, it will not be selected. From the perspective of magic and knowledge, the 4 of them are still weak. Of course, Harry will become a warrior, and his name should have been thrown into the Goblet of the Cup by little Batty. No accident, it should be like this. After knowing the method from Avon, Ron can't wait to try. Harry and Colin were hesitating, and Hermione was resolutely opposed. She is persuading everyone to give up this idea and not to put their name in the Goblet of Fire. Ron argued with her again and returned to the topic just now. She couldn't make Slytherin students a Hogwarts warrior. In fact, this is hard to guarantee. There are really no outstanding people in the Gryffindor students who meet the age requirements. Even if they put their names into the Goblet of Fire, they might not be able to choose. In Ron's opinion, if this is the case, let him and Harry try it. After all, in the past few years, they have done so many great things and proved their strength. Maybe the Goblet will know this. The controversy continued, and at this moment, the outside hall suddenly burst into a loud applause. They turned and saw Angelina Johnson walking into the auditorium, a little embarrassed grin. She is a tall, dark-skinned girl who is a chasing player in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina went to their side and sat down and said, "Yeah, I am done. I put my name in." "You are kidding," said Ron, very surprised. "So, Are you over 17? That's still to say, you didn't see your beard, didn't you? Said Ron. My birthday last week, Angelina said. I am so happy that Gryffindor is finally there, Hermione said with satisfaction, looking at Ron arrogantly. It seems that this solved all the problems. I sincerely hope that you will succeed in becoming a warrior, Angelina. Thank you, Angelina said, smiling at Hermione. Ron didn't seem to see Hermione's gaze. He suddenly said, Angelina, can you please? Harry hurriedly stopped him, and Hermione kicked him under the table. What do you want me? Angelina said suspiciously. Nothing, Hermione said in a hurry, indicating that everyone had to leave. A few of them walked out of the auditorium and came to a place where no one was there. Crazy, Ron, said Hermione, looking at him angrily. Avon just said, don't tell anyone about it. In less than a minute, you go to Angelina. The only way to be a warrior is to be a warrior. Who are you? Don't you? Ron said, Angelina and Fred have a good relationship. She will help us. Continued. V2 Chapter 554 Abnormal Hagrid. Ron seems to want to go back to Angelina to help, but no one else has moved. You go to Angelina to help. Fred and George know this method. You don't have to wait until noon. Everyone in the school will know. Hermione said, when the time, Dumbledore will know that this is Ivan. The method is said, we will get into big trouble. But I think Hermione is right, Ron. Harry sighed. Although this sounds really frustrating, we should follow the rules and don't put the name in the Goblet of Fire. But I want to say that it is best not to think about this again. The projects of the top 3 hegemony competitions are beyond the imagination. Ivan said, we better peace of mind as an audience or help the warriors. He glanced at Harry, thinking about how to help him through the 3 difficulties. If Angelina becomes a warrior, I will help her. Yes, I will. Well, what are we doing today? Ron said angrily, seemingly finally giving up the idea of putting his name into the Goblet of Fire. Go to Hagrid. We haven't visited him this week, said Harry. We went all 5 and stayed there before the start of the evening party, so we can guarantee that no one puts the name in the Goblet of Fire. Hermione said happily. And, I just remembered, I have not mobilized the sea. Join the spew. Colin said that there was no opinion, and Ivan said that he saw Hagrid's dress this morning. Hearing Evan's description, Harry was extremely surprised and wanted to go over and take a look. It's really bad enough to vomit and fry the snails. Ron sighed and reluctantly followed everyone out. Well, go to Hagrid. I hope he doesn't ask us to donate too. Give your finger to the snail. They walked out of the castle and came to Hagrid's cabin. The students at Booth Barton seem to have finished their breakfast and are coming down from the carriage. Ivan saw Gabri smiling at himself, and Furong and other girls pretended not to see them. Thinking of Gabriel's words in the morning, it's hard to imagine that they talked about talking for a long time last night. From the current performance, Ivan also thought that they were indifferent to several of them. Ron's eyes were still staring at the back of Hibiscus, waiting until she and Mrs. Maxim walked into the castle. A few minutes later, they came to Hagrid's cabin, and Harry knocked on the door, and the house immediately heard a low roar of teeth. It's finally coming. Hagrid opened the door. I thought you guys forgot where I lived. We are too busy, said Hermione. She looked up at Hagrid with astonishment, and despite her preparations, she was still shocked by his dress. Harry, Ron, and Colin have been staring at Hagrid's quirky hairstyle, as if they were frightened, which is too bad. But everyone did not say anything to avoid hurting Hagrid's self-esteem. They went in and Hagrid's cabin had only one room. A huge bed was placed in a corner with quilts spliced into pieces. The same huge wooden tables and chairs were placed in front of the fire, and a large pile of cured ham and dead birds hung from the ceiling above the fire. Hagrid started to make tea. They sat down at the table and quickly talked about the opening of the top 3 competitions. Hagrid seems to be as excited about them as it is, and beyond the imagination. Let's wait, he grinned. You will see things you have never seen before. The first project is I shouldn't say it. Go on, Hagrid. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Colin urged. But Hagrid shook his head and opened his mouth and smiled. Ivan was drinking tea. I don't know if Hagrid was so happy because of the fire dragon or Mrs. Maxim, or both. I don't want to ruin your interest, Hagrid said. But it will be wonderful. Let me tell you, those warriors can have things to do. I really didn't think I could see the top 3 tournaments in this life. Everyone finally had lunch with Hagrid, but they didn't eat much. Hagrid gave them a pot of things. According to him, it was a steak hodgepodge. As a result, Hermione dug a large claw from her share, and then 5 of them had no appetite. However, they are still very happy. Harry, Ron, and Colin tried every means to tell Hagrid what projects they had in the game, and speculated that they might be selected as warriors. Looking at Ron's look, I seem to forget the matter of putting the name into the goblet of fire. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a light rain in the sky, and everyone felt comfortable. They sat by the warm fire, listening to the rain and tapping the glass window, watching Hagrid darning his socks, and arguing with Hermione about the problem of raising the elves, because when Hermione showed him the badge at the time, he categorically refused to join the spew. This is not a good thing for them, Hermione, he said seriously, using a thick yellow yarn through a large bone needle. Their nature is to take care of humans. They like it, understand? If they will feel sad if they are not allowed to work, and it is an insult to them to pay for them. Harry and Ivan liberated Dobby, and more than Betty. Hermione said, Ivan paid him money. Yeah. There are some freaks in every creature. I don't deny that there are individual weird elves who are willing to be free. But you can never convince most elves to fight for freedom. Really, this is not maybe, Hermione. Hermione looked very annoyed when he heard him, and stuffed the badged box into the pocket of the cloak. By 5:30, the sky was getting dark. Ivan, Harry, Ron, Colin and Hermione felt that they should return to the castle to attend the Halloween party, and more importantly, participate in the school warriors announcement ceremony. I am going with you, Hagrid said, setting aside his darning stuff. Wait for me for a while. He stood up and walked to the chest of drawers next to the bed and began to look for something inside. Everyone didn't pay much attention at first, until a particularly bad smell got into their nostrils. Everyone can't help but cough up and look at Hagrid curiously. Hag, what is that? Harry couldn't help but ask. Hagrid turned and held a big bottle in his hand. Don't you like it? Is it a moisturizing perfume after shaving? Hermione asked with a suffocating voice. Well, it's a cologne, Hagrid muttered, suddenly realizing what. His face was flushed and his voice was hoarse. I probably sprinkled too much. I went to wash it off. Wait a minute. He walked out of the hut with heavy steps and they saw him washing his face desperately in the bucket outside the window. Gueron perfume? Hermione asked in surprise. Hag, what the is going on? And that hair and suit? You will know it soon, Ivan said in a low voice, preparing to send Hagrid a bottle of better perfume this Christmas. To be continued. V2 Chapter 555 Warrior. What do you mean? What do we know? Look out the window, Harry said suddenly. Several people hurriedly turned their heads. Outside the hut, Hagrid had straightened up and turned around. If he said that he was blushing, then compared with his face at the moment, it is nothing. Everyone stood up cautiously, not letting Hagrid see it and sneaking out the window. They saw that Mrs. Maxim and the students of Booth Barton had just come out of the carriage and it seemed that they were going to the banquet. I couldn't hear what Hagrid was saying, but when he talked to Mrs. Maxim, his face was intoxicated and his eyes were foggy. He wants to go to the castle with her, said Hermione angrily. I thought he was waiting for us. Hagrid didn't even look back at his hut. He took a heavy footstep and walked across the field with Mrs. Maxim. The students of Booth Barton are behind, trotting to keep up with their big steps. He fell in love with her. Ron couldn't believe it. If they have children in the future, they will definitely create a world record. I dare say that each of their children has a ton. After a few minutes, they went out of their own cabin and closed the door. I didn't expect it to be so dark outside. Everyone wrapped the cloak tighter and walked up the lawn. The topic is still left on Hagrid, and everyone can't believe it. I have to admit that those French girls are great, and Hagrid is not a strange thing. Yes, especially the two sisters with pedigree. Are they called Furong and Gabri? Hey, this is what your boys think? Hermione said dissatisfiedly, her eyes fixed on Evan, who was not talking. Ivan shook his head subconsciously. He found that Hermione was unusually sensitive since last night. Did she find anything? Exclamation mark. Still, what happened to me? Exclamation mark. This is really bad enough. These girls are really a headache. When they reached the lake, Deemstrand's delegation had just come down from the boat. Krum and Kickleff walked side by side, and other Deemstrom students followed in a sparsely populated way. Ron looked at Krum excitedly, but Krum did not squint and didn't look at them. When they walked into the candlelit auditorium, they were almost filled with people. The goblet of fire has been moved, and it stands in front of the empty chair of Dumbledore on the faculty table. Fred and George seem to have accepted their failures readily, and their chins are slick. I really hope that Angelina. When Avon, Harry, Ron, Colin and Hermione sat down, Fred said, "Me too." Hermione said, holding her breath. "Oh, we will know soon." The time for the Halloween dinner seems to be much longer than usual. Maybe because the 2 days are banquets, everyone doesn't seem to like the well-prepared dishes that are prepared as usual. The people in the auditorium kept looking at their necks, and each face showed an anxious look. Everyone was restless and stood up from time to time to see if Dumbledore had finished eating. Everyone wants to hurry to finish eating the dishes and quickly know who was chosen as the warrior. Finally, the golden plate returned to its original state of dust, and the voice in the auditorium suddenly rose a lot. Immediately, Dumbledore stood up and became silent again in the auditorium. Mr. Kickleff and Mrs. Maxim on both sides of Dumbledore seemed to be as nervous and full of expectations as everyone. Ludo Bagman smiled and squinted at the students of various schools, and Mr. Crouch was a demeanor, and it was a bit annoying. Ivan saw his eyes stay on Moody for a moment, then fell to Snape on the side, then Kickleff and Dumbledore. His expression seemed to be something that was difficult to conceal. Hatred. After confirming through the live map, Crouch is currently the most likely to be a fake by Barty Crouch. Of course, he may also pretend to be mixed in with other people, which is hard to say. It is impossible for Ivan to stare at the live map all the time. It is not omnipotent to live map. Magical protection of your name like Caresis, or magical protection like Deemstrom's big ship. Live maps will work, and their names cannot be marked. In fact, no matter who is the person that Barty Crouch pretends, Irving is ready. He has already talked to Caresis about this and confirmed that he will get the necessary help. If the other party is still following the original plot, then he sneaked into the maze at the last moment. If there is any change, it can be adapted to the situation at that time. When necessary, Dumbledore will certainly shoot, and will not let things deviate too far. Please note that the Goblet of Fire is about to make a decision, Dumbledore said, waving to the bottom. I guess it will take another minute. After listening to the name of the warriors, I hope they will go to the auditorium. At the top, walk along the faculty desk and enter the room next door, where they will get initial guidance. He pointed to the door behind the desk of the faculty, and everyone looked at it with a brush. Dumbledore took out his wand and swung it a lot. Immediately, except for the candles in the pumpkin lantern, the rest of the candles are extinguished. The auditorium suddenly fell into a semi-dark state, and the Goblet of Fire now shines brightly, brighter than anything in the entire auditorium, and the blue and white flames that hit Mouse are a bit dazzling. Everyone is watching, waiting. Many people keep watching the watch. Without any warning, the flame in the flame cup suddenly turned red again, and the Slimars splattered. Then, a fire tongue smashed into the air and flew a piece of charred parchment from it. The people in the auditorium all held their breath and looked at the note. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and lifted it far away so that he could see the words on the light of the flame. At this time, the flame returned to blue and white. Drumstrong's warriors, he said in a clear and powerful tone, it is Wicked or Krum. In an instant, Applause and cheers swept through the auditorium. Not surprising at all, Ron yelled. Wikidor Crumb stood up from the table at Slytherin and slouched toward Dumbledore. He turned to the right, followed the teacher's desk and walked into the room next door from the door. Great, Wikidor! Kakarot screamed like a bell. Even though the applause in the auditorium was loud, everyone could hear his voice. I know you are destined to be a warrior. V2 Chapter 556 Fourth Warrior. Applause and conversation gradually subsided, and now everyone's attention is once again concentrated on the flame cup. After a few seconds, the flames turned red again. The second piece of parchment was pulled out of the cup by the flame. "Their warrior of Booth Barton," said Dumbledore, "is Furong Dracule." Hibiscus stood up gracefully and moved her silver hair. She seems to be not surprised by this result. Walking lightly between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's table. "Oh, they are very disappointed," Hermione said in a roar, nodding at the other representatives of Booth Barton. In fact, the word disappointment is used too lightly. The two girls who were not selected burst into tears, buried their heads in their arms and wept sadly. Gabriel is happy to be applauded and has been applauding his sister. When Furong Dracule also entered the room next door, the auditorium was quiet again. In this silence, there is a strong excitement that can be tasted, and the following is the warrior of Hogwarts. At this time, the flame cup turns red again. Mars splattered and the flames plunged into the air, and Dumbledore pulled a third piece of parchment from the tip of the tongue. "They're warriors of Hogwarts," he exclaimed. "It's Cedric Diggory." "Oops!" Ron exclaimed. The cheers on the table next to them were deafening, and every Hufflepuff jumped up and down, screaming and screaming. At this time, Cedric walked past them. His face smiled brilliantly, and walked toward the room behind the teacher's desk. After Ivan decided not to be a warrior, Diggory was indeed the best. The cheering for Cedric lasted for a long time. After a long time, Dumbledore calmed everyone down and listened to him. Great. When the noise finally subsided, Dumbledore said happily, "Okay, now all three of our warriors have been chosen. I know I can trust you all, including Booth Barton and Deemstrom's other classmates. You will definitely go all out to support your warriors. By cheering the warriors, you will make a great contribution to this event." Dumbledore suddenly stopped his speech and everyone saw what attracted his attention. The flame in the flame cup turned red again, and Mars slammed out. A long flame tongue suddenly slammed into the air, and a piece of parchment was placed on it. Dumbledore seemed to subconsciously extend a slender hand and grab the parchment. He lifted it far away, licking the name written on it. After a long silence, Dumbledore held the note in his hand, and everyone in the auditorium stared at Dumbledore. It was so shocking that the three warriors were chosen and why the Goblet of Fire came out. "Come on." Ivan concentrated on Dumbledore, and little Barty Crouch started. A few seconds later, Dumbledore cleared his throat in silence, and read aloud, "Ron Weasley." "What?" Exclamation mark. "Ron is a warrior?" Exclamation mark. "How is this possible?" Ivan's head is blank. "Shouldn't it be Harry?" Exclamation mark. "Things have changed again. What kind of conspiracy is Barty Crouch planning?" Exclamation mark. He hurriedly looked at Ron, and everyone else turned to look at it. Ron's name emerged from the Goblet of Fire, which is more surprising than Avon's own becoming a warrior. Ron seemed to be scared. He sat there, feeling that he was dreaming. Did he get it wrong? He actually became a warrior? Exclamation mark. After a short gap, there was ecstasy. He looked excited, but did not see a smile. Without applause, a burst of buzz began to fill the hall, as if countless angry bees were screaming. Some students also stood up in order to see Ron more clearly. Ron stood in the same place, his face gradually solidified, and suddenly became overwhelmed. His face rose red and his ears were red. "Go to that room," Ivan whispered and said, gently pushing Ron. He glanced at Carizus, and the other side shook his head slightly, and it seemed equally surprised by the result. No matter what happened, Ron has become a warrior. He heard Ivan's reminder that he wanted to go to the room at the top of the auditorium, but his body could not move. Professor McGonagall stood up at the main guest table and walked quickly past Professor Ludo Bagman and Professor Karkaroff. She whispered eagerly in Professor Dumbledore's ear, and Dumbledore listened with a slight frown. At the main guest table, Professor Dumbledore straightened up and nodded to Professor McGonagall. "Ron Weasley," he shouted again. "Ron, please come here." "Go," Hermione whispered, pushing Ron gently. "Go," Harry said. Ron stood up and stepped on the bottom of the robes and accidentally fell to the ground. With the help of several people around him, he climbed up in awkward manner and was embarrassed. Ron walked along the passage between the tables of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at him. The embarrassing arguments are getting louder and louder, and the atmosphere in the auditorium is getting more and more strange. They stared blankly at Ron's passing, his face filled with anger that could not be suppressed. But no one stopped Ron. Everyone was hiding from him like a plague, and the expression seemed to see something dirty. "Well, Ron Weasley, go to the door," said Dumbledore, and there was no smile on his face. Ron looked forward to Dumbledore and seemed to want to get a response. But Dumbledore's expression was extraordinarily serious, something he had never seen before, and it seemed that even the surrounding flames were solidified. A few seconds later, Ron nodded slowly, as if he understood something, and stumbled down the faculty table. After he entered the room, the other people on the main table, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxim, Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch, and Professor McGonagall and Professor Pooh also followed and went in. Professor McGonagall let everyone go back to sleep before leaving, and the party this evening is over. The students have not left for a long time, but suddenly broke out. Arguments and noises almost instantly overturned the ceiling, and everyone was angry. How could Ron become a warrior? Harry couldn't believe it. He was with us all day, and he had no chance to put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Hermione frowned. Obviously, this is a conspiracy. Avon said he didn't know if Ron could pass those dangerous projects. In his opinion, little Barty Crouch made Ron a warrior, and it was no different from his life. Damn, what plot is he planning? Exclamation mark. Ron and Harry are different. Harry is very brave. The performance in the actual combat has been very good. There is also the help of Dumbledore and the possibility of passing the top 3 competitions. However, Ron, Ironside, really did not know how to help Ron. Let him stick to the end with the terrible strength. To be continued. V2 Chapter 557 Hermione's Trust and Controversy. Ron didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire, said Hermione. Not necessarily, he probably put his name in the Goblet of Fire last night, so no one will find it, is it? What did he do? Hermione said sharply, looking at Harry with anger. He can't break through Dumbledore's magical limits. He might have thought of Avon's method long ago, and it's hard to say, Harry said hesitantly, hiding Hermione's gaze. Although he was sensible to tell him that he should believe in Ron, he is still somewhat uncomfortable in terms of feelings. When he thought of Ron becoming a warrior, he had an inexplicable sense of betrayal. I don't think Ron will be so smart. Ivan is right, this is a conspiracy, we have to explain it for him. Hermione said quickly. She made up her mind to pull up Ivan and Harry and ran to the rostrum. Professor Moody's pretending to be Kara uses still this is their only chance to help Ron. Don't look at Hermione's usual quarrel with Ron, but at the crucial moment, she was the first to rush. In order to prove the innocence of his friends, Hermione is such a person. Professor, Ron is with us all day. He can't put his name in the Goblet of Fire, Hermione said anxiously. Moody took a drink and took another sip. Normal eyes stared at Hermione, but with magical eyes, she stared at Ivan tightly. Looking at the expression on his face, it doesn't seem to care if Ron became a warrior. Miss Granger, please understand that the name was spit out in the flame cup, which means that Mr. Weasley signed a contract with it. This is a very strong magic contract. No one can crack it. He must participate in the hegemony, Moody said coldly. But, Professor, it's not Ron who put his name in. This is not the key, we just need to know. Professor, this is obviously a conspiracy. Some people want to frame Ron. Ivan interrupted him and gave Moody a look. I think we should go in and stop At least we should persuade everyone to accept this reality. Seeing Ivan's eyes, Moody's reluctantly nodded and his movements were stiff. Okay, the three of you go in with me and help Mr. Weasley prove it, he said savagely. Ivan, Harry, and Hermione followed Moody and walked to the door of the hut. They walked in. In the room, Dumbledore was interrogating Ron and the debate continued. Ron is completely ignorant of the 6 gods, and even a whole sentence is said to be unfavorable. Snape, standing on the outermost side, turned his head and frowned at them. After seeing Moody, nothing was said, but the expression became more disgusting. Moody originally wanted to express his opinion directly, and Evan gently pulled him and told him to listen first. You obviously got it wrong. Next to the fire, Furlong lifted his chin and looked at Ron disdainfully. He said proudly, "He can't play, he is too young. I know that Hogwarts has a strong strength, little guy. But obviously not him." "Yeah, it's amazing." Ludo Bagman looked at his smooth chin and looked down at Ron with a smile. He seemed to have any plans. "But, you also know that age restrictions are an extra safety. The measure was only implemented this year, since his name has been sprayed from the goblet. I mean, I think that since I have reached this point, I will not allow it to escape. The rules are clearly written. Their warriors must obey." Ron wants to do his best. "It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous." Mrs. Maxim interrupted Bagman's words. Her handsome head almost touched a candle-filled chandelier, and the huge chest in black satin clothes undulating violently. She said angrily, "Dumbledore, what does this mean? I originally thought that we said very clearly in the rules. In order to avoid this kind of thing, we specifically emphasized that small wizards who are not old enough are allowed to participate. But Hogwarts still stuffed in." "I also want to know this, Dumbledore," Cucullough said, with a cold smile on his face, a pair of blue eyes chilling like ice. "Hogwarts has 2 warriors. I don't. I remember someone told me that there are 2 warriors in the host school. Can I not see the charters carefully enough?" He smiled shortly and his voice was hard to hear. "This is impossible," said Mrs. Maxim, her big hand with many gorgeous opals on the shoulders of Hibiscus. "Hogwarts can't have 2 warriors. It's unfair. Last time Ivan, Mason. This time again, Hogwarts has repeatedly challenged Buzzbart, and you have to give an explanation. Dumstrom also needs an explanation. In our impression, your age line is to exclude competitors of not enough age." Dumbledore, Cucullough said, his face still hangs with a cold smile. The chill in the eyes is deeper. "I remember that you specifically said this, otherwise we will definitely bring more candidates from our school." "Please don't worry, we will explain," Dumbledore said softly, turning to look at Ron, who was scared. "Mr. Weasley, have you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No." Ron hurriedly shook his head. "Then, have you asked a younger classmate to help you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore continued. No. Ron hesitated, only to stutter. "He is lying," Mrs. Maxim said loudly. "I didn't lie. I knew this method from Ivan, but I didn't have a chance." Ron gasped and said, "We went to Hagrid. I didn't put my name in the Goblet of Fire." "Ivan?" Everyone stunned. "Ivan Mason?" Then, their eyes all turned to Ivan, who had just walked in. Ivan looked at them with no expression, and his eyes finally fell on Barty Crouch, who stood by the fire. He stood there with his hand, and the shadow was pulled along by the fire. "Dumbledore, I remember you said that your magic is foolproof." Cucullough sneered. Now it was cracked by a child, which is really interesting. "Things are already obvious. This can only blame Weasley and Mason." "Cucullough," Snape whispered, black eyes flashing with hostility. "Weasley, whose head is empty, obviously cannot think of this the way, but our Mr. Master is not the same. He has always been very smart and a bit overdone. Since entering the school, he has been constantly violating the school rules. I think this thing, our savior must also participate, but no be selected." "No, we didn't put the name in the Goblet of Fire," Harry said loudly, looking at Snape angrily. "This is hard to say, you know the method." "Are you Want me to see? Severus, said Dumbledore. Snape closed his mouth, but his eyes still flashed a malicious light through the greasy black hair. To be continued. V2 Chapter 558 Bluff Threat. This is my negligence. I should think of better measures, said Dumbledore. Do you admit it? So it seems that the boy passed the senior class and helped him to put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Cucullough said in a vicious voice. This is a serious violation of the rules. Hogwarts is cheating. I didn't, Ron murmured, and there was no pale blood on his face. I didn't cheat. Mr. Weasley didn't do this, Professor McGonagall said angrily. He glanced at Professor Snape very angrily. We should believe him. He did not persuade the senior students to help him do this. This can be found out. Ron is with us all day. At Hagrid, Hermione said quickly. We can prove that he didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Harry shouted. Yes, and I don't think the Goblet will make this mistake. I chose 2 warriors in the same school. Avon said. This is a conspiracy. What do you mean? Everyone looked at him and seemed to understand it. As you all know, the Goblet of Fire is a magical item with a very high spell. Avon said. I want to blind it, so that it forgets that only 3 schools participate in the hegemony, and need a particularly powerful spell or other black magic. If I want to see it, someone must have reported Ron's name as the 4th school student to make sure he is the only person in the school. When I heard Evan, everyone was thinking about the possibility of this kind of thing. The ridiculous, Cucullough said. The idea is simply whimsical. That is, the boy put his name in the Goblet of Fire, and then the goblet made a mistake and spit out his name. Impossible. There is no problem with the goblet, Cucullough, Ludo Bagman said uneasily. We checked before, isn't it, Batty? I am responsible for the inspection, Crouch said in a dull voice. He stood outside the aperture of the fire, half of his face hidden in the shadows, and the wrinkled skin was as white as paper. Are you doubting me, Cucullough? He asked. Of course not. I am not suspicious of you. Cucullough took a step back and looked very scared of Crouch. He said in a slick voice, but you definitely think this is a very inappropriate thing. Yes, is it? Bagman didn't answer, rubbed his round baby face with a handkerchief and looked at Mr. Crouch. There is nothing reasonable or unreasonable. We must abide by the Charter. The Charter clearly states that anyone who spurts the name from the Flame Cup must compete in the competition of the top 3. Crouch did not look at everyone, he stared. I don't know what I'm thinking about when I'm burning the fire. For a few seconds, Avon even thought he was going into the flames. Batty has turned the Charter back, Bagman said, his face full of smiles. He looked back at Cucullough and Mrs. Maxim, and it seemed that things had been resolved satisfactorily. No, I insisted that my other students re-register. Cucullough's face was ugly. He stopped looking at Crouch next to the flame, but turned and questioned Dumbledore. You must. The flame cups are rearranged, and we have to constantly add names to them until each school produces 2 warriors. This is fair, Dumbledore. I'm afraid it won't be done, Cucullough. Bagman frowned and said, rubbing his fingers with his handkerchief. You know, the goblet has just been extinguished and will not reignite until the next hegemony. The next hegemony? Dimstrom will never participate. Cucullough was furious. We have opened so many meetings. After so many negotiations, I did not expect such a thing to happen. I just want to leave now. Ivan pushed Moody in the back, and he came out. If he goes on like this, things can be collapsed. Among the people, except Moody, no one can cure Kakarot. The threat of bluffing, Cucullough, Moody shouted immediately, his voice louder than Cucullough, scaring everyone to jump. You can't let your warrior leave now. He must participate in the game. They all have to participate in the competition, which is bound by the magic contract. This is good for you, is it? He limped to the center, blocking Ron behind him and staring at Cucullough. Under his gaze, the expression on Cucullough's face became extremely ugly. Beneficial, he said angrily. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Moody. It can be seen that he tried to make his tone look a bit sloppy, as if he was dismissive of Moody's words. However, his hands exposed his heart, and they involuntarily broke into fists. Yes, Moody said softly. It's very simple. Cuculuf. As Ivan said, someone put the name of Weasley into the goblet of fire. He knows that if the name is ejected, this one children must participate in the competition. Obviously, that person wants to give Hogwarts 2 chances, said Mrs. Maxim. I agree with you, Mrs. Maxim, Cuculuf said, bowing at her. I want to file a complaint with the Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation. Enough. If there is any reason to complain, it is Weasley, Moody said with a rough voice, but I didn't hear him say a word. Why should he complain? Furong couldn't help but ask, and squinted angrily. He has the opportunity to participate in the competition, isn't it? For weeks, we are full of hope that we will be selected. We will win glory for our school. There is also 1,000 gallons of bonuses. This opportunity is what many people dream of, and our school has undergone a rigorous selection. Maybe someone hopes that Weasley will kill him, Moody said, with a hint of raw in his tone. After his words were finished, there was a very intense silence. Ludo Bagman looked very anxious and his body trembled up and down. Moody, you old guy, how can you say this? We all know that if Professor Moody did not find 6 people trying to murder him before lunch, I felt that this morning was a waste. Cuculuf said loudly, obviously, he is also teaching his students to be suspicious. Old. I think someone is going to murder myself, as a teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This quality is really rare, Dumbledore. But there is no doubt that you have your own considerations. To be continued. V2 Chapter 559 Crouch's Hate. I was born out of nothing, Moody yelled. So can you refute the words that Avon just said? I can understand it. You seem to have a lot of brains on this matter, Cuculuf said coldly. You and Ivan Mason, and this boy, you are obviously very kind to this kind of thing. Skilled. If anyone confuses the goblet of fire, it is what you do. If I do, I will let Ivan become a warrior. There is no small wizard here is his opponent. He will definitely win the championship, Moody retorted, is it not? Otherwise, you will not be specially recruited. Limiting his participation, this is a despicable cowardly act. Kakarot and Mrs. Maxim did not speak. There was no way to refute Moody. They all knew the strength of Ivan. After the World Cup, Ivan is now very famous in the European magic world. If the students in their school can beat Avon, they don't have to name him to participate in the competition. Compared with Ivan, Ron is really nothing. Everyone can feel the insignificant magic in his body. As Snape said, the boy's head is empty and it is a full idiot. Even Kakarot himself does not believe that Ron can survive the projects of the hegemony. Let Weasley become a warrior. It seems to be a harmless behavior that is good for Hogwarts, but don't forget, someone will use simple and harmless activities to achieve their own goals. Moody's threatened tone say, my job is to think about the problem according to the Black Wizard, Cuculuf. You should not forget. Alastor, Dumbledore warned. Moody did not say anything, but still looked at Cuculuf very resentfully. Cuculuf's blush was like a fire, and he didn't dare to look at him. There is no point in the debate. We must abide by the rules, Mr. Crouch said softly, and finally made a decision on the matter. But, Mrs. Maxim, if you have another solution, we are willing to listen, Mr. Crouch said, walking into the middle of the room. He carefully looked at Ron with a cold look. This boy must play. About these things, the Ministry will give a reasonable written explanation to the Ministry of Magic in both countries. Thank you, Batty. Dumbledore nodded to Mr. Crouch. He said to everyone gathered in the room, how did this situation happen? We don't know, but in my opinion, we have no choice but to accept it. Cedric and Ron are selected to participate in the competition. Without speaking, Mrs. Maxim squinted in her eyes. Snape was also an angry look, and Cuculuf was stunned. However, Bagman is very excited. Ivan sighed and looked like the end of the problem. Then see how Batty Crouch acted. He looked at Mr. Crouch again. His slender body looked extremely weird. Crouch was looking at Harry and noticed Avon's gaze. He turned and looked at Ivan. This is their first time to look at each other. Two people who have not looked away seem to want to see each other. Ivan didn't know what he saw from his own eyes, but from his indifferent eyes, Ivan saw a madness and a hateful feeling. He looked like he couldn't wait to pull out his wand and kill everyone here. Ivan can clearly feel that this guy is a madman, a thoroughly dangerous terrorist. This expression was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, Crouch returned to its former state. "Well, let's go ahead," Bagman said, rubbing his hands and looking at the people in the room with a smile. "To give guidance to our warriors, isn't it? These 3 children, let them stay here. There is nothing to keep secret about this matter," said Mr. Crouch. "Well, listen, warriors, the first project is to test your guts," Bagman said to Ron, Cedric, Seremban and Hwikdor. "So we are not going to tell you about it." "What is it?" "It is very important to dare to face the unknown, an important quality of the wizard. I hope you can understand this." The first project will be held on November 24th, in the presence of other students and the jury. When the competition is completed, their warriors must not ask or accept any help from their teachers. When the warriors face the first round of challenges, the only weapon in their hands is their own wand. After the first project is over, they will understand. Regarding the situation of the second project, because the competition requirements are very high and the duration is very long, their warriors will not take the school year exam. Bagman said in one breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Crouch. "It should be so much. Do you have any additional needs?" Crouch shook his head and returned to the position in front of the fire, as if he had a soft spot for it. "You really don't want to stay at Hogwarts tonight, Patty?" said Dumbledore, looking at Mr. Crouch with a little concern. "Yes, Dumbledore, I have to go back," Mr. Crouch said. "You know, it is very busy and very difficult. I have to form a thing about this evening." A written report was sent to Fudge. "I let the young Weatherby be responsible for a lot of things temporarily. His enthusiasm is very high, but to be honest, it is a bit too high." "So, are you at least drinking a glass of wine and going?" Dumbledore said. "Come on, Patty, I am staying here and not going away." Bagman said with great enthusiasm, "This has finally happened in Hogwarts. Yes, it is much more interesting than the office." "I don't agree, Ludo, and I can't stay here." Crouch said that his tone was filled with his usual impatience. "I have to go. So many things are waiting for me to do," he said, turning directly away from the room. Snape followed and sent him to leave. Looking at his back, Ivan was thinking quickly. If he is faked by little Batty Crouch, then he will soon show his feet without leaving. The discussion just lasted for a long time. If he didn't drink compound decoction again, unless he is not deformed with a compound soup, it will be time soon. It seems that he is anxious to leave Hogwarts. Crouch is not moody. It is impossible to drink the wine in his own bottle. If he talks with Dumbledore for a while, he does not have time to secretly drink compound decoction. Anyway, the things here are over. Although he did not know what conspiracy he had, Ron became a warrior with his help, and the rest of the matter could be dealt with by Caresus. Let him help Ron as Moody's, and it will not cause doubts from others. Little Batty Crouch does not have to risk his life to stay in school, as long as it appears at the last moment. But when I think about the crazy light in the eyes of the other person, Ivan feels that things will not be so simple. "Professor Kakarov, Mrs. Maxim, drink a drink before going to sleep," Dumbledore said. Mrs. Maxim ignored him. She rubbed her shoulders on the shoulders of Hibiscus and led her out of the room. When they walked toward the auditorium, they quickly said something in French, and their faces were not very good-looking. The same is true of Kikulov, who greeted Krum. Krum just looked up and drank a small bottle of nutrients. He was sullen and he left with Kikulov without saying a word. To be continued. V2 Chapter 560 Hogwarts Warriors. As the crowd left, the room was suddenly deserted. Ron, Cedric, Avon, Harry, Hermione, I suggest you go back to sleep, Dumbledore said. Look at them five with a smile. I believe Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, the classmates, are waiting to celebrate with you. They have an excuse to make a big noise, and it is too bad to take away this opportunity. Ivan regained his gaze and looked at Dumbledore. He didn't know what Dumbledore had found. He thought he wouldn't get a response. But suddenly he saw that Dumbledore was smiling at himself. Dumbledore quickly nodded to Ivan, and the smile seemed to be particularly meaningful. The things tonight are so weird. The contest has begun. I don't know who will laugh at the end. When they dragged Ron, who was almost in a hurry, and walked out of the room, they found that the auditorium was empty now. The flame of the candle is already very low, which makes the smile of the pumpkin lamp flickering and flickering. Weasley, I didn't think you would be a warrior too, Cedric reluctantly said, reaching out to Ron. But anyway, we now represent Hogwarts. Even though you are me, opponent. Only one person can represent Hogwarts. I will win you. I will prove that I am the real warrior, Ron exclaimed. He didn't shake hands with Cedric and let the other side stand so embarrassed. Ron now looks paranoid, and after the tremendous pressure has passed, it is followed by ecstasy. There was chaos inside his head, only one thought. His warrior status has been recognized by the Ministry of Magic and the school, and his dream has become a reality. He is the warrior of Hogwarts, the real warrior. Because of his excitement, Ron's face was flushed and the whole body was shaking slightly. Well, goodbye, Cedric said coldly, taking back his right hand. Several people quickly separated, and Avon, Harry, Ron, Hermione followed the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. I became a warrior. I am a warrior. I am a warrior of Hogwarts. Ron muttered to himself. Along the way, he kept repeating these words, as if he was hypnotizing himself. Evan, Harry, and Hermione exchanged their gaze and looked at Ron worriedly. Ron, you shouldn't talk to Cedric. Harry hesitated. His man is actually pretty good. Then what should I say? We are competitors now, and the little white face does not recognize me at all. Ron said, I am a warrior with him, but there is only one representative of Hogwarts, isn't it? That's it. But Harry paused and continued. Well, then can you tell us how you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Is it the way that Ivan said? I didn't put my name in the Goblet of Fire. Although I wanted to do this, I didn't have a chance. We were in Hagrid all day. Ron snorted and said angrily, you guys. Don't you believe me? Don't say stupid things. Of course we believe in you, or else you won't find Professor Moody to help you. Ivan replied subconsciously. He is still considering why little Batty Crouch will choose Ron. What kind of conspiracy does this guy have? Exclamation mark. After Ron became a warrior, the whole story and future developments have been deflected too much. A lot of things need to be overthrown and reintroduced. I would also like to believe you, Ron, said Harry. Although it is really hard to believe. Okay, you three. The question is not whether Ron is a warrior, but who should consider who put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Hermione frowned. No matter who he is, he obviously helps me. Isn't it? Ron said with a smile. Don't you hear what Evan and Professor Moody have said? Hermione's brow was picking up again, and Yang was very high. That man wants to kill you. Kill me? Ron snorted, and some disapproved. Professors have said that the project of the top 3 hegemony is very dangerous. It is not something we can deal with. You are very likely to die there, Ron. Hermione said worriedly. You are not as strong as Ivan. A lot of. What are you doing? Ron interrupted Hermione. I became a warrior. You should congratulate me, not the mess. His eyes crossed the 3 people of Irving, Harry, and Hermione, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. Congratulations, Hermione said in a strange way, looking at Ron with surprise. You are crazy. This is not a good thing. I know, you always think that I can't compare with Ivan, not like Harry. Even more than you, Ron said loudly, once again interrupted Hermione. The smile on his face gradually solidified. But I am a warrior now, not you. This is enough to prove everything, isn't it? After a moment of silence, Hermione seemed to be scared by Ron's words. Ivan knows that Ron has been repressed for too long, and he was stunned by the ecstasy of the warriors. If you have anything to say tomorrow, or let him know the first project, I believe he will become awake. Evan gently held Hermione's little hand and motioned her not to continue. Harry still wants to say something, but this is in front of the portrait of the fat woman. Mrs. Fat is not alone in her picture frame. Ivan saw that a crumpled witch who had appeared in the room downstairs was sitting proudly next to the fat lady. She must be rushing fast. Every painting on the edge of the 7th story staircase was just to get here before him. Both she and Mrs. Fat looked down at Ron with great interest and had a smile on her face. "Okay, okay, okay," said Mrs. Fat. "Violet has just told me everything. Who has just been chosen as the school's warrior?" "The nonsense," Hermione said with a sigh of relief. She was also angry. "I knew this before, so I wouldn't go in and explain it to Ron." "Absolutely not. I saw it with my own eyes," said the pale-faced witch. "No, no, Violet, this is the password." Fat Lady comforted. Then she kicked her forward and let them enter the common room. When the portrait was opened, the snoring of the sudden filling into the ear was deafening. "Everyone seems to be planning to do this. They are dedicated to this place." About a dozen hands are stretched out at the same time to throw Ron into the common room. Inside is the classmates of Gryffindor College, all of them screaming, cheering, whistling. To be continued. V2 Chapter 561 Hufflepuff's Transformation. Great, Ron. Good job. You kid, you should tell us that you signed up, Fred shouted. He looked half irritated and half excited, glaring at Ron's shoulder and happy. "I didn't think that our little brother actually became a warrior of Hogwarts," George said. "I have already written to tell my mother about this, and she will definitely cry out excitedly." Ginny laughed and came over. They are all laughing, and they are squatting and jumping around Ron. "Even if it is impossible for me, at least it is a member of Gryffindor." Angelina also rushed over in a whirlwind. "We have prepared something to eat, Ron. Come over and eat some." Everyone is celebrating. It seems like crazy. "Yeah, even if it's not myself, it's at least a member of Gryffindor." Angelina's words speak of everyone's voice. After the initial horror, they all accepted the fact that Ron became a warrior. Although it was shocking, it was a good thing. Wasn't it? Gryffindor has his own warriors. Everyone is celebrating. Carnival. This is the glory of all Gryffindor. Lee Jordan blew a flag from Gryffindor College and wrapped it on Ron like a cloak. The crowd moved closer to him, surrounded him, and stuffed butterbeer, biscuits, peanuts and the like into his hands. Everyone seems to have lost all their reason and entered the state of carnival. Everyone is asking Ron, wanting to know how he did it, how to fool Dumbledore's age line and throw his name into the goblet of fire. Congratulations, congratulations, and celebrations were endless, and Ron became the focus of everyone for the first time. He didn't get used to it at first, but he quickly got into it and enjoyed it. He began to boast about this matter with others and talked about it. Of course, most of them are saying he did not know how he became a warrior, but it prevented him from quickly accepting the change of identity and enjoying the vanity brought by the warriors. Hermione stared at them angrily for a moment, and was very dissatisfied with Ron's performance. She did not join the carnival and turned directly back to her bedroom. Ivan also followed, and he was still thinking about it. The carnival outside lasted for a long time, until the middle of the night. There was no stop. Fred and George even ran to the 3 broom bars and ran with a lot of butterbeer. When Professor McGonagall came to stop, everyone went back to sleep. The next morning, Ivan got up from the bed. He saw Colin sitting there with 2 big dark circles, mechanically wearing a school uniform robes. "It was awesome last night. I can't believe it until now. Ron will become a warrior." He yawned, and there were 2 deep shadows under his eyes. "I took all the photos. After a while, I will post to Professor Lupin, which will definitely become a sensational news. Yes, I think I should ask Ron for a signature photo. My brother wants to collect." "Yeah, I didn't think it would be Ron," Avon said. "He always thought it would be Harry." When they walked into the auditorium, they found that everyone was discussing what happened last night. Harry and Ron hadn't come yet, and Hermione had already sat in her seat early. "What are these people?" Hermione said, dissatisfied, indicating that Avon was looking at the other long tables. "Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin are all looking at the Gryffindor long table with suspicion. with a look of contempt on their faces, everyone whispering. They mostly look. Both are concentrated on Ivan and Hermione. Look at that look, as if in doubt. Ivan helped Ron become a warrior. However, no one dared to look at Ivan and saw that Ivan had turned back and they all went down. The guys pointed at me in the morning, said Hermione. It looks like I am a warrior. It's not surprising that everyone knows that Evan, Harry, and Hermione are Ron's best friends and have gone the most. Ron and Cedric? Owen asked, taking a piece of bread for himself. Not yet, everyone is waiting for them. Hermione said, I thought about it last night. This fact is too strange. Who wants to frame Ron? There is no reason, if it is you or Harry. How much can make sense? Indeed, their current enemy is the little Barty Crouch who hides in the dark. Voldemort's recovery of strength requires Harry's blood. He needs someone to bring Harry to him. Carius has confirmed this, and making Harry a warrior should be the best choice for them to compete in the hegemony. Hands and feet. Unless he knows what the wind is, he turns the candidate into Ron. As for Ivan himself, it makes no sense to make him a warrior. The 3 projects are not difficult for him. Ron didn't realize the seriousness of this matter. He was still complacent there. Hermione said in a serious tone, I think we should write to tell Sirius about this. He might give us what advice is provided. You can let Harry write, said Ivan. He really wants to hear the advice of Sirius. Sirius's current status will know a lot of things. He may have some intelligence that they don't know, such as about Barty Crouch. If it wasn't for Percy, he would definitely not say anything. Ivan even wanted to write to Percy and ask about Crouch's situation. Just then, Ron walked into the auditorium, and Harry, Fred, George, and others followed him. Gryffindor's long table cheered enthusiastically, and the corresponding students from the other 3 colleges were all boos. How about a few walks for us? Said Hermione, holding a stack of bread with a napkin. Why do you want to go? The atmosphere here is quite good, isn't it? Said Ron, sitting in his seat. His mental state looks really good and his interest is high. Looking at him, he seems to think that once everyone gets used to him as a warrior, the situation will improve. But Ron may have made a big mistake. Except for Gryffindor students, everyone else thinks this is very disgraceful. Needless to say, Slytherin has a bad attitude. The most amazing thing is the transformation of Hufflepuffs. You know, they have always been very good with Gryffindors in school. Hufflepuffs students are not like the limelight, and their abilities and achievements are generally more general. Most of them are students who study hard but have no results. And Gryffindor's character formation. Obvious complementarity. They are not good at dealing with the wise Ravenclaw, nor are they willing to contact the despicable Slytherin. On the contrary, many Hufflepuff students and Gryffindors are good friends. But now it is not the case at all. They collectively cool all Gryffindor students. It seems that this is definitely a good discussion, to be continued. V2 Chapter 562 Class Schedule. Hufflepuffs are now very unfriendly to all Gryffindors, including Ron. They are cold-hearted and try not to talk to Gryffindor students. They see Ron on campus and turn directly. Go away. Even their dean, Professor Sprout, is the same, and a herbal class is enough to prove this. This is actually very easy to understand. Hufflepuff College rarely gets any honor and fame. Cedric is one of the few people who brought them glory. He once defeated the Gryffindor in the Quidditch competition, which made their resentment even stronger. They thought Ron stole the glory that belongs to them. To make matters worse, many of them began to give Ron a vicious insult like Slytherin. As for Ravenclaw, they did not support Ron as they did Cedric. Although they still maintain relatively rational restraint, most of Ravenclaw's classmates seem to think that Ron has used his tricks to swindle the Goblet of Fire to receive his name and can't wait to earn a reputation for himself. In fact, the same is true. Ron is still complacent about becoming a warrior. He didn't realize that he was in a bad situation at the moment, or more accurately, it was selective neglect. In his opinion, those people are jealous of him and he is a warrior. He is now completely immersed in the identity of the warriors, immersed in the great glory that he brings. accepts the worship of other Gryffindor wizards, and they talk about their fictional cracking of Dumbledore's magic and deceiving the Goblet of Fire. He didn't even listen to Evan, Harry, and Hermione, nor did he consider the first game. This is really bad enough, isn't it? Ivan can only hand over the persuasion to Harry and Hermione, and he has not put much effort into Ron. He entered the bottleneck in the study of the powerful quiet spell acquired by the swamp remnants. It took a lot of time to dig through the library to find all kinds of ancient magic books, and compare them with the magic symbols appearing in the spells. Ivan got the approval from Carizus, and Mrs. Pins reluctantly gave him a book of the forbidden book area. She couldn't understand at all why the student got a piece of art from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class every year. The previous Professors Lockhart, Professor Lupin, and Professor Black were all like this, and now even the Mad-Eye Moody is the same. Are these professors crazy? Let a 13-year-old wizard go to see these horrible banned books! Mrs. Pins has been working in the library for decades, and many of them are the first to contact. These magic books were quietly placed in the forbidden area for centuries, and were not touched before Avon. Not to mention the content and knowledge of the record. Most of them, Mrs. Pins can't even understand the title of the book. Ivan did not pay attention to Mrs. Pins, who always frowned and looked at herself. In addition to entering the bottleneck in the study of the spell, he did not make much progress in the study of ancient magic. The ancient magical text, especially the older the text, has not only been learned by memorizing, but also understanding the meaning and various changes that have been created. These things have made Ivan busy, not to mention that he has to take the time to learn mermaid and alchemy. The after-school homework of each class also took up a lot of time. If there was no Hermione help, Ivan really didn't know what to do. In this case, he naturally did not have time to deal with Ron, who had not yet recognized the seriousness of the matter. After waiting until he knows the content of the first game, he should come and ask for help. From the Carizus, Ivan also learned about the latest developments. Little Batty Crouch sent him a note through the owl, letting him do his best to help Ron pass the hegemony. It seems that Little Batty made Ron a warrior, not simply letting him die, but another conspiracy. Ron is not here for the time being. The other three warriors. Furong got the support of all the male students with the fastest speed. She is now the most discussed topic among the boys. A beautiful girl with the fairy hair, this is the dream lover of most men. However, in the girls, Furong's reputation is not so good, even in the interior of Booth Barton. As for Cedric, he looks more like a warrior than anyone else. Straight nose, black hair, grey eyes, this looks really handsome, not to mention that his own strength is also very strong, and he has performed well in all aspects. Even Casus does not hesitate to praise him. Seeing this vampire looks like he wants to make him a vampire too, which is really scary. Wikidokrom is not as handsome as Cedric, but his popularity is also high, especially in the case of girls. Ivan has seen more than once that the girls are squinting at the grave ship near Dimstrand or near the auditorium, pleading for his signature, in parchment, school bags, accessories, clothes and even underwear. Above, he is completely incomprehensible to their openness and madness. One thing that has to be mentioned is the curriculum of the students of Booth Barton and Dimstrom, because they have to stay to watch the top 3 tournaments and cheer for their school's warriors. They can't go back to their schools until the end of the semester. Therefore, they are assigned to all ages of Hogwarts according to their age and progress. Study with the little wizards of Hogwarts to ensure that their studies are not delayed. Because they are all students who are 17 years old, they are all concentrated in the 6th and 7th grades. Except for Gabri, she is the only visiting wizard who is under the age of 17. On Monday after the Warriors were elected, Ivan saw Gabriel in his class. Not to mention how surprised. After I figured out what was going on, I found out that the course chosen by Shanta was exactly the same as myself. Don't be so surprised. Whether it's Mrs. Maxim or my sister, I think I can learn more magical knowledge and integrate here more quickly, Gabri said, with a naughty smile on his face. Ivan, don't you care about me? At this time, Professor McGonagall had just sent Gabri here and asked Ivan to take care of her. Apparently, Mrs. Maxim specifically greeted Dumbledore for this matter. In addition to accepting what can be said by Ivan, seeing Gabriel's appearance, he felt that he might have a small tale. Taking care of foreign female students in life and study is an important task. V2 Chapter 563 Good student Gabri. In general, Gabriel's magical strength is still very good, know a lot of knowledge. But in some ways, she does need the care of Ivan. She may have been under the protection of Furong. She lacks common sense. It is somewhat similar to Hermione and very fond of learning. For example, in the classroom of protecting magical creatures, Hagrid came over to everyone. He was holding a large, crumbling box in his arms, each with a huge fragile snail. Everyone else was far away, and Gabriel's gimmick actually took the initiative to look up. Ivan quickly pulled her. Normal people see this terrible monster. The first reaction should not be afraid to escape! It's not a wise choice to take the initiative to get rid of the fried snails that will burn people at any time. Now, under the careful breeding of Hagrid, the remaining fragile snails are about 3 feet long. Every effort is amazing. They are no longer fleshy, no color, but a thick, bright, grey-white armor-like thing that looks more than the previous armor. Thick. They look between huge scorpions and elongated crabs, but still can't see where the head and eyes are. Ivan, what is this? Gabri whispered, curious in the light blue eyes. Fried snail. I have never seen it. That's because they are cultivated by Hagrid themselves, said Ivan. Okay, you are farther away from them. Hagrid will sway the box to the ground and swing in front of everyone. I have studied it carefully. The reason why the fried snails kill each other is because they have extra energy and no release. Ivan expressed doubts about this. Is it not because of their inherent ferocious nature? In order to solve this problem, every 2 students must use a rope to hold a fragile snail and take it for a while. Hagrid said that he specially took out a fried snail in front of Gabriel. I tried it in the morning class and it worked very well. Looking at him, he wanted to make a good impression on Gabriel. He knew that she was a student of Mrs. Maxim. Sure enough, Hagrid then let Ivan and Gabriel help him demonstrate how to put the rope on the snail. What should we do? Gabri asked, eager to try. Where is the rope? Is it on its thorn, on the tail, or on the sucker? Awen reluctantly said. Squatting in the middle, Hagrid said. You two need to wear dragon leather gloves as an extra precaution. Under his thick, unkempt eyebrows, the black eyes of the beetle flashed with excitement. He proudly explained to Gabriel the body structure of the fried snails, their habits, places to pay attention to, and so on. It can be seen that Hagrid is proud of being able to cultivate a brand new species. Gabriel did ask a lot of questions and made Hagrid very happy. A few minutes later, both Avon and Gabri took a giant fragtail to walk on the lawn. Every step went very hard. The tails were very powerful, difficult to control, and they didn't listen to their command. Instead, both of them need to be vigilant at all times. From time to time, with a terrifying noise, the tail of the fried snail exploded and pushed it forward several meters. Even though the rope was long enough, Awen and Gabriel had to run fast to keep up with this one fried tail snail. This experience is unique enough to be run by a fried tail snail. As for other students, there are a lot of them who have fallen to the ground and struggled to stand up. If at this time, the fragile snail suddenly turns around, the consequences are simply unimaginable. On the lawn, Avon saw Colin and Ginny fly forward with a fragile snail. Everyone has suffered a lot, but Hagrid thinks everyone is very happy. In fact, it may be that only Gabri is really happy. They ran around behind the fried snail and giggled. They are very interesting, aren't they? Gabri said with a smile. Higa is really amazing. He can cultivate his own magical animals. I have never heard of anyone who has done this before. This is really amazing. It is true that few people like Hagrid do this because it is illegal and the cultivation process is very dangerous. Take these fried snails as examples. They are descendants of the lion's body and the crab. As the most dangerous and amazing animal, the lion-headed scorpion animal is not daring to contact anyone. If it is not good, it is easy to die. Of course, if you do not consider legitimacy and danger, from the perspective of species, the fried snail is still of great research value. Gabri clearly thinks so. She will never see this magical animal in Booth Barton. Her brave and eagerness to learn is not only reflected in the classroom to protect the magical creatures, but also in other courses. For example, in Snape's potion class, although Snape was full of cold and horrible smell, she turned a blind eye and kept raising her hand to ask questions. Maybe Buster Barton's potions class professor likes students to do this, but Snape is definitely not like this. In his class, there is a default rule, that is, no questions are allowed. He will write all the process and materials of the potion medicine on the blackboard, and ask the students to study on their own. But this is obviously a problem. Snape wrote most of the potion recipes on the blackboard. The control steps and the textbooks are different. All of them are optimized and improved. If you put them outside, it is absolutely amazing achievements. But Snape didn't intend to explain to everyone how great this was, and the little wizards did not have the corresponding discriminating power. They just need to do it, and in practice they understand why Snape is so improved. Professor, I have learned this antidote formula before, and I have not grinded the moonstone into powder. Obviously, Miss Dracule, Snape said coldly. You need to flip through your potion textbook. But Gabriel still wants to continue to ask. This is not the case in the textbook. Ivan sneaked and pulled her. Didn't this guy see other people looking at her eyes? Exclamation mark. After Ivan stopped, it didn't take long for Gabriel to raise his hand again. Snape explained the difference from what she had learned before. Those who dare to interrupt Snape again and again, the final end is very miserable. Everyone has a sweat for Gabri. This cute little angel-like girl can't be Snape's opponent. Fortunately, Snape is more scrupulous about Gabriel's being a student at Booth Barton. His face was gloomy and terrible, but there was a lot of words not to say, but to choose to ignore Gabriel, just as he had always ignored Evan and Hermione. But other Gryffindor students are unlucky, and Snape has no scruples about them. In order to stop asking Gabriel to ask these questions and challenge Snape's bottom line, Avon had to explain to her personally after class. V2 Chapter 564 Detecting Wand and Interview. After the potion class, Gabri began to go to the library to study with Ivan at night. They met Hermione there, and Ivan's surprise, Gabriel and Hermione got along very well. Two people often discuss the contents of the homework together and exchange Hogwarts and Booth Barton, or simply throw Ivan aside and whisper something. Regarding this girl topic, Ivan couldn't put it to her mouth. Many times, Ivan feels like they are talking about themselves, because two people have been looking at themselves with a smile. But it is undeniable that their relationship has progressed very quickly, even faster than Ivan and Gabri. Later, Hermione took the initiative to bring Gabri to the Gryffindor common room and introduce it to everyone. Gabrielle's character is very good, almost welcome by everyone, and integrated into the Gryffindor college atmosphere. The boys wanted to hear from her about her sister Furong, know her hobbies and so on. Ivan is very skeptical. If these guys know the character of Hibiscus, they will not like her like this. When I sent Gabriel back to the carriage at night, Evan and Hermione had met with Furong several times. The chat content of those times was very irritating, such as listening to Furong complaining that Hogwarts was too cold and the food was too greasy. All in all, she doesn't quite adapt to Hogwarts life and doesn't like it. This made Hermione's impression of her getting worse and worse, and later she was no longer near the Buzz Barton carriage. Like Furong, Ron is not suitable for Hogwarts life. After becoming a warrior, His life has undergone tremendous changes. From the original obscurity of a person, all of a sudden became the focus of everyone's attention. All actions are watched. This transformation is not something that everyone can adapt to, especially in addition to Gryffindor. Ron is not welcomed by others. Everyone is now full of maliciousness to him. Small things and small mistakes that may not be mentioned at any time may be magnified at any time to become topics of discussion in the school. They are used as a reason to satirize Ron, or from time to time ordinary Ron. Compared with the excellent Cedric, this feeling is not very good. Being a warrior is an opportunity for Ron, but it is also a challenge. From the current situation, Ron performed very badly, and some people began to doubt him inside Gryffindor. However, Ron himself does not care about this. He feels good about himself. His current situation is much better than when Harry became a warrior in the original plot. At the very least, everyone else in Owen, Harry, Hermione, and Weasley supported him, and did not dream of Voldemort, scars, and serious things like distractions. Still, on Friday morning, Ron and Harry had a fight with Malfoy. The reason was that Malfoy was inspired by Hermione's SPW badge, and he transformed it into a badge that supported warriors Cedra and S. Ron, and all Slytherin students wore them on their chests. This fight was very intense. Due to the disadvantage of the number, Harry and Ron were both seriously injured. Finally, due to Snape's intervention, Gryffindor was deducted 100%, and 2 people were also punished for 1 week of school work. Ron looked mad and prepared to take revenge and learn Malfoy. However, in Ivan's view, instead of doing this meaningless entanglement with Malfoy, it is better to learn a few more spells. You two should be calm. Malfoy does it deliberately wants to make you angry, said Hermione. At this time, they are having lunch. Hermione discussed the Hogwarts magic with Evan in the morning, and after a while, did not catch the fight. Deliberately provoke us to be angry? Harry said uneasily. That's really good. His purpose has been reached. I really want to learn the magic with Professor Moody and turn Malfoy into a big white, said Ron. He took out his wand and learned the mood of Moody, and slammed it with a sparking star. Buy your wand. Don't forget to check your wand in the afternoon. Hermione looked at Ron dissatisfied. Ron muttered a little and closed his wand. Because the wand is the most important device for the warriors in the game, you need to check whether the function and performance are complete and intact. Professor McGonagall has just come to inform that, according to the arrangements of the Ministry of Magic and the school, this afternoon, Mr. Ollivander will check the warriors' wands. At that time, their warriors will also be interviewed by the media. In fact, Ivan already knew about it 2 days ago. He received a letter from Professor Lupin. In addition to the Prophet Daily, the Ministry of Magic also invited the Hogwarts Magic. In the current situation where many people accuse the Ministry of Magic of inaction because of the World Cup attack and the arrest of vampires, the Ministry hopes to focus on the upcoming hegemony and divert public attention. Under the management of Professor Lupin, the Hogwarts Ministry of Magic founded by Ivan is now the newspaper in the British magical world, which is second only to the Prophet's Daily. The influence cannot be ignored. Naturally, this interview mission fell on Ivan, Harry, Hermione, and Colin. Professor Lupin originally planned to send someone to help, but was rejected by Ivan. He thought that several of them could do well. This morning, Ivan discussed this with Hermione, and they will complete the report. They already have a general idea, and Harry and Colin used to be responsible for the filming. After lunch, Ivan and Colin, who had no class in the afternoon, went back to the lounge for a while, and took the camera and arrived early in the room on the 2nd floor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Dark Arts Defense class will take a while to come. When the 2 of them entered, someone was already inside. This is a smaller classroom, and most of the desks are pushed behind the classroom, leaving a large open space in the middle. There are 3 desks facing each other, in front of the blackboard, covered with a long velvet. Behind the velvet-covered desk, there were a few chairs, and Avon saw that Hibiscus and Gabri were already sitting there. The 2 of them are whispering in French. and the long silver hair flashes in the sunlight with a dazzling luster. Cedric and Crumb did not arrive. In front of the desk, Ludo Bagman was talking to a witch who wore a magenta robes. "Ah, Ivan, you are here." Seeing Avon, Bagman quickly came over. "I am very glad that your newspaper and the Daily Prophet can accept the invitation of the Ministry of Magic to interview the Hegemony. Rita Skeeter, do you know?" Ivan shook his head. "The original woman is Rita Skeeter. Her hair was made into a delicate, stiff, grotesque big roll, with her big chin's face, which looked particularly awkward. She wore a pair of jewelry-like glasses and a thick finger grabbed the crocodile leather handbag. The nails are 2 inches long and painted red, which is very strange, like the claws of some kind of animal." To be continued. V2 Chapter 565 Forced interview. While Avon observes Rita Skeeter, the other party is also carefully looking at him. "Come on. Let me introduce you. This is a well-known journalist, Rita Skeeter. She has written many articles." Bagman said loudly, "Rita, this is Avon Mason. You should have heard. His name is currently the most famous." "Of course I heard that, Ludo. Who else hasn't heard of Avon Mason?" Rita Skeeter said, staring at Avon. "Hello, Ivan, I can talk to you. Let me talk a few words and listen to your views on this hegemony." "I think it's best not to." Ivan shook his head and said nothing extra. This woman is notoriously distorted by facts, and he is not planning to give each other a chance. But Avon apparently underestimated the thickness of Rita Skeeter's face and saw Ivan shook her head. Her face suddenly smiled. "It is clear that there are 3 gold teeth in her mouth." She reached into the crocodile leather handbag and pulled out a long, green-colored feather pen and roll of parchment. Then she spread the parchment on the velvet-covered desk. "Put the nib of the green quill into your mouth and it for a while." Rita Skeeter placed the pen vertically on the parchment, and the feather pen tube stood on the tip of the pen and trembled slightly. "This is a shorthand quill, so I can free my hand and talk to you normally. Let me experiment," said Skeeter. "My name is Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet reporter." Her voice just fell, and the green quill began to be written in a dragon and phoenix, and the nib glides over the parchment. It reads, "The charming blonde Rita Skeeter, who is 43 years old, has her unruly feather pens exposing many flashy names." "Great," Rita Skeeter said, tearing the first parchment down, smashing it into a bag and stuffing it into her handbag. She turned and seemed to be preparing to ask questions about Ivan. Ivan ignored her. He had already explicitly rejected the other party. He took Colin and went to Furong and Gabri. "Ivan, what prompted you not to sign up for the top 3 competitions?" Rita Skeeter asked. For the response of Ivan, "It seems that I did not see it." "Why didn't Evan see the game?" Exclamation mark. "Everyone knows that it is because he is not old enough and he has no interest in the hegemony." Rita Skeeter repeated it again, and Colin quietly licked Ivan. "I just said that I don't plan to accept your interview," Ivan said coldly, turning around and looking at each other. Hearing this sentence, the atmosphere in the classroom was terrible. Ivan did not say anything. Rita Skeeter looked at him with a smile, and looked a bit arrogant. Ludo Bagman, Colin, Furong, Gabriel also stared at them both. After a while, it seems that it is certain that Ivan will not answer, but Rita Skeeter is not at all embarrassed. "Dear, don't you say that you are not willing to accept my interview because you didn't become a warrior?" Rita Skeeter said, eyes still firmly staring at Irving. "Are you? I think that I have been treated unfairly. As everyone knows, your magical strength is very strong. Is the strength of the 4 warriors selected in this hegemony match not as good as you?" Ivan frowned, and although he didn't speak, he saw Rita Skeeter's green feather pen move again. "In the place where the nib slipped, I was able to recognize that when I mentioned the blackout of the hegemony and the unfair treatment of myself." Ivan Mason's handsome and charming eyes shone with firmness and tenacity, but still can see that he forcibly shed tears. Now in the eyelids, Ivan can be sure that he is not crying, and there is no firmness and tenacity in his eyes. Looking at the meaning of Rita Skeeter, as if I didn't answer, it is the default that there is a big shady in this hegemony. If he defends, it will naturally give the other side more opportunities to make a difference. This is really abominable. and Ivan was the first to encounter a mandatory interview. If he can, he really wants to take out his wand and teach the other person a meal. But obviously can't do this. Ivan is not an evil black wizard. If he doesn't agree, he will kill the curse. The most sensible choice now is not to continue talking about this topic. Miss Skeeter, my identity today is the same as that of you, to interview the warriors. So, I don't want my name to appear in this special report of the hegemony. Ivan said loudly, please put the paragraph you just wrote as no basis for guessing. Otherwise, I will take the necessary action. I can guarantee that you will regret it. He finished, took a deep breath, did not look at Rita Skeeter's face and the words she wrote on paper, took Colin and walked straight to Furong and Gabriel. Ivan does not expect his threat to scare each other. This woman is not afraid of fear, and dare to say anything. Even if Fudge and Dumbledore are here, she will not be scared. As long as it is profitable, it will continue to fabricate the facts. Letting her continue this way is indeed a problem. Simply, Ivan knows that the other is an illegal animagus. If you say it directly, you will definitely not, and the other party will not admit it. Instead, it will be a surprise. Ivan now only has to wait for the opportunity to sneak into the Hogwarts to the intelligence of Rita Skeeter. Rita Skeeter seemed to be scared by Ivan's reaction. The feather pen stopped and did not continue to write down. Bagman quickly rushed forward to play the round. Good, Avon, Gabriel said to Ivan, who had just walked over to her. That woman is so annoying. She was very rude. When the Ministry of Magic officials introduced us, she didn't even hold me with her hands. Furong said with a whisper, we just said this thing, you helped me out. Obviously, Rita Skeeter is not interested in Furong, a little wizard from France who is not known. What she needs is big news that can attract the public's attention, the kind that can make a sensation. Furong does not meet this condition. Rita Skeeter naturally will not take care of her. Even the basic etiquette. The Prophet Daily does not interview you. Are you willing to accept an interview with the Hogwarts Magic? Said Ivan. He discussed it with Hermione in the morning. This report is mainly about the four warriors, introducing their basic situation and comparative analysis of magical power, etc., so that the wizards outside Hogwarts can also understand the corresponding content in time. This incident itself has a lot of gimmicks, and many people want to know the situation of the warriors. Even if it is not comparable to Rita Skeeter's fabricated rumors, it still attracts the attention of many people. To be continued. V2 Chapter 566 Maewa's bloodline. My sister certainly willing, Gabrielle said excitedly. Well, I accept your interview. We can go out and talk. The woman made me feel very uncomfortable. Fleur nodded. Alvine, Hibiscus, Colin, Gabrielle. 4 people to leave the classroom, not who ignores behind Rita Skeeter. They did not go far, but came to the Mole research classroom at the corner. It is much bigger than the classroom just now, but it is also very deserted, and there is no one inside. In the classroom, all the tables and chairs are placed in the same way as the Mole school, all of which are characteristic. There is no mural on the wall, but a lot of color pictures showing the characters and scenery of moles. Behind the classroom is a huge bookshelf full of books of moles. Ivan knows that behind this bookshelf is actually a secret passage that can lead to the 6th floor lavatory. The way to enter the secret passage is to put a few large-scale head books in the alphabetical order of the level. This classroom is very suitable for interviews. In addition to class, usually no one will come. Although Ivan is already very familiar with Furong and Gabri, he asked a lot of details in accordance with his previous outline. Colin is responsible for taking photos of Furong, and they need a special close-up photo of the warriors to be published in the newspaper. I have to say that as long as Furong is willing, she and everyone can get along very happy. Perhaps because of everyone's familiarity, she did not mention the hot and dark decoration of Hogwarts, the taste of food, and so on, but the cooperation, and from time to time with Ivan, Colin open a few joke. About 10 minutes later, the classroom door was opened and Dumbledore stood outside the door. Obviously you are here, I have to bother you for. The wand detection ceremony is about to begin. Miss Dr. Cole must go. Dumbledore said softly. No problem, Professor, we are here too. Several people squished out, and Ivan packed up the good things, and Gabriel walked to the end. My sister just told me that you are the first to inquire about girls in this way, Gabri suddenly whispered. She looked at Evan with a smile, her eyes bent into a lovely crescent. I want to be alert to you. Ivan was speechless, and it turned out that two of their sisters had just spoken in French. Also, what does it mean to be vigilant? Although the questions he asked were detailed, they were all reported. Dumbledore did not return directly to the small classroom, but stopped in front of her broom. Just as everyone wondered what he was going to do, Dumbledore opened the door and went inside. Rita Skeeter and Harry are inside, and Harry looks a little emotional. It seems that during the time they left Levin, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also came. Not surprisingly, Rita Skeeter once again interviewed Harry, even though he was not a warrior. Dumbledore, Rita Skeeter said loudly, a happy look. She quickly loaded the quill and parchment into her crocodile leather handbag and buckled it. How are you? She said, stepping out of the broom and extending a big man-like hand to Dumbledore. My summer article about the International Wizarding Federation. I wonder if you read it. It's awesome, said Dumbledore, his eyes burning and shining. I especially love reading the paragraph that you described me as a rigid old madman. Rita Skeeter did not show any harm, and continued, I just want to show that some of your views are a bit outdated. Dumbledore, many wizards outside. I would love to hear your candid reasoning, Rita, said Dumbledore. But I am afraid we have to talk about this issue later. The wand detection ceremony is about to begin. I don't think you should miss it. The group returned to the room. In addition to Hibiscus, the other warriors were already seated. Professor Kakarov, Mrs. Maxim, Mr. Crouch and Ludo Bagman also sat in their chairs. Ivan, Harry, Colin, and Gabriel sat down next to Hermione, and Rita Skeeter sat in another corner. She took the roll of parchment from her handbag, laid it on her knees, licked the tip of the speedy quill, and placed the pen on the parchment again. What have you been doing for a few? Hermione asks in a low voice. I and Colin went to an exclusive interview with Furong. Harry should be called by Rita Skeeter to interview, Ivan said. Don't mention. That woman is really bad. You didn't see it. She is writing something. Harry sighed and looked excited. I want to hear my opinion about the hegemony, but she simply don't write. As I said, you should have known for a long time that she likes to make rumors, Hermione said keenly, and also took out his own quill. Remember the report of the Quidditch World Cup, that is, about Mr. Weasley, what is from rumors of ruins in piles of corpses. When she heard her reminder, Harry remembered it. I knew that he should have just refused the interview request from the other side. Ivan looked at Rita Skeeter. This guy is really able to add chaos and must be solved early. It seems that I noticed Ivan's gaze, and Rita Skeeter looked up and gave him an ugly smile. The green feather pen was written non-stop, and no one in the classroom had spoken. Warriors, let me introduce you to Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore sat down at the referee and said to the four warriors, he will check your wand and make sure the wand is in good shape before the game. At this time, Avon saw that an old wizard with two light-colored eyes stood quietly at the window. It is Mr. Ollivander who looks as strange as before. Mr. Lacour, come first. Okay, said Mr. Ollivander, walking to the open space in the middle of the room. Furong nodded and walked lightly toward Mr. Ollivander and handed his wand to him. Like the baton, Oliver turned the wand between the slender fingers, and the wand spewed a lot of pink and gold sparks. Then he put his wand close to his eyes and carefully looked at it. Not bad, he said softly. 9 inches. The strength is very good. The maple is made of wood, and it contains cockroaches. God. The hair with a charming baby. Furong said, it's my grandma's hair. When she heard her say this, Hermione hurriedly recorded it. Although Ivan has said before, both Furong and Gabriel have a quarter of Mayweather's blood, but this is far less impressive than I admit. Especially Ron. His eyes stared straight at Furong and looked at it, seemingly attracted to her. In Ivan's view, Furong's trip to Hogwarts, in addition to becoming a warrior, can be noticed by a large number of boys, and they are dumped for her appearance, which is probably the only thing she is satisfied with. This is the lineage of Meiwa. Nature will make men fall in love with their magical blood. To be continued. V2 Chapter 567 Magic Wand Maintenance. My wand core is the same as my sister's, it is Grandma's hair. Gabri said, some sad impressions. Grandma is a very beautiful, very kind person, will tell a lot of interesting stories, will do a lot delicious dishes. 5 years ago, after my grandfather died, she also left to return to nature, leaving these 2 hairs as a commemoration before leaving. Since then, I have never seen her again. Leaving back to nature, Hermione couldn't help but ask, why don't you go find her? We don't know where she is, she hides and refuses to see us. Gabri said, his eyes were a bit red. Sorry. It doesn't matter, I am used to it. Every year, she will send a message to us. As long as I know that my grandmother lives very well, my sister and I are already satisfied. Gabri said, his face showed a lovely smile. Only still alive. There will always be opportunities to meet in the future, isn't it? She stared at the hibiscus wand in Mr. Ollivander's hand and recalled her grandmother. Furong and Gabriel's grandmother did not die. Meiwa is a very powerful elf with a long life. They will become a young and beautiful woman and marry a human being, forming a family to settle down and have children. When the man's life is over, they will return to nature and never meet their children again. They live in forests, lakes, mountains and clouds, and even if they are found by future generations, they will not come out easily. Meiwa's hair is a rare odd material, but it is undeniably powerful. It has strong characteristics in deformation, healing magic, rejuvenation and flame charm. Good, said Mr. Oliphant. Of course, I have never used Meiwa's hair. I think the wand made with Meiwa's hair is too sensitive and willful, but everyone has their own hobby, since it is right for you. Mr. Ollivander licked his wand with his fingers, apparently checking for scratches and bruises. Then he whispered, the orchid is in full bloom. In the next second, a bouquet of flowers blooms on the head of the wand. Very good condition, said Mr. Ollivander, who gathered the flowers and handed them to Furong with the wand. Mr. Diggory, it's your turn. Cedric's wand is made by Olivier, a netwolf of 1 inch, made of eucalyptus. This wand is elastic and the rod core is the male unicorn tail. Yes, I remember very clearly. Mr. Ollivander said that there was a hair pulled from the tail of a particularly beautiful male unicorn. It was 5 or 6 feet long. I pulled out the inner horn, the tail hair of the beast, which almost poked me a hole with a corner. The magic of this wand is very strong. Only a good wizard can control him. Mr. Ollivander praised Cedric's magic wand and nodded and expressed satisfaction. He waved gently, and a bunch of silver-white smoke rings spouted on the head of the wand, and the smoke circle floated from the room to the other end. After Cedric, it was Wicked or Crumb. His body does not seem to have recovered, and the damage caused to him by the last attack was great. Crumb pulled his round shoulders and took the extra-footed feet and slouched toward Mr. Ollivander. He stuffed his wand and frowned and stood there, his hands in his robe's pocket. Yeah? Said Mr. Ollivander. If I am not mistaken, this is the product of Grigovich. Crumb nodded and Hermione hurriedly wrote this on parchment. When you were 4, I had already completed an interview with Crumb. Hermione whispered, shaking the densely packed parchment in her hand, all of which was related to Crumb. He looks hard to touch, Colin said with fear. I thought so before, but he just had your cooperation, said Hermione. Ivan looked at Crumb with vigilance. If you remember correctly, this guy seems to like Hermione. Grigovic is an excellent wand tradesman, although I don't quite agree with his style. Mr. Ollivander did not say anything. Grigovich is one of the 2 European wand makers in the same name as Ollivander. Very good. He raised his wand and turned over in front of his eyes. He carefully examined it. The hornbeam, the heart of the dragon, is it? He glanced at Crumb, and Crumb nodded. Mr. Ollivander continued, it's much thicker than people usually see. Very hard, 10¼ inches, a flock of birds. The whip of the hornbeams made a loud bang, like a pistol firing. A flock of birds fluttered from the wand's head and flew into the faint sunshine from the open window. "Very good," said Mr. Ollivander, handing over his wand to Crumb. "There is the last one, Mr. Weasley." Ron hurriedly stood up, a little nervous and looking clumsy. He passed by Crumb and walked to Mr. Ollivander to hand over his wand. "This is my product again," said Mr. Ollivander, slightly frowning at the wand in his hand. 14 inches long, wicker wood, unicorn tail hair. "Yes, I remember, it was the female unicorn runs very fast, and only the purest female can touch it. Although the length and magic of this tail hair is a little worse than that of Mr. Diggory, it is a strong positive character. A good-hearted wizard can use this wand, and using it to release black magic and other negative effects will produce natural resistance, which is one of its qualities." Mr. Ollivander did not wait for Ron to answer. He waved his wand directly. "I have to say that you need to take care of him regularly and use it carefully," Mr. Ollivander said, looking at the scar on the wand. "Remember, it is the wand who chooses to ignore the wizard. Mr. Weasley, if you continue this way, you may need to change a new wand. Of course, it is in good shape, but you must be careful," he said. "Let the wand squirt a wine and hand it back to Ron. Since I am here, I have to mention one. As the most important partner of the wizard, the importance of the wand is unquestionable. The maintenance of the wand is a very practical study. I suggest that this course should be offered in the school." Mr. Levanty said that the pale eyes looked at Professor Dumbledore, Professor Karkaroff and Mrs. Maxim. "This is what the little wizards need to learn." "Thank you for your advice, Garrick. The students really need professional advice in this area," said Dumbledore, suddenly turning his head to look at Ivan, Mr. Mason, Miss Granger, Mr. Clive, Draco. "Miss, the opportunity is rare. I suggest that Garrick look at your 4 wands and see how much they are maintained." To be continued. Visiting the website. V2 Chapter 568 Magic Wand. Evan looked at Dumbledore strangely, not knowing what he meant. Why did he ask Mr. Ollivander to check their wands and see the expression of Mr. Ollivander? And there were not many surprises. Obviously, he knew this in advance, and Dumbledore told him. Maybe Dumbledore was trying to determine what made Mr. Ollivander check everyone's wand. Ivan has some doubts, but if you think about it carefully, this is not a bad thing. Under the instructions of Ivan, Colin looked at him. He looked at Dumbledore again and hesitated to go and handed the wand to Mr. Ollivander. "This wand is well maintained, Mr. Clive," said Mr. Oliphant. It seemed to be a little excited. 12 inches long, sandalwood, the rod core is a unicorn hair. This is a very common wand. The essence material, although it has no characteristics, the magic of the magic wand made with unicorn hair is usually stable, rarely fluctuating and blocking. This wand has a high degree of fit, which is the most rare and valuable place. The wand made of horned hair is the most loyal of all wands, and no matter what happens, it can maintain a strong connection with the original owner. He scrutinized Colin's wand and said some knowledge about the maintenance of his wand, and announced that his condition was not bad. Then Gabriel's. Gabriel's wand is even shorter than Furong's, only 8 inches long, and the rod core is her grandma's hair. "This is hawthorn. The texture is very soft," said Mr. Ollivander, carefully looking at Gabriel's wand. "In fact, I have never seen such a soft wand, such a soft material and sensitive charm. The hair of the baby is paired together, so that this wand is extremely sensitive to the change of magic, and the general wizard can choose it. Furong and Gabriel's wands should be the most loyal. The rod core is the hair of their grandmother. At the same time, they have blood connections with both of them. These 2 wands are almost impossible to be taken away by other wizards. As for Hermione's wand, there are 14 inches, made of vinewood, and the core of the rod is the heart of the dragon." "Yes, Miss Granger, I still remember this wand," said Mr. Oliphant, with golden stars at the end of his wand. "The dragon is a magical creature with strong power, and the material on it is very rare. Especially the heart of the dragon, is hard to obtain, much harder than the unicorn hair. Correspondingly, the power is much stronger. As long as the owner has enough power, He can display the most through this wand. Gorgeous magic. When the golden star finally disappeared, he returned the wand to Hermione, and the pale eyes stared at her. The dragon's heart is most unstable in the event of an accident. This wand is easy to favor black magic, although this tendency does not necessarily match itself. He whispered, "Let's take care of this wand, Miss Granger. Don't let people take it. Otherwise, it will change loyalty and firmly return to the new owner." Hermione's brows picked up and did not understand the meaning of Mr. Ollivander. Why did the other party say these words? Is there a hint? Exclamation mark. The wand is one of the most complicated and mysterious branches of all magic. I am only explaining the mysteries that have been explored. Seeing Hermione's doubts, Mr. Ollivander explained, "If you are interested in this aspect, if you can, check out the relevant information." Well, the next one is Mr. Porter. Harry walked over and handed over his wand. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Ollivander, a pair of light-colored eyes suddenly flashing with excitement. "Yes, yes, I remember clearly." Everyone in the classroom looked at him with surprise and didn't understand what Mr. Ollivander meant. Only Harry understood that he also remembered the same thing. Everything seems to happen yesterday. On the summer of 3 years ago, on his 11th birthday, he and Hagrid walked into Mr. Ollivert's shop to buy a wand. Mr. Ollivander measured the size of his body parts and began to hand him a wand to try. Harry felt that he had waved the wand in the store and finally found a suitable one for himself. His wand is made of holly wood, 11 inches long, and contains a phoenix tail hair. It was very surprising that Mr. Ollivander was very grateful when he saw Harry playing with his wand. "It's amazing," he said. "It's amazing." When Harry asked what was wonderful, Mr. Ollivander explained that the phoenix feather in Harry's wand and the feather in Voldemort's wand were pulled out from the same bird. Harry never told anyone about it. He liked his wand very much. In his opinion, the relationship between this wand and Voldemort's wand could not lie to it, just as he could not sever with Penny. The relationship between aunts is the same. However, he now hopes that Mr. Ollivander will not tell the people in the room about it. He has a strange feeling. If Mr. Ollivander reveals this secret, Rita Skeeter's shorthand quill will probably be excited to explode. Especially the recent pain in his scars, dreaming about things related to Voldemort, made him feel bad. In this case, Harry didn't want to connect his wand to Voldemort. Phoenix feathers are the most precious material of the core. The Phoenix feather wand is always the most discerning in the face of possible owners. It is the most independent and transcendental creation in the world. This wand is the most difficult to tame and personalization. It is often difficult to win its loyalty. Mr. Ollivander said slowly, the voice is soft, but there is no doubt that the wand made with the phoenix feathers can perform the most outstanding magic. Even though it is better than the dragon and unicorn, it will take longer to show this. This wand is exceptionally special and has a unique meaning. Please use it, Mr. Porter. It will help you. Mr. Oliver's time to check Harry's wand was much longer than the others, and he repeated it and finally returned the wand to Harry. "The last one, Mr. Mason," he whispered, his eyes shifting to Ivan. Ivan went forward and saw Mr. Oliver in front of him. He felt like he was going back to the scene of the dazzling little shop. 2 years ago, he walked with Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. When he held their wand, his tip suddenly gave off a white glow, rippling in the hut. And the ones that Mr. Ollivander said, those words that are full of mystery and make people stand upside down. Wonderful. Very wonderful. Mr. Oliphant took Avon's wand and his eyes sparkled. He said softly, "Although each wand is unique, it is exceptional, special. It was left by my great-grandfather, who was the most famous wand master in the world at the time." To be continued. V2 Chapter 569 Wand Loyalty. Ivan certainly remembers what Mr. Ollivander had said at the beginning, about the secrets hidden in his wand. He also does not want the other party to say those things on this occasion. After all, it is too shocking. Olivier once told Avon that the core of his wand is the tail feather of the nightingale. This is a very strange substance, and only a wizard who can control death can control it. Mastering death is easy to reminiscent of surprise, death and bad luck, etc. In addition to these obvious negative emotions, Ivan did not fully understand the meaning of Mr. Ollivander. However, after studying the ancient magical books including the magic wand, he realized that it is a special thing to use the tail feathers of the nightingale as the essence of the wand. It is not like the literal meaning of mastering death. Simple. Under the influence of the mysterious power, only those who witness the death directly can see the nightingale. The nightingale feathers that contain this power cannot be integrated into the wand through traditional craftsmanship. In all the wand books that Ivan can read, I believe that the nightingale feathers are the most unsuitable magical substance for the essence of the wand. Even the wand made can't be used by the wizard. To put it simply, the mysterious power in the nightingale feathers will hinder the transmission of the wizard's magic power, which is very unstable. Ivan didn't know how his wand was made, which is contrary to many basic theories of wand learning. In addition to his wand, the only wand in the world that uses the tail feathers of the nightingale as the inner core is the old wand in the hands of Dumbledore. The wand said that the of death was made from the elderberry by the river, 15 inches long. As long as you have studied the Deathly Hallows, you will find that the old wand has unlimited magic and only surrenders to the most powerful wizard. It is also known as the Death Wand or the Destiny Wand. In the history of magic, the protagonists in many famous duels are it. The old wand is the least understanding of the feelings, the most cool and cruel wand. Only consider the user's ability. Other wands have a certain degree of loyalty to a person, so even if you are defeated, as long as you still hold the wand will serve you. They will not give up the owner of the wand so easily. This trait is particularly evident in wands made from unicorn hair, which remain loyal to their owners. If you let a wand choose a capable person, they will prefer the owner of the wand. However, the old wand is only loyal to ability, it is completely emotional. It goes with strength, so if you win the original user, then you win the wand. This is one of the characteristics of the old wand. It is also reflected in the wand of Ivan, and even more overbearing. For 2 years, Ivan found that no one but himself could control and use his wand. Even if you use it to cast the simplest magic, you can't do it, and their wand is against other users. The most obvious example is that the little dwarf Peter once wanted to kill him with Ivan's wand. But Ivan could see clearly that Peter's curse had lost its effect. When he wanted to continue using the magic, he suddenly dropped his wand and turned away. His face was full of horror, and he was obviously scared by something! What must have happened at the time? The little dwarf Peter must have felt the power of strength from Ivan's wand, the kind of power that can evoke the deep memories of his heart, so he will turn and flee directly. Ivan didn't know what power it was. In fact, he never studied it with his own wand. At some point, especially when using the deep black magic involving the power of the soul, he can freshly feel something inside the wand, which comes out of the limit of the wand. This is terrible, and Ivan has never used the old wand, but he does not think that the tail feathers of the nightingale will have this effect. Of course, all this is still a mystery, and it is not impossible. As Ollivander just said, wand learning is the most complex and mysterious branch of all magic. It involves the origin of the wizard's magical power, and many theories are summed up from generation to generation. This is also the reason why the outstanding wands and craftsmen are always passed down from generation to generation and have the main reason for the accumulation of thousands of years of history. This wand is the only thing that my grandfather passed down. Please believe me, my grandfather's achievements are something that every wand craftsman can only look up to. He has done great things. Olivier Mister carefully looked at the wand in his hand and continued to whisper, Mr. Mason, the wand he left behind is passed down from generation to generation until it meets you. He held the wand's right hand gently down, and a silver half-moon glowed at the end of the wand. This wand is well maintained and its traits have not changed significantly, said Mr. Ollivander, returning his wand to Ivan. Remember, Mr. Mason, the wand is choosing a wizard. There is always one day, you will understand my sentence. Please use this wand well, it will be your best assistant. When he heard him, Ivan felt even more confused. Mr. Ollivander did not comment on his wand like everyone else, and did not say its material and core. He just looked at Evan quietly, and the milky white pupil had a creepy feeling. Then he turned and nodded to Dumbledore. "Thank you, Garrick." Dumbledore stood up at their referee's table and said to Avon, "The four of them and the warriors. Now you can go back to class, maybe go straight to eat more easily. Anyway, they are very fast. I have to go to class." "What, finally is over?" Bagman also stood up. When Mr. Ollivander checked his wand, he was still sleepy, but now he is extremely excited. "Photo, Dumbledore, take a photo." The referee and the warrior come to take a group photo. These four children can also come. "What do you think, Rita?" "Well, take a photo first," Rita Skeeter said, his eyes on Avon and Harry. "Maybe, after a while, take a few more singles." It took a long time for photography. Mrs. Maxim blocked others no matter where she stood. And the room was too small. The photographer couldn't stand very far and put her into the camera. Finally, she had to sit down and everyone else was standing around her. Kakarot kept his fingers around his goatee and wanted to make it into a roll. Krum is hiding behind everyone, as if he is not comfortable with the camera. After the photo was taken, Rita Skeeter insisted on taking pictures of everyone individually. Looking at her, I wanted to give Ivan and Harry a few separate photos. Evan ignored her and took Harry and Hermione out of the room. To be continued. V2 Chapter 571 Exchange with Mermaid. The Hogwarts Magic Report on the 3 strong competitions and the content of this interview. The second day after the interview was printed, this report caused a lot of sensation and repercussions in the magic world. In addition to the vampire arrests that still do not have much progress, the top 3 competitions are the hottest topic in the magic world. The wizards want to know who the warriors in the 3 magic schools are, their basic situation. Also, why do you have more specific reasons for a warrior, as well as the content of the project for the hegemony. The reports of Ivan and Hermione are very timely, and the detailed content is also satisfactory for everyone. The sales are very good. This is not surprising, but it is strange that Rita Skeeter's report has not come out. She and the Prophet Daily do not seem to be in a hurry. Obviously, their concerns are not the same as those of Ivan and Hermione. They seem to be planning to publish their reports after the heat of the Hogwarts Magic Report. In the next 2 weeks, the school life returned to the calm of the past. Hufflepuff and Slytherin seem to be tired of endless hostility with Gryffindor. Although not very friendly, they have been able to talk to other people in normal communication. Only when they face Ron will they be exposed. There is obvious hostility and endless ridicule. Gabriel and everyone are becoming more and more familiar and become a part of Gryffindor. Ron finally recovered from the excitement of becoming a warrior and began to think about how to face the first project. He had to start an unknown, dangerous, and extremely difficult magical activity in front of everyone in the school. He finally began to be a little scared. With the help of Avon, Harry, and Hermione, he made a lot of help. Magic knowledge and spells. These things are too low level. Ron has a lot of homework, and there is a lot to learn. Even so, Ivan can see how to learn these low-level curses, and how it will help when dealing with fire dragons. And Ron learned not too hard, and spent a lot of energy on other things. Although he began to pay attention to this matter, in general, he still did not realize the seriousness of the incident. He did not think that the content of the first project would actually be a fire dragon. In addition to occasionally guiding Ron, Avon's mermaid is finally getting started. At the very least, he thinks so. He remembers most of the words he saw on the book. On the second weekend, he was ready to go to the lake to try to communicate with the mermaid and test his learning outcomes. If you are lucky enough, you may get information about the Big Four secret treasure key. Unlike the lake near the Mazantri Moon Temple, the lake in front of the school castle is wider and deeper. After 5 minutes of quick dive in a dark, awkward and strange scene, Ivan came to the bottom of the lake. There is a jungle of undulating, tangled black plants, and a wide, flat sand with shimmering pebbles. Moving on, you can encounter a fleet of fish and giant squid at any time. In the central position of the lake, He also saw many mermaid remains. For example, the large rocks erected in the muddy lake, painted with many mermaids, with spears in their hands, are chasing something that looks like a giant squid or a strangely shaped stone statue. After some exploration, Ivan found the mermaid tribe in the deepest depression in the middle of the lake. It was a huge village with many rough stone dwellings with spots of algae. When Ivan was approaching, in the dark windows, some faces suddenly appeared and peeped at them. They were all mermaids. This scene is enough to make people creepy. In the deepest part of the dark water, Ivan was instantly surrounded by mermaids that were drilled from all sides. Unlike the blonde mermaid in the fairy tale, their skin is iron gray, dark green hair is long, unkempt, with a smile on the face, like a monster from the abyss. Their eyes are yellow, the incomplete teeth are yellow, and the neck is pebbled with thick ropes. These mermaids slap the lake with a strong silver tail. After seeing Ivan, they did not say anything, and attacked with a spear in their hand. After a brief contact, Ivan can communicate with them calmly. Of course, he does not use the language he just learned, but magic. This is actually not very difficult. Although the mermaid looks fierce, after seeing the light from the wand in the hands of Ivan, they immediately turned around and fled around, and drilled back into the stone dwelling. Ivan has never seen such a timid creature, and their eyes are staring at Erwin's wand with a pair of yellow eyes, which looks very scared. Even though they have a lot of people, Ivan is alone. Seeing from the look on their faces, like the giant squid, they know nothing about magic and remain awe. Ivan uses magic to control a mermaid closest to himself. This is a very strong guy. He stared at the big yellow eyes and stared at Ivan and his wand in horror. His body trembled. The next exchange was also very unsatisfactory. It was not a pleasant thing to spit bubbles out of the mouth. From the face of this guy on the opposite side, Ivan doubted whether he could understand what he was talking about. After a few seconds, he slammed into Ivan and spewed a lot of bubbles. This time, Ivan can be sure that he must not understand the words spoken by the other party. He can only recognize a few words. Just as he was about to make further attempts, the mermaid that he was under control couldn't stand the excitement and simply fainted. Ivan smiled and didn't expect it to be such a result. Looking around, the dark stone dwellings are like haunted houses, and the traces of the mermaid are no longer visible. In the end, he had to give up the failed exchange and go up the dark and cold lake and return to the castle. It's definitely not going to go on like this. The failed communication experience told Ivan that I should give some gifts to these timid mermaids. Perhaps this will make them feel their goodwill. From the book Where the Magical Animals Are, you can see that the earliest mermaid appeared in ancient Greece. They live in warmer waters, with a handsome appearance and more powerful magical use. After thousands of years of development, mermaids are now available all over the world, and their appearances are varied. With the different places of residence, their appearance and ability to master are not the same. To put it simply, these mermaids settled in the lake in front of Hogwarts Castle are a group of ugly creatures that don't magic. They may have strong power, but they have nothing to do with the frequent emergence of mermaid in many legends and myths. Like music, it is probably the only hobby they have inherited from the distant ancestors. When Ivan decided to come to the next time, I would give them some human classic music, which might work. V2 Chapter 571 Terrible Report. The following week, Ivanby asked Professor Lupin to help him select a lot of classic music songs. He instilled them on the beautiful shell products and prepared them for the mermaid under the water. On the busy schedule, time soon entered November, and Rita Skeeter's article on the top 3 competitions was finally released. With the publication of this report, the quiet life of Ivan was immediately broken. Rita Skeeter is not a master of rumors. Her article is not so much a report on the situation of the hegemony, but rather a depiction of the personal life of Ivan and Harry. Since Ivan did not accept his interview at the time, the report was still dominated by Harry. A large number of pages in the first edition of the newspaper were occupied by photos of Ivan and Harry standing together. This is a photo of her sneak shot. The entire article, to be continued until the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 12th editions are both of them. Ron's name is occasionally interspersed with it, and hibiscus and crumb are squeezed in the last line of the article, but also misspelled. As for Cedric, the whole report is not mentioned, as if there is no such person at all. In Harry's words, this report gives him a hot, uncomfortable shame. Rita Sylvia's close-up to Harry said a lot of terrible words, but those words, Harry never said. For example, I think it is my parents who gave me strength and courage to let me stick to today. I know that if they can see me now, they will be very proud of me. Yes, sometimes I will cry for them at night, and I feel that it is not a shame to admit it. Rita Skeeter not only turned Harry's shackles into a lot of disgusting long stories, but also asked other people what he thought of him. Harry finally found his first love at Hogwarts. He, the close friend of Colin Clive, said that Harry was inseparable from a girl named Hermione Granger. Miss Granger is amazingly beautiful. She was born in a mole family, like Harry. She is one of the top students in the school. After the turn, Rita Skeeter followed and wrote, according to a thorough investigation by the reporter, Miss Granger seems to be inconsistent with another famous Hogwarts boy, Avon Mason. Unclear relationship. Ivan was fascinated by Miss Granger, and the two of them often avoided Harry and others alone. In the end, Miss Granger is playing with the feelings of the two boys, or Ivan's initiative to pursue Miss Granger remains to be investigated, but from the current situation, the kind Harry is obviously ignorant of the matter. All in all, he portrayed the relationship between Avon, Harry, and Hermione as a tangled love triangle. Moreover, from Rita Skeeter's words, she is more or less metaphorical in the article. Ivan is very fancy, in the case that Harry and Hermione have developed a relationship since the first grade, regardless of friendship, and Harry, his good friend, snatched the fact of Hermione. If we say that this layout is still a guess of Catching the Wind, then the next page will break out. Rita Skeeter's purpose is very obvious. He wants to stink Evan's reputation. This is the price of Ivan's offending her. Her entry point was very good. First, she played the emotional card and portrayed Harry's lonely and hardworking image of the savior. This is also in line with the understanding of Harry in most people in the magic world, evoking everyone's sympathy. In this case, Harry, who was miserable, was able to find out how beautiful and difficult his first love was. Then, at this time, the relationship between Ivan and Hermione was thrown out. The next page adds a slapstick depiction of the relationship between Ivan and Furong, Gabriel, Luna, Ku, Ginny and other girls. She listed the girls who are more intimate with Ivan. In her description, Ivan seems to pursue them at the same time. The relationship is different. He and several girls are at the same time, and they are really mixed together. People are not clearly aware of it. Looking at Rita Skeeter's article, Ivan is beyond imagination. He not only actively pursues girls of the same age, but also works for the younger sisters and young girls like Gabri. Don't say that the outside wizards, that is, the students of Hogwarts, had a feeling of ignorance after reading them. After reading this report, they seem to have just discovered that Ivan's private life was so confusing. At the end of this page, Rita Skeeter also speculated on why Avon can do this. She suspected that Avon was secretly making sedatives and aphrodisiacs, which made the girls lose their senses and became obsessed with him. She called on the school to investigate the matter and prohibit the little wizards from abusing drugs and magic. Of course, she still has a positive attitude towards the magical power of Ivan. After compiling the private life of Ivan, the next page was transferred to the theme of the top 3 competitions, and the main target was against Ron. Ron is also one of the most depicted warriors. Rita Skeeter narrates Ron's usual poor performance in the school. This part is not too much added, because Ron's usual actions are indeed bad enough. You don't have to make it up. You can use it directly. After a brief introduction, she began to question Ron's warrior qualifications. In Rita Skeeter's view, the little wizards like Ivan and Harry did not become warriors, but Ron was able to become a warrior. This is obviously because some people in the hegemony race are operating in the dark. Ron's father's identity in the Ministry of Magic was also pointed out, and Rita Skeeter believed that it was because of the good relationship between Mr. Weasley and Dumbledore, Fudge and Mr. Crouch. At the end of the article, Rita Skeeter expects the Ministry of Magic to give everyone an explanation and said that it will continue to pay attention to this matter. This report is really terrible, like throwing a huge stone on the calm lake, suddenly bursting into waves. Now, regardless of where Irving, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go, there are people pointing at them. Here, Ivan's argument about his chaotic private life is not too negative. The reputation and strength of Ivan are there, and the little wizards are more admired for him. The boys have expressed their admiration and envy of Ivan's ability to interact with so many girls at the same time, and say a few words at the most sour. The girls are expected to be able to interact with Ivan. There are many people who have a crush on Ivan. If Evan is tempted to seduce, they also hope to receive a copy. As for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the impact of the report is not so easy. To be continued. V2 Chapter 572 Negative Effect. Let me first say Ron, he has been under the most pressure since this article appeared. Although there are not many reports about him in the newspaper, it is very deadly. The opposition voice, which had gradually subsided, was restored. Everyone thought that Ron's warrior identity was obtained through disgraceful means. He blinded Dumbledore and the Goblet of Fire, and even many outside school wizards thought so. Their warriors did not bring honor to Ron, but shame. Rita Skeeter's article pushed Ron to the forefront, making people think that he is a despicable villain who has no corresponding strength but likes to show off himself, and gain honor through black box operation. Now, no matter where he goes, he can hear people shouting loudly at him. They all wear the badge that supports Cedric, quoting the words in the article and sneering at him. Ron's temper became so bad that he could quarrel with Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw's students. As for Slytherin, he even played a few with Malfoy. His assessment of the students quickly declined, and many people were secretly pointing to Ron. The same is true here, and the descriptions of him in the newspaper are even more embarrassing. Do you want a handkerchief, Potter, lest you cry in the defamation class? When did you become the top student of the school? Maybe this school is what you and Longbottom do together. Hey, Harry. Yeah, that's right. Harry couldn't bear it, shouted and slammed his body in the hallway. I just cried my eyes for my dead mother. Now I have to cry again. No, I just said that your feather pen is gone. It turned out to be Kujang, and Harry felt his face red. Oh, yes. Sorry, he whispered and took the quill. Hermione naturally shared some unpleasantness, but she did not yell at the innocent passers-by. The beauty is amazing, after Rita's article was published, Pansy Parkinson said strangely when she met Hermione for the first time. What judge is she based on? Golden Snake. Don't ignore it, Hermione said in a dignified tone, while striding her head high, striding past the snickering Slytherin girl, as if she hadn't heard anything. Don't just let it work. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione admiringly, and they couldn't ignore it. We all know that the woman is making a mess, and the things he wrote are worthless, said Hermione. You two should learn Evan, and he didn't take these things seriously. Yes, only Evan and Hermione can completely ignore what is said in the report. The two of them agreed that it was not time to consider these gossips, but to help Ron find a way to get him to complete the first project. As the game approaches, they spend more and more time in the library. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Colin, Gabri, and Ginny are all guessing the content of the project. Ivan knows, but can't say it for the time being. This matter. Wait for Carizis and Hagrid to tell Ron. He listed the method of dealing with the fire dragon on the parchment, and finally crossed out one by one. It is not that these methods are not feasible, but that Ron's current capabilities cannot be done at all. Not only is Ivan here, but Carizis is also worried about how to help Ron complete the game. With Ron's magic and magic levels, spells can't be successful. Ron is hard to do with the use of flying brooms like Harry, but it is a train of thought and can find a breakthrough in this area. They checked a lot of information in the library, and Avon noticed that Crumb had been there recently. He is now able to meet with you and say hello, greetings, not as cold as the beginning. but it is nothing more than that. Hermione often complains about Krum. He never came to find trouble with him. He even said that he rarely said it. There are often female generations hiding behind the bookshelves to spy on him. Hermione thinks that the voice interferes with her attention. Ivan also has this feeling, but can't stop Krum from appearing in the library. He can only sit as far as he can. "Why don't we sit with Krum?" said Ron. "He invited us to the past." "Unless you want to be stared at by dozens of girls, point at you. Oh, he doesn't look good at all." Hermione stared at Krum's well-defined silhouette and muttered angrily, "They like him, just because he is famous. If he didn't make that fake chicken." "Art children. It's a Lansky fake," Harry said with a bite, not wanting to talk about the Quidditch movement. "Know the reality, Hermione," said Ron. "Many girls like Krum, not only because he is the most famous Quidditch player, but his magic power is also very strong, knowing a lot. Knowledge, like those girls like Ivan." "How many times do you want me to repeat? Ivan's private life is not as chaotic as the woman described." Hermione turned her head and looked at him dissatisfied. "He doesn't like that guy who provokes so many girls around him." "Krum's popularity is not his fault," Ron whispered. "Although it looks cold, but others are not bad. I also told me a practical spell some time ago, which helped me a lot." "Well, this is what you think?" said Hermione. "We sat in the library a few days ago to help you find the way to get through the first project, and you didn't see you thanking us." "Of course I am grateful. You are the only one who supports me now. I remember it in my heart," Ron said embarrassedly, turning around and talking to Ivan, who is reading. "Ivan, how is this obstacle spell used?" In this case, the time passed quickly and it was soon the week before the start of the game. Ivan had to admit that at some point, Ron's nerves were really big. Just as everyone else was worried about how Ron completed his first project, he subjectively underestimated the difficulty of the game. Ron didn't have much panic, but always wanted to win the glory that the game would bring to himself. He has said more than once to Ivan, Harry, and Colin, what he will do when he wins the game. This optimism continued until the Saturday before the start of the first project, and the school approved students in the third grade to go to Hogmanay Village. "When I had breakfast, Ron actually said to everyone, to go outside the castle." To be continued. V2 Chapter 573 First competition. "We can't go, Ron." Hermione directly opposed, and took a thick piece of sorcerer from the bag. "There are only a few days left before the game. I will give you the spells that you summed up. You not fully mastered yet. A few spells including ice spells. You must also learn as soon as possible," Ivan said. "Row Ivan, Hermione, that is the 7th grade course," said Ron. "In the past 2 months, I have learned more than a dozen spells and should be able to cope with unexpected situations. I will start soon. The game. What I need now is to adjust my mood." His words were not finished, and there was a sudden rustling voice on his head. "More than 100 owls flew in from the open window and sent you an email in the morning." Hedwig's white figure is mixed in a large brown and black owl, slowly falling on the table. It gently rubbed Harry and stretched out his right leg with the crumpled parchment. Harry quickly solved it and looked at the contents of the letter. Hedwig whispered softly, flapping his wings and looking for something to eat in his plate. "It's a letter from Sirius," said Harry excitedly. "He wants to meet us, this afternoon at Hogmanay." "Great!" Ron screamed, proudly saying, "We have to go to Hogsmeade. This is Sirius." Just then, a black big cat fell to their side and threw a parcel on Ron's knee. "What is this?" Everyone looked at Ron curiously. "I don't know." Ron looked down at the parcel and said in confusion, "Strange, it was sent by Charlie." Charlie Weasley is Ron's second brother, who has just met him during the summer vacation. When he was at Hogwarts, he was a legendary figure of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He led the Gryffindor team to win the Quidditch Cup many times. After graduating with excellent results, he went to Romania to study dragon. Charlie basically doesn't contact Ron, let alone send a parcel. Ron opened the parcel and placed 2 books, How to Raise the Dragon and Common Methods for Taming the Dragon. What the is going on? Why did Charlie suddenly send 2 books to me? Ron picked up the note that was most decentralized and read, "Dear Ron, you may need these 2 books. Please forgive me. Can't say more." He put down the note and looked at the 2 books. The more the brows tightened. Charlie is definitely crazy. Why do I need 2 books related to dragons? And I will not tell me why. Seeing Ron's inquiring eyes, Harry shook his head and his face was confused. We might find some clues from it. Hermione took the common method of taming the dragon directly. I didn't see this book in the library. It might be Charlie. Even if it is a book he wrote himself, there is no need. Ron, don't you understand? Evan interrupted Ron and said impatiently, Charlie gave you these 2 books. I want to tell you the content of the first game. It is a fire dragon. His voice is not big, but it seems to have some kind of magic. Hearing his words, everyone did not speak, and all turned to look at Ivan in amazement. God, Avon! Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth with her little hand. What did you say? Fire dragon? Ron stuttered, his face pale. Yes. Ivan nodded solemnly. Charlie is sure of this, but he can't say it. It's a violation. This is impossible. How can they use the fire dragon as a competition? Ron stared at Ivan tightly. With the ability of a small wizard, how could it be possible to defeat the fire dragon? That is impossible. Look at his expression, as if expecting someone to suddenly tell him that this is April Fool's Day. Still a silence. Silence gradually turned into despair. Think about it carefully. Everyone thinks that Ivan's reasoning is very likely, accepting this shocking fact. Only Ron was still unwilling to accept it. He returned a letter to Charlie at the fastest speed and asked about the passing of the matter. In his words, "This is just a coincidence." Seeing what Ron was stubborn, Hermione wanted to say something, and Evan pulled her gently. Ron now needs time to digest the news, not pressing it, so he will certainly not be able to hold it. Although no one is talking about the fire dragon, this incident still casts a shadow over the next visit to Hogmanay. Ron seemed to be very upset, not the kind of excitement at first. They went back to the dormitory and put on their respective cloaks, and they set off for Hogmanay. Harry, Ron and Colin, Ginny, they went first, and Avon and Hermione went to Gabriel and went to Hogmanay with her. The 2 of them walked out of the castle and walked along the lake to the carriage of Buzz Barton. Ivan, is the first game really a fire dragon? Hermione couldn't believe it, and she was very anxious. No accident should be. Ron will collapse. How can he defeat the fire dragon? This is an impossible task. It's not that hard. It should just ask the warriors to get something from the fire dragon, Avon said. I hope so. The 2 books that Charlie sent should help. Hermione said, I have to go inside the library to see it. Our previous direction is wrong. I remember the book said that the dragon is extremely difficult to slaughter, because their thick skin is infiltrated with ancient magic. Only the most powerful spell can penetrate. Yes. The dragon is the most horrible and dangerous animal. When I first saw it, I was shocked by Ivan, and I felt why there was such a monster. However, since in the illusion, after the horseman Ugt killed a different kind of fire dragon, he did not have much fear. Dragons are not invincible, they have many weaknesses. In addition to the need to improve his strength, Ron has to overcome his inner fear. This is the hardest point for him. They talked about the fire dragon on both sides and came to the carriage next to Booth Barton. Gabrielle was waiting there. She was wearing a sky blue school uniform cloak with a big smile on her face. For the trip to Hogsmeade today, she apparently prepared it carefully. Several girls who were ready to release Spatten passed by her and gave a Silver Bell-like laugh. Avon, we should tell Furong about this, Hermione whispered suddenly. She certainly doesn't know. Evan looked at Hermione strangely. He thought she would propose confidentiality. Don't look at me like this, I know what you are thinking. We really should keep this secret. But in the face of the fire dragon, Hermione said quickly. All in all, is Furong and Gabriel not our friends? You hurry and tell her. To be continued. V2 Chapter 574 Hibiscus Room for Hermione's suggestion. Ivan did not object. Although with the relationship between Mrs. Maxim and Hagrid, Furong will definitely know about the fire dragon. But Ivan told her in advance that the other party would owe him a favor. Gabri, where is your sister? Ivan said. I have something to talk to her. She is in her own room. She said that she is a little uncomfortable today. She will not go to Hogsmeade, Gabri said. She blinked and wondered what Evan had to say to her sister alone. Well, you led me up. Or go yourself. I just got out of her. She is in a bad mood now. I don't want to be close to her at this time. Gabri made a cute face and said with a smile, you have to be mentally good. Ready? Ivan looked back at Hermione, and she didn't mean to go with her. He sighed and asked the room of Furong from Gabriel and walked alone into the huge carriage of Booth Barton. If Furong's character is not changed, no one really dares to contact her. As soon as he entered, Ivan had a feeling of suddenness and openness. The space in front of you is much wider than it looks from the outside, and all objects are magnified in an instant. It is not like the interior of the carriage, but it gives Evan an illusion of returning to the main building of the castle in Booth Barton. The carriage was quiet and Evan did not see anyone else. He followed the golden escalator to the second floor and stopped in front of the second room on the inside. Here is the room of Hibiscus. He knocked on the door. Coming. Hibiscus said hoarsely. It sounded a little weak. This is very mismatched with her usual hard style. Is she really sick? Exclamation mark. Ivan opened the door. In front of a room decorated with pink as the main tone, with women's products around. The European-style lattice window was covered with pleated white screens, and the sun shone through the gap, giving the dimly lit room a hint of brightness. The air is filled with the scent of the heart of the people, which is the unique taste of Hibiscus. The most striking thing in the room is the soft and magnificent big bed in the middle. Hibiscus was lying on the bed, and the bedding was kicked aside. She was lying on top in a pink pajamas. The low open round neck is embellished with white lace, revealing her graceful and sleek body. The open chest is white and seductive, and the creases of the underwear are faintly visible. The deep gully is just right, and the white arms are exposed to the outside, and the fragrance floats. The smooth and tender skin that is exposed to the outside, if it is snow and ice, is extraordinarily white under the illumination of some sunshine. Seeing Hibiscus like this, Ivan suddenly squatted there, and hesitated to remind her. Gabri, don't you want to go to Hogsmeade with that guy? How come back? Said Furong, lazy, and turned over. First, let me know. No matter how you ask me this time, I don't. Furong suddenly stopped. His eyes slammed wide, and he couldn't believe the Evan standing at the door. The two people looked at each other and the atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Following the eyes of Ivan, Furong looked down and found out what was wrong. Although she was suddenly seen by a boy as a result of her openness, she was embarrassed. Is it you? Hibiscus shook her graceful head and blinked. How did you come in? You let me in. Ivan replied subconsciously, feeling a little bad. Go out. Furong grabbed the quilt on his body with the fastest speed. His face flushed. Then she thought that she couldn't let Ivan go out, if she was discovered by others. Come in. Close the door. Furong said, shaking his fist. Damn. What are you doing here? This scene is a bit too ugly. The girl shrinks into the bedding and curls up on the bed, just like what Evan is going to do for Hibiscus. However, I have to say that the way Furong is now, there is indeed an impulse to make people rush. I want to tell you the content of the first competition project. We speculated. Ivan said directly, try not to look at the eyes of Furong who want to eat himself. The first project is a fire dragon. What? It's a fire dragon, Ivan said quickly. You must be the best preparer to practice the fire of the dragon. Furong looked at him dumbly and even forgot to cover himself with the bedding. After realizing that Ivan was not joking with herself, she had a hint of fear in her blue eyes. Can you be sure? She said with her eyes open. Absolutely, believe me, said Ivan. Hibiscus stared at Ivan, and there was a confused, almost skeptical look in the beautiful eyes. After a long time, she nodded and seemed to want to understand this matter, and seemed to have made up her mind. So, you guessed that the first game was a fire dragon, and then immediately came to inform me. Furong said. The sound returned to the usual tone. Why are you doing this? We are friends, aren't we? Said Ivan. You know, I have a good relationship with Gabri. I can't let you be under the unprepared situation. So, I believe in you. Furong said softly, and walked down from the bed. Thank you for telling me about this, Avon. She sorted out her pajamas and there was no embarrassment just now. Ivankai discovered that Furong's figure is really good. In some parts, the originally very loose pajamas are a bit small. I've been very curious about you since Gabriel knew that you helped Sirius Black to succumb to the grievances. Furong said, walking to Ivan's side. I'm curious, what kind of little wizard is it? I can do this kind of thing, but after seeing you, I found out that I still despised you before. Ivan blinked and didn't understand what Furong said. The atmosphere in the room is getting more and more strange. This expansion seems to be a little bit right. Heaven and earth conscience. Ivan just accidentally saw the appearance of Hibiscus wearing pajamas. Cannot use such an abnormal exclamation mark. Every time I think I have mastered your strength, you will do more amazing things. Ivan, whether you like it or not, you are the most qualified wizard I have ever seen. Furong continued. So, when Ivan didn't respond, Furong suddenly lowered his head and kissed him on his forehead. The girl's lips are soft and hot, giving people an impulse to speed up their heartbeat. Ivan was dumbfounded, looking at Furong's appearance, as if to confess with himself. Although Hibiscus is very beautiful, it is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. But Ivan doesn't like her. He only likes Hermione alone, and this has not changed since the beginning. And it is to tell the Furong Fire Dragon, the other party does not have to be excited to get to the point of the body! Exclamation mark. You know it's fine, don't say it. Ivan quickly said, Hermione and Gabriel are waiting for me below, I am leaving. Looking at the back of Ivan, Furong's face is full of pride. She found it funny to tease this little guy. To be continued. V2 Chapter 575 Ron's mentality when Avon breathed fresh air outside the carriage. His head became awake again. He recalled the expression of Furong just now, only to realize that he might be played. Furong's wicked guy is definitely teasing himself. Her goal is a wizard who is as old and handsome as Cedric, and it is impossible to see Ivan. As for what is confessed, it is even more impossible. In her eyes, Ivan is probably just a little brother, and it is almost the same as Gabri. However, it is really daring to say that Furong is not like the girl in The Girl I Know. How? My sister's temper is not very bad. I said you better not go up 8 this time, Gabri said with a smile. It's really terrible. Ivan nodded, and there was a picture of Hibiscus wearing pajamas in his mind. He had seen Hermione wearing pajamas before, but that was not a feeling at all. You told her everything? Hermione asked, staring at Irving doubtfully. When finished, let's go to Hogsmeade. Today is Hogmund, and the small villages are filled with excited Hogwarts wizards everywhere. Ivan and Hermione accompanied Gabriel to visit every store in Hogmund, and Gabriel bought a lot of things to get back to make gifts. These things are the specialties of Hogsmeade and cannot be seen in France. Where are we going next? Gabri asked. They just came out of the Honeydew candy store and ate a chunk of creamy chocolate. Go to the Three Brooms, and Harry and Ron are waiting for us there, said Hermione. The three of them walked over to another street, and most of the students they met with the badge that supported Cedric. What is the shop doing? Gabri asked, pointing to the ladies' tea house on the side of the road. As before, it was foggy, as if everything was decorated with hem or bow. It looks so cute, Gabri whispered, staring at the pink bow. Don't go, it's not a good place, Hermione said quickly. Not a good place? Gabri asked. What's in that tea house? It's the place where lovers date. They all do that kind of thing inside. You know it now. It's too early. Hermione snorted and looked at the lively Evan. His face flushed. Let's hurry. Don't let Harry and Ron wait. The relationship between Ivan and Hermione has grown by leaps and bounds, and substantial progress has been made in that small tea house. It is a pity that the two of them did not insist on the end. Hermione didn't know it at the time. She thought it was just an ordinary tea house. Now she has no courage to enter with Ivan. According to Angelina and other school sisters, you can go out for a date at this age. Thinking of this, Hermione sneaked at Ivan and couldn't help but think that he would still go to the tea house himself! Although they usually stay together for most of the time, the feeling is completely different. Hearing that Hermione said that the tea house was a place for dating, Gabriel also wanted to make a difference. What the sister said to herself naturally comes to mind. In this way, three people with all their hearts and minds came to the three rooms. When the three of them entered the tavern, they were crowded with people, mainly Hogwarts students. Everyone is enjoying this afternoon's freedom. However, there are many people in the magic world who are rarely seen elsewhere. Hogmond is a unique wizarding village in the UK. It is a safe haven for the Banshee, because they are not as good at shame as they are in disguising themselves. "Where are Harry?" asked Hermione. Her voice just fell, and she saw Harry and Ron hiding in the corner waving to them. "We just saw Rita Skeeter, but fortunately, she didn't see us," Ron whispered, saying, "How to raise the dragon on the table. She is still in the village. I must be looking for opportunities to continue my accomplishments. I dare say she will come to watch the first game." Harry said, "Yeah, see how I was shredded by the fire dragon." This is really a world of news. Ivan took Gabriel to the bar to buy a drink, and Hermione sat down at the table. "How's the progress of your two?" Hermione asked. "Is there either in these two books?" "Nothing. The two books sent by Charlie can't help at all," Ron said frustratedly. "Look at the contents of this: How to Raise the Dragon, Use Magic to Trim the Claws, The Treatment of Scales Festering." Harry read it against the catalogue. "This is for those like Hagrid. I hope that the fire dragon looks strong and powerful." "Maybe we can try the conversion spell," said Hermione, taking the book that Ron threw on the table. "Professor McGonagall just talked about it. If you can convert its tooth decay into wine glue, sugar or something makes it less dangerous." "Convert the tooth decay into a rubber jelly? Are you sure I can do it?" Ron asked. "Ivan should be okay," Hermione whispered, staring at Ron for a long time. "Yeah, he has the help of the Sorcerer's Stone." "Naturally," Ron complained, "if I have a magic stone." He slammed down, and Harry and Hermione looked at each other and did not hear Ron's complaint. Obviously, Ivan is not powerful because of the Sorcerer's Stone, and he can't use the Sorcerer's Stone for Ron. Knowing more, Hermione can be sure, even if Ron gets the magic stone, it will not be used, but it will be life-threatening. The huge magic in the Sorcerer's Stone could not be absorbed by the human body. Ivan had almost an accident last time. "We can change our mindset. It is definitely not possible to use the conversion spell on the fire dragon, but you can put the spell on yourself," Hermione continued. "For example, to increase your strength, speed, defense, etc. These are not simple spells. We need to pass the ordinary wizard level test before we can meet, but learn in advance." "I can't do it, Hermione," Ron said slyly, squatting on the table. "I can't do it. These spells are too difficult for me. I can only pray that the game is not a fire dragon." "Maybe this is Charlie. I am making a joke." Think of what Evan said to himself. "Don't push Ron too tight." Hermione didn't go on. Although in her opinion, Ron's efforts are far from enough, but now is not the time to say this. Still, let him keep a relaxed and happy mood, even if it is only this afternoon. It's not a bad thing to read a book. Charlie probably thinks that too. Hermione took out a bunch of things from her bag and looked around the tavern, thinking thoughtfully. "I have a meeting with Sirius for a long time. We can't sit here. Maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity to absorb some villagers to join SPEW. V2 Chapter 576 Meet with Sirius. Give me, Hermione." Ron sighed. "Hermione, when can you give up this SPW game?" Harry asked. "When the house elf gets decent work and a decent work environment," she said seriously, shaking the roster in front of Harry. "I have a lot of supporters now. They all think of my idea." Is correct. Harry saw that the name of the list was written by himself, Hermione, Irving, and Ron. Ivan is the president, Hermione is the vice president, Harry is the secretary, and Ron is the chief financial officer. This is Hermione's initial planning structure, and there are many Gryffindor students below. Even Gabriel's name was written on it. The first foreign member of Hermione's development. But Harry was surprised to find that more of the names he didn't know were filled with pages. All of these were all after seeing the reports in the newspaper, and spontaneously wrote to Hermione to ask for the SPW wizard. The Hogwarts Magic has a special issue on the protection of the rights of domestic elves, which is maintained by Hermione. The effect of the special edition gradually appeared. At the beginning, everyone thought that Hermione was crazy, and she had to pay for the house elves to spend money and holidays. But as Hermione persisted in articulating her position, more and more people began to identify with her. In all fairness, everyone thinks that Hermione still has some truth, and very courageous, actually dare to say such words, against the magical world passed down centuries of ancient traditions. Nowadays, this era has changed. Whether it is the Ministry of Magic or the mainstream Society of Magic, there are more and more wizards from male apprentices. The dark ages of pure-blood wizards who have power and discourse power are gone forever. As the biggest horn left by the old system, the status of the house elf really needs to be improved. With Hermione's efforts, this is the result so far, but there are more witches against her. She receives dozens of emails almost every week, with unpleasant and insulting words. We have 300 members now. This is a great achievement, Hermione said excitedly, replying to the supporters. I think it's time to take some more direct action. I don't know how to get into the school kitchen. I don't know. Ask Fry and George. Harry said. Ivan should also know. Hermione fell into meditation, and Harry looked at the people in the tavern while drinking his butterbeer. They all looked relaxed and happy, and Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott exchanged cards with chocolate frogs at the neighboring tables, both of whom wore badges that supported Cedric Diggory. Right at the door, he saw Kujang and her big friend of Ravenclaw. Harry couldn't help but think that if he became a warrior, he might be able to cheer him up in autumn. Ron was there, didn't mean to communicate with other people, and didn't want to talk to Harry and Hermione. He is very bored now, in a bad mood, with an inexplicable anxiety and fear. Those who see him outside will attack him with a badge or a newspaper. He is fed up with this, especially when he is about to face the fire dragon. Ron first realized that becoming a warrior is not so good. He didn't want to go to the Eye. Unless he could lend him the Sorcerer's Stone, he wouldn't have any chance. Sorcerer's Stone, Ron whispered. He couldn't help but think that after he got the Sorcerer's Stone, he could get the honors like Ivan now. To be honest, this is very exciting. Ivan said before that the 4 founders of Hogwarts each left a secret treasure key, which is the Sorcerer's Stone. Ron feels that he can get a piece, and the more exciting secret treasure, which may be the only chance to make him a powerful wizard. He has dreamed more than once, dreaming that he has got those treasures. Ivan took Gabriel to the bar, and the beautiful boss, Mrs. Rosetta, warmly greeted both of them. Gabriel chose to drink, and Ivan saw that Hagrid and Professor Murray's Fake Moody were also sitting on the bar. In front of Hagrid, he had a large beer he used to drink, and Carisis drank the compound decoction in Moody's curved bottle that he carried with him. Mrs. Rosmeter seems to be very dissatisfied with this. She has been squinting at Carisis. Looking at her expression, she probably thought that Moody's drinking other wine in her pub was an insult to her. We just want to find you, Avon, Hagrid said to Ivan. His eyes lit up. He came over and whispered mysteriously, "You tell Ron, let him arrive at midnight today." My hut came to me. Remember to bring Harry's invisibility cloak. I have something to show him. Hagrid finished, straightened up and said aloud, "I am very happy to meet you, Ivan. See you next week." "Good luck," Irisis said softly, leaving with Hagrid. Ivan and Gabri, carrying butterbeer, returned to the small table at the corner and told Harry, Ron and Hermione about it. "Higer let me go to his hut at midnight," Ron said in surprise. "Why?" "Probably because of the fire dragon," Ivan replied. Obviously, under the persuasion of Keresis, Hagrid finally made up his mind to tell Ron secretly about it. But it is also very likely that he intended to do so. "I don't go," Ron stubbornly said. "There is no fire dragon at all." "It's not a bad thing to look at it, Ron. We are all accompanying you," said Hermione. "Hagrid is definitely wanting to tell us important information about the competition. Even if it is not a fire dragon, it may be other monsters. We need to be prepared in advance." Harry agreed, and Ron muttered and slammed. If he said, he still has a few expectations. After waiting for everyone to meet with Sirius, this help is gone. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 of them left the 3 Broom pubs and prepared to meet the Sirius at the Screaming Shack. At the suggestion of Sirius, they made it secretly when they met this time. When they climbed the mountain and climbed to the Screaming Shack, Sirius was already there waiting for them, just as they met for the first time last year. He was hiding in this haunted house for a long time. Gabriel was excited when she saw Sirius. She had seen a lot of stories about Sirius in the newspaper. Excited by Gabriel is Harry. He hurriedly asked, "Sirius, what have you been doing lately?" "Not bad. Leave me alone," Sirius said seriously. "Are you a few recent okay?" V2 Chapter 577 Voldemort's new conspiracy. Their recent encounters are definitely not very good, and Ron's name appears inexplicably in the Goblet of Fire. All the little wizards have changed their attitudes to them. Rita Skeeter's arbitrage in the Prophet's Daily has aggravated all of this. He met other students in the corridor, not happy to say hello, but no resting ridicule. The scar on Harry's head had been hurting. He didn't dare to say it, not even telling Evan and Hermione. The situation at Ron was even worse. The opponent of the first game was actually a fire dragon. Let Ron face the fire dragon, which is no different from murder. Ivan is also very unsatisfactory. He has not yet understood the plot of Little Barty Crouch. As for Hermione, she is busy with her studies, and she is also distracted by SPW and doing something unpleasant. Everyone said these things in a slap in the face, and Sirius listened patiently, without interjecting. Like the elders, he listened to everyone complaining about their troubles. "Sirius, they must be joking with me, aren't they?" Ron finally said with hope. "Tell me, what will happen in the first project is not a fire dragon at all." Ron. Sirius looked at him and said seriously, "I want to tell you about this incident this time. The first project is indeed a fire dragon. Barty Crouch planned the content of this competition. I just knew it." "Then I am definitely finished," said Ron, in a desperate tone. I got a positive answer from Sirius and finally broke his illusion. "Don't worry about the fire dragon. We can deal with it," Sirius said. "We can talk about this issue later. Before that, I have to remind you of a few things." "What is it?" Everyone looked at him strangely. "Isn't there something more terrible than the fire dragon?" Exclamation mark. "It's Kakalith," Sirius said. "I said it separately with Ivan before the start of the school, but some things that happened recently made me decide that I must remind you a few things. He is a Death Eater, you guys. Do you know what a Death Eater is?" "No," said Harry, looking very surprised. What about him?" "He was originally arrested and was held in Azkaban with me, but he was released. It may be because of this that Dumbledore had to put an error in Hogwarts this year, just to beware of him. You know, when Moody grabbed Kakarot and put him in Azkaban." Everyone was shocked by this news and could not believe that Deemstrom's principal was actually a Death Eater. "This is definitely a shocking big news. If let Rita Skeeter know." "Sirius, what have you discovered recently?" asked Ivan. "It's Voldemort," said Sirius, disregarding everyone's expression. "You know, the Aurors have been tracking the traces of vampires recently, and they are active." "I didn't see this in the newspaper," Hermione said. "Everything is calm." Fudge believes that it needs to be kept secret, and does not let the Prophet Daily report those contents. Sirius said quickly, "The vampires have done a lot of things abroad, and all of them have the shadow of Voldemort." "Those vampires?" Ivan brows. "Damn, Carius has never told these things to himself." As the leader of the vampire clan, Evans originally thought that since he was at Hogwarts, the remaining vampires should stop a lot and hide to avoid the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. What's more, Caresis also said that Voldemort did not believe them at all. But now it seems that things are not the case at all. Voldemort and the vampires must have any plots. I talked to Dumbledore about this, and we thought it might be the statue he took. Sirius said, the traces of those vampires appear in the ancient relics left by many ancient warlocks. What might Voldemort have? I plan, they seem to be looking for something. What are you looking for? Asked Ivan. Unclear, we don't know much about the remains of the evil statue and the ancient warlocks. Sirius sighed and said, and all these things happen abroad. Even the Americas see their trails. For those inaccessible jungles and deserted sites, the power of the Ministry of Magic is beyond the reach. No one spoke, and several of their computers were struggling to absorb another sensational news. Vampires frequently appear in the ancient ruins to look for something. To be sure, this is definitely not a good phenomenon. Ivan decided to look for an opportunity to talk to Carax. He did not know what Voldemort was going to do. Is he going to summon evil spirits? Or is he ready to gain more powerful dark power from the statue of the evil god? Exclamation mark. Well, this is not something you should consider. Let us continue to talk about Kickalef, Sirius said. You just said that he was released that year. Harry asked slowly. Why did they release him? Shouldn't everyone Death Eaters be imprisoned in Azkaban for life? It is true, but he did a lot of work with the Ministry of Magic, Sirius said resentfully. He said he realized his mistakes. And then he said many people's names. He put a large number of people into it. Azkaban, replacing his position. I can tell you that he is so badly there. As far as I know, he has been teaching black magic to his school students since he went out. Therefore, you also have to beware of the Warrior of Dimstrom. You mean Krum? Ron immediately retorted. This is impossible, others are good. Ron, in addition to the performance in the Quidditch match, what do we know about him? Hermione said, looking a little scared. Sirius is right, we must be careful, especially at this time. Ron also wanted to refute, but in the end he did not say anything, but he snorted a few times. Okay, said Harry slowly. Sirius, are you saying that Kakalafa put Ron's name into the Goblet of Fire? If he did it, he would be too acting. He is it's so mad that I want to stop Ron from playing. We know that he is good at acting, Sirius said. He actually persuaded the Ministry of Magic to release him, isn't it? And according to our investigation, he appeared in London a few months ago, and he was attacked by Moody. That period of time. V2 Chapter 578 Sirius reasoning. I think someone is trying to stop Moody to come to Hogwarts. Sirius said, it must be done by the Death Eaters or the vampires. Kickalef may also be involved. About this, I can't say that I have an impression of Kakarot, unless he knows that Voldemort is strong enough to protect him. He will not rush back to find him. He sat down in front of the Screaming Shack's decaying steps, frowning and thinking. But it's undeniable that the Death Eaters and the vampires are more active than usual. There are shadows of Voldemort behind these things. You must know this, Sirius continued. They must be planning to host in Hogwarts. Moody has stopped doing this during the top 3 competitions, because they know that if Moody is at the side, it will be much harder to get started. No one will investigate this matter very seriously. Mad-Eye 3 days into heard that someone invaded him. But this does not mean that he can't see through the abnormal situation. Moody is the best heir in the history of the Ministry of Magic. Sirius's reasoning is really good, but unfortunately he does not know the existence of Little Batty Crouch. Or more precisely, I don't believe that the little Batty Crouch is still alive. Ivan told him before, but Sirius and Weasley, who were present at the time, thought it was a fantasy. The only Moody, who thought that Avon said it was reasonable, had already been attacked and locked in a box. Of course, these are not important. What I really care about is what Sirius says about the vampires abroad. These things have gone beyond the control of Irvin and are developing in an unpredictable direction. Time has passed for more than a dozen seconds. No one is talking. Everyone is digesting what Sirius has just said. Gabriel did not speak. and his face was full of worry. She sat down on Hermione's side and listened silently to these amazing things. Just Ivan, a few of them guarantee that Gabriel will not reveal the secret. She can stay here. Sirius, you mean, said Hermione slowly. It's Kikala for a Death Eater, a vampire mixed into Hogwarts, putting Ron's name into the Goblet of Fire. At the moment, things are like this. Sirius nodded. Why are they doing this? Ron stood up straight, like a cat whose tail was slammed, and said angrily, let me be a warrior, then let the fire dragon kill me. What does it mean? Obviously, their purpose is Harry or Avon, Sirius said. They probably want to kill Harry, avenge Voldemort or accomplish other purposes. As for Irving, Voldemort probably wants his magic stone. It's me who can be a warrior. It's me who will face the fire dragon right away. Ron shouted. Not both of them. He looked at Harry and Ivan and turned his eyes to Sirius. He couldn't believe that he was a warrior and faced the fire dragon because someone wanted to frame Harry and Irvine. The exact reason is not known. This can only be guessed. Ivan and Harry have been watching under the watch of Dumbledore and other professors. It is difficult for the guy hiding in the dark to start with them, Sirius said, but it's much easier to put your name in the Goblet of Fire. There will definitely be something happening in the game, and they will be involved. Upon hearing the reminder of Sirius, Ivan suddenly thought that the second game project would require their warrior to complete with his most precious person. He doesn't worry about himself. But if Ron chooses Harry, it's not too easy to do something under the water in the second step. Beyond Avon, I prefer that their goal is Harry. Sirius turned his head and looked at Harry with concern. Your strength is too weak. If anyone wants to poison you, think again. Making everything look like an accident, then this hegemony is a great opportunity. That's really a seamless plan. Harry smiled reluctantly. Ron also gasped and sat down in vain. The words of Sirius are obvious. If there is any accident, then he will be a funeral. Or it may not be so troublesome, he may not even pass the fire dragon, and will soon be torn into pieces. If that's the case, what are those people going to do? Hermione asked. She was more sober than Harry and Ron. I don't know. Sirius shook his head and continued. Be careful of the strangers around you, especially their warriors of Kickalef and Dimstrom. If something happens, you can go to Dumbledore or Moody. He glanced at Gabriel in disbelief and quickly turned his gaze away. Sirius, you should tell me about this fire dragon. Ron suddenly said. Right, those fire dragons, said Sirius. There is a trick to deal with them. Don't stand the temptation to read the stun spell. The dragon is powerful and has a very powerful magic. It can't be beaten by a stun spell. It takes 7 or 8 wizards to swear at the same time to subdue a dragon. That's great, said Ron. How can I have the magic of 7 or 8 people? Of course you don't, but you can deal with it alone. Sirius said, there is a trick. You just apply a simple magic, aiming at their eyes and using eye spells. Ron, that's their weakness. Eyes curse? Ron said quickly. Awin taught me, but I haven't learned it yet. That spell is very difficult. If you master this spell, you can deal with the fire dragon. Just temporarily let them lose their sight. The eyes are the most vulnerable places on the dragon's body. Sirius waved his hand. It's too far away to completely defeat or kill them, but it is enough for you to complete the tasks assigned by the school. Next, they discussed a few eye spells for a while, and Ivan also personally demonstrated it several times. Ron seems to regard this as a life-saving straw, and he studies very seriously. But the effect is terrible. It has not been successful. There is no way to successfully cast an eye spell. This magic is too difficult for him. And Awin suspects that even if Ron learned the spell, it would be a problem to have the courage to use it. In the face of the terrible fire dragon, he may be directly scared to stumble. Your movement is too stiff, Ron, and don't read the spell so fast, Avon said, pointing out Ron's mistake. The posture of waving the wand is not right. The right hand is below. While Avon, Hermione, and Gabriel urged Ron to practice the eye spell, Sirius was also teaching Harry. He believes that the ultimate goal of this incident is Harry. Of course, Let him become stronger as soon as possible. To be continued. 2016 Summary and Blessing. Today is the last day of 2016. On this special day, this book will be summed up in a year. I didn't make any outlines, I just thought about where to write. First of all, thanks to the friends who have been supporting this book. It's always the word, your support, that I can persist until now, and it's the only motivation for this book to continue. As the first book of the new author, especially the poor HP peers with poor performance, able to insist on writing so many words, how many hardships and difficulties, I believe everyone can understand. This is a summary, not a complaint, so this piece will not say much. In fact, before I wrote this book, I didn't know a lot about the web. I still remember that when I was in college, I only saw Ghost Lights on my mobile phone, and there was a set of paper-based Immortals and various ghost story magazines. These add up, probably the only impression I have on the web. After so many years of graduating, I was concentrating on work, animation and games, and I have never seen a novel. The original intention of writing this book is probably the mid-season of work and games in the middle of the year. At that time, I just finished a large-scale inspection project. The games that I have been playing also entered the end of the version. Everyone is waiting for the new version. The frequency and time of the online a lot less. Taking advantage of the idle time, revisiting the HP movie, after reading it, there is a feeling of incomprehensibility. Then I found a few HP people on the internet and watched it. I probably watched it for a week. I was very impulsive and decided to write a book. I didn't plan to put on the shelves and make money. I just wanted to write one. This Harry Potter Magical World book. The overall idea is also relatively simple. The secret room. The basilisk is one of the founders of Slytherin left. Then the other three founders will not stay in the castle what is under. Or the basilisk is just a monster left to guard a certain treasure. The real secret has not yet been excavated. According to this simple idea, I made an impulsive article, and there is no such thing as an outline. I am going to write a simple story and bring the protagonist into the magical world of Harry Potter, which fits perfectly into campus life. Inside, according to the original drama, I was greeted by Hogwarts excitement, and then defeated Voldemort. This is probably the original intention of this book. Originally, it was only intended to write a self-entertainment novel of hundreds of thousands of characters. Therefore, in the early period of this book, many people feel that they have added a character to the original book. There is not much abruptness. There is no such thing as a magic change or a routine of the net text. Generally speaking, it is a successful expression of my own thoughts. Let's go. Of course, this may be a poison point for many people and one of the reasons they don't read the book. At that time, many people were giving feedback on this issue, and I was more anxious, thinking about making a little change. This is the benefit of no outline. You can add anything to the book casually, and you don't know what the net brain is, so you can pack a lot of game monsters you have played and add it to this book. It stands to reason that this style of painting has suddenly changed. This book should be directly on the street, and I did not expect it to be well received. This is also beyond my expectations. Although the current results of this book are not very satisfactory, the main reason for the street is the author's own work. After the book was put on the shelves, the scores rose and it took more than 2 months. The reason is that at the time there was another large-scale off-site inspection project at work, which required a business trip. There was no time to scruple the novel, and the relevant aspects were not handled well. This directly led to the book subscription not only rising like other books, but directly shrinking to a quarter of daily subscriptions. Many people leave without watching. This damage has not been answered until now, and the readers who left the game will probably abandon this book forever. This fatal blow, if you change to an author, may, probably, give up the book directly. However, when I originally wrote it, I did not run into the income and the quality of the results, so I continued to hold on and off. Imagine this book from the beginning to the present. I probably have all the mistakes that new people can make and can't make, so the results are generally not so strange, although the ratio is not enough. But from the HP person himself, this piece should still be satisfied. I don't talk about the results. I have insisted on so many words, and my own harvest is actually a lot. If I am to write a fellow person again, I will probably put a lot of logical contradictions and plots into a more fluent situation. The character of the protagonist and the handling of female characters should also be changed accordingly, which may be more in line with the mainstream concept of the text. Of course, if there is still a chance to write another HP person, I will probably satisfy these regrets. However, as everyone knows, subject to the limitations of the subject matter, copyright, and audience, the scores of such niche books have improved, and I don't think it will be too good. So, if you write a book, you should not write a fan. This generally involves my own planning in 2017. Many of my friends in the group probably know the author's current work. In my opinion, it is a typical example of living more, less money, and being away from home. Friend. Therefore, there has always been the idea of resigning home, but unfortunately there is no satisfactory job. Parents and elders at home may feel that my job is good, glamorous, stable, promising, or a small leader, saying that I have a face, even though I am farther away, I earn less, but I am ready to resign, so dragging on is not a long-term solution. To be honest, I was just an unintentional act and wrote a piece of net text that I played. It really surprised me, especially after I got a deeper understanding of this line. I realized that it was not as simple as I thought. In surprise, this also pointed me to a new direction, perhaps resigning home to write novels. Okay, I was scared by this idea at first, and now the income of this book does not have a lot of work income in general. It will definitely not be supported in the family, but what if it is successful? Amount. This is generally my 2016 summary and 2017 plan. If you can find a girlfriend is better. There are so many shameful words that are not suitable for saying out, but it is generally my current real thoughts. I don't know if anyone is watching them. Just say this, let's say it, hope that next year will get better. Finally, I wish all the friends who have been supporting this book are in good health and wish to make a difference. They can change in the new year. That's it. V2 Chapter 579 Late Night Action. When Sirius fades, Sirius will let them go back. Before leaving, Ivan looked for an opportunity to talk to Sirius alone. He also asked about the recent frequent activities of vampires, but Sirius did not know much. Obviously, according to the information we got, they must have looked for something in those ruins, Sirius said. But I think they should have nothing. The remains of the ancient warlocks are too old, for thousands of years. It has been explored countless times by the wizards, and there should be no valuable things left. As for the relics whose magic is still working, no matter who rushes into it, they are purely looking for death. Well, don't say this first. Is there any progress on Batty Crouch? Asked Ivan. He suspects that Batty Crouch is pretending to be his father, Mr. Crouch, who is very beneficial to Voldemort. Mr. Crouch has a high status in the Ministry of Magic and can use many resources. More critically, all the projects in the top 3 competitions are planned by him, and it is much easier to make ghosts. There is no progress, but he is really abnormal. It has not appeared in the Ministry of Magic for some time. You should be careful. Sirius said, I know what you mean, but still that sentence, considering Crouch, the identity, we have no way to verify, and if that person pretends to be Batty Crouch, he is not in Hogwarts. How to ensure that the school's things develop as expected, once there is any accident? That was the case of Carizus. He received the note from Little Batty Crouch and asked him to help Ron. Obviously, Little Batty does not intend to start at the first level. He naturally does not want to let things go too far. When the game is going on, I will come to watch it. If there is any discovery, don't do it yourself, Sirius said with a heartless heart. I know that your strength is very strong, but in the face of Voldemort, it is up to you. People are definitely not enough. I know, this sentence applies to you as well. Don't always think about a person rushing up. Ivan sighed. How both he and Sirius were so worrying. Yes, you are in magic. Is there an acquaintance in the Department of Transportation? What? Help me register in the list of the Phantom Appearance Exam and cancel the monitoring of the Ministry of Magic. Ivan said, you can't use the apparition, it's too much trouble. But you are not yet adult. I know, so I asked you to think about it. Ivan said quickly, I have mastered this magic completely, but because of the monitoring of the Ministry of Magic, I can't use it at all. This magic and related skills are not allowed without passing the Mirage visual test of the Ministry of Magic. If found, it will be severely punished, a large fine of Jinjialong, and even to Azkaban. After several centuries of exploration, the Ministry of Magic has established a complete set of phantom display monitoring system to ensure that the wizard who did not pass the exam cannot use this magic, or what happens after the use will be rushed to the scene for treatment. The principle of this monitoring system is roughly the same as that of the juvenile wizard wand, but it is more effective. Ivan didn't want to have a phantom to somewhere. There was a large group of magic parts about appearing beside them. The corresponding exam can only be attended by an adult wizard, and he can't wait that long. When you think about it, he can only ask Sirius to think of a solution. I'll give it a try, just erase your name. It shouldn't be too difficult. Sirius smiled bitterly, but I still recommend that you be careful. When you first visualize the phantom, it's best to find me or lime. See, looked at it. Know it. Ivan waved. In the setting sun, when the figures of 5 people, including Irving, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Gabri, disappeared completely, Sirius stared out of the screaming shack, leaving only the horrible old house. The earth is standing there. At 12 o'clock that night, Avon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sneaked out of the common room. They waited for a long time, and the Crivey brothers didn't know where to get a badge that supported Cedric Diggory. They were trying to use magic to turn the words into support for Ron. They took a lot of work, and no success. When they both went to bed, everyone quietly left the common room. In the night to go to the castle, Ivan and Harry have accumulated considerable experience in this regard. They knew how to escape from Filch and his cat. Although Harry had an invisibility cloak, with the help of a live map, he simply walked out of the castle without using it. Regarding the Peak of the Fire Dragon, Awin originally planned not to participate, but Harry and Hermione insisted that everyone should go. Now that you have determined that the opponent in the first game is a fire dragon, it may be helpful to look at the look and type of the dragon. As for Ron, he had already panicked, and all he thought in his head was an ice spell. He kept chanting all night, for fear of forgetting the spell. He was too nervous. He couldn't go alone to Hagrid. I wish everyone would accompany him. The venue was dark and they walked along the lawn towards the light from the Hagrid cabin. The huge carriage of Booth Barton is also brightly lit, and they seem to have not slept yet. When Harry slammed Hagrid's door, he could hear Mrs. Maxim talking in the carriage. You are here, Ron? Hagrid whispered, opening the door and looking around. His brows wrinkled tightly. How come all 4 of your little guys are coming? There are too many people. We all know, Hagrid. Let us take a look. Harry said directly. Okay. Remember to put on the invisibility cloak. Don't be found. Hagrid said. His expression was very excited. He did not have too much entanglement in this regard, agreeing that Ivan and the 4 of them followed him to see the fire dragon. Ivan thought about it and knocked on his head. Harry, Ron, and Hermione with a wand. What have you done? Harry said in surprise. I feel like there is a cold liquid flowing down from where your wand hits, flowing through the body. Hermione said suspiciously, looking at his body's appearance with the same texture as the background, then exclaimed, Heaven! Ah, this is a magical spell. Yes. This can be a little more secure. Ivan nodded. It may be a little difficult to hide all of them in the body of Harry's invisibility cloak, but with the use of the magical charm, there will be no problem. This spell can make people completely hidden. What is the magical mantra? Harry was still asking, and Hermione explained it to him and Ron. V2 Chapter 580 Fire Dragon. Good job, Ivan, this will not be discovered, Hagrid said with admiration, pointing to the dark woods. You four are waiting for me in the grass. Don't make a noise. We don't have teeth. Go. It won't like it. He walked out of the hut, and everyone saw it. Hagrid's clothes had a flower in the buttonhole, like a very large artichoke. It seems that he no longer wipes the machine oil on his head, but he certainly took a lot of time to comb his hair. It can even be seen that there are broken teeth of the comb on his hair. God, this is terrible. What the is going on? Oh, a little noise, Mrs. Maxim. Hermione pointed to the carriage. Sure enough, Hagrid strode into the darkness and headed for the carriage of Buzz Barton. A few seconds later, he walked over to the front of the carriage and knocked 3 times on the door with 2 crossed gold wands. Mrs. Maxim opened the door, her silky shawl around her broad shoulders. When she saw Hagrid, she smiled slightly. Ah, Hagrid, is time coming? Good evening, Hagrid said, looking at her with a smile, while holding out a hand to help her walk down the golden steps. Mrs. Maxim turned back to close the door of the carriage, and Hagrid handed her arm to her. The two walked around the edge of the temporary paddock, where the few giant wings of the horse were held. Hurry up and follow up, he forgot us again, Hermione said unhappy. 4 people hurriedly ran to keep up with their pace and tried not to make a sound. You said, where did they hide the fire dragon? I don't know. It's probably near here. Mrs. Maxim also had the same doubts with them, and she looked around in vain. At this time, they are far away from the hut and the carriage, the night is quiet, and they can't reach the 5 fingers. Higer, where do you want to take me? She asked in a joke. There is a piece of wood inside, Hagrid said hoarsely. You will like it. It is worth seeing. Believe me. But don't tell anyone that I will show you. Okay? You shouldn't know. Of course not to say, said Mrs. Maxim. Her black and long eyelashes screamed. They are still walking, and Avon, 4 of them trotting behind. They have gone a long way around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and the castle and the lake are invisible. If you don't know that Hagrid wants to take them to see the fire dragon, this scene, it is Haig and Mrs. Maxim to walk for a date. If Hagrid is a little bigger, there may be some breakthrough progress. At the thought of Hagrid and Mrs. Maxim's picture together, Ivan couldn't help but make a nap. At this moment, he heard what happened, and several men shouted in front of him. Then, it's a deafening, screaming roar. The 4 men suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Just in front, go to the right, a little further away from them, Ivan said in a low voice. Hagrid led Mrs. Maxim to bypass a bush and stopped. Everyone has to keep up with the past and keep a certain distance from them. This is an open space, and it is suddenly clear. In that short moment, they thought they saw a few bonfires, and the men jumped around the fire. Then everyone laughed and opened his mouth. Fire dragon! Exclamation mark. They finally saw the fire dragon! Exclamation mark. The 4 fierce adult fire dragons were placed in a field surrounded by planks and stood with their hind legs. They screamed and snorted, and a group of flames spewed from their open fangs and shot into the dark night sky. The dragon's neck was high and the mouth was above the ground, up to 50 feet. A silver blue, long-pointed fire dragon, facing the wizard on the field, angry and roaring. Not far from it, there is a sleek green fire dragon that is desperately twisting and licking. There is also a red fire dragon, with a circle of strangely pointed sharp corners around the face, which is spraying a mushroom-like fire cloud into the air. Finally, a black dragon is more like a dinosaur than the other ones. This dragon is closest to them 4. There are at least 40 wizards on the field, and every 10 people are responsible for dealing with a fire dragon and surrounding it. They chained and tried to subdue 4 dragons, which were connected to the thick belt of the dragon's leg and dragon's neck. These 4 dragons are slightly smaller than the black dragons that Evan saw in the illusion, but the shape is equally amazing. Evan was secretly surprised, and his heart rate increased. As for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they were completely shocked. Harry stood there, and Ron grew his mouth and stunned, and Hermione held Ivan's shoulder tightly. They all looked up and saw the black dragon's eyes in the high place above, The pupil is vertical like a cat's eye. I don't know if it is because of fear or anger. The black dragon made a terrible sound, a stern and screaming wailing. Be careful, stay there, don't move, Hagrid, shouted a wizard near the fence, clutching the chain in his hand. They can spray 20 feet away, you know. I saw this. The tree bee squirted 40 feet. It's beautiful, Hagrid said softly. No use. Another wizard shouted. Look at the stun spell. Count to 3. Read together. Every dragon trainer took out his wand and pointed it at the fire dragon in front of him. Drowsing. They shouted in unison, and the stun spells shot like a rocket into the dark night sky, and the rising Mars fell like a shower on the thick skin of 4 dragons with scales. After the dazzling flash, the dragon closest to them stood swaying with their hind legs. Its mouth is wide open and makes a silent roar. The flame in the nostrils suddenly went out, but still smoked. Then it fell slowly and slowly. This strong, scaly black dragon slammed into the ground, and the loud noise shook the trees. The dragon trainer puts down his wand and walks toward the dragon that fell to the ground. Each dragon is like a hill. They hurriedly clenched the chains, tied them firmly to the iron pillars, and nailed the iron pillars deep into the ground with their wands. Let's get closer, said Harry. They walked to the fence, and Mrs. Hagrid and Mrs. Maxim followed. It's Charlie, Ron said suddenly. The wizard who had just warned Hagrid not to turn around turned, and Ivan recognized it. It was Charlie Weasley. To be continued. V2 Chapter 581. Cheating is a tradition. Seeing Charlie, Ron seemed to want to go out and finally held back. Ivan and Harry held him tightly so that he would not rush out of his head or be scared to fall to the ground. Ron's appearance is really bad, and any unexpected situation can happen. There are other dragon trainers around. They can't be found, and the warriors shouldn't know the game. How? Hagrid, Charlie gasped. They should be fine now. We gave them hypnotics. They came to sleep all the time. They thought they would wake up in the quiet night. I feel better. But you also saw it. They are not happy. They are not happy at all. What kind of species do you have here, Charlie? Asked Hagrid. He stared at the black dragon closest to him, his eyes with a near worry look. The black dragon's eyes are still slightly squatting, and it can be seen that its rumpled black eyelids are shining with a thin yellow light. This is a Hungarian tree bee, said Charlie. The smaller one is the ordinary Welsh green dragon, the silver blue is the Swedish short-nosed dragon, and the red one is the Chinese fireball. Charlie looked around, and Mrs. Maxim was walking along the field, staring at the fire dragon that was stunned. I didn't expect you to bring her, Hagrid, Charlie said, frowning. Their warriors shouldn't know what they are going to face. She will definitely tell her students, isn't it? I just think she is willing to come and see. Hagrid shrugged his shoulders, his eyes still staring at the dragon. It's a romantic date, Hagrid. Charlie sighed and shook his head helplessly. A total of 4, Haig said. So, every warrior needs to deal with one, right? What do they need to do? Fight with the fire dragon, I think. Probably just pass by the fire dragon. Charlie said, if the situation is not good, we will come forward to rescue, give the fire dragon the curse and the stun spell. They want the mother dragon that hugs the nest. I don't understand why, but I can tell you that the person who spreads the Hungarian tree bee has no good fruit to eat. It's as dangerous as the front, you see. Charlie pointed to the tail of the tree bee and saw a long, bronze-ecculed thorn on every few inches of the tail. At this time, other tamer companions walked high toward the tree bee. They carried a blanket with a huge, granite egg-ray dragon egg and carefully placed the dragon egg next to the tree bee. Hagrid snorted as he couldn't hold his inner desire. I counted it, Hagrid, Charlie said harshly. Then he said, how is Ron? Fortunately, Hagrid said, still staring at the dragon egg. I mailed him 2 books on how to train the dragon. I hope he can speculate. Charlie looked at the venue where the dragon was closed, and said with a heart, hey, I hope he is facing this danger still safe. He shook his head and looked worried. You know Ron's ability. He can't deal with these fire dragons at all. There is no chance, said Charlie. I am ready. When he plays, he will rush to protect him. I dare not tell Mom what Ron is going to do in the first project, and my mother has been flustered for him." Charlie paused, mimicking the anxiety of his mother. "How can they let him participate in the hegemony? He is too young. I thought they would have nothing to do. I thought there would be an age limit. God bless. How can Ron become a warrior?" Mrs. Weasley and Charlie's fears made a lot of sense. Ron's face was pale and staring at the Hungarian tree, and his body kept shaking slightly, and he was completely scared. He now has all the weight on Avon and Harry, and if they are not both, Ron may fall down like this. Dad is happy about Ron becoming a warrior and thinks this is a good experience for him. Charlie continued, "I want to say that Ron is a good thing to be a warrior, but the difficulty of the competition is too great. Now, it's a fire dragon all at once. I hope that the poor guy won't fall after seeing these fire dragons." The four of them stared at the fire dragon for a moment, and Evan gently patted the shoulders of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "They are no longer waiting, and it doesn't make sense to stay here." Charlie is still worried about Ron's affairs. Hagrid's heart has been filled with the charming four dragons and Mrs. Maxim, and will not remember them. The four of them turned quietly and began to return to the castle. No one talked along the way. After the initial fear passed, the winner was deeply desperate. Ron's head was blank and he didn't know how he could beat the fire dragon. He can be sure that if he saw the dragon for the first time on Tuesday, he might faint on the spot in front of the whole class. Although it is now ready, it is not much better. In the face of those monsters, his weapon is just his wand. The wand now looks like a small wooden stick. He has to deal with a dragon that is 50 feet tall, covered with scales and spikes, and squirting out of the nose. He must pass in front of it, and everyone's eyes are looking at him. This is really terrible. Ron has been thinking more than once, if he has not become a warrior. Although Sirius told him that he could deal with the fire dragon with the ice spell, Ron can be sure that he can't do it at all. "The fire dragons are completely beyond my imagination, the world," said Harry. Ivan suddenly stopped Harry. He seemed to hear something. "This is the edge of the forest. Because I have just seen the fire dragon, everyone is excited and the spirit is highly nervous." Under the direction of Ivan, they stopped. The next second, in the light of the moonlight, they saw a sneaky figure appearing in the bush not far away. It was Cuculef, who carefully moved forward in the darkness and moved sideways toward the place where the dragon was. After he completely disappeared, the four talents set off again to go to the castle. They are very aware of what Cuculef is going to do. He slipped off the big ship and wanted to find out what the first project was. He probably already saw Hagrid and Mrs. Maxim walking around the Forbidden Forest, and they were easily seen in the distance. Now, as long as Cuculef is looking for a place to make a sound, he will know, like Mrs. Maxim, what will be waiting for the warrior. According to this situation, only Cedric is alone in the face of the unknown on Tuesday. Obviously, cheating has always been a traditional part of the top 3 competitions. V2 Chapter 582 Sorcerer's Stone. 20 minutes later, they returned to the empty public restroom. The room was quiet and the light was dim. The only light source was the flame in the fireplace. 4 people sit down in a soft armchair, and everyone has a sense of exhaustion. On a nearby table, the emblems of the Clive-based brothers who tried to improve Cedric Diggory shone in the light of the fire, and it was a long time ago to improve the badges with them. The pictures I saw this evening were so shocking that they were all in the head of the fire. Cuculef also knows the fire dragon. We should tell Cedric this thing. This is fair. For a long time, Harry whispered, he certainly doesn't know about this. We can't let him alone. Right, Harry, said Hermione. But now I should consider how to let Ron pass the first project and live until Tuesday night. I can't do it, Ron said in a hollow voice. I can't do it. I can't beat those monsters. Evan, Harry, and Hermione looked at each other, and Ron's current state was not very good. Originally thought that after seeing the appearance of the fire dragon tonight, he would be mentally prepared and play better in the game. But looking at Ron's look, the terrible fire dragon seems to hit him directly. Ivan helped him back all the way, and he was able to clearly feel that Ron's legs were soft and smashing. Charlie is right, he is facing the fire dragon at once, and the difficulty for Ron is too great. Brave, Ron, said Hermione, turning to look at Ron, who was pale. Sirius said that by relying on the eye spell, you can let the fire dragons see nothing, and then you can take it in the past, to the things they guard. It's easy, it's a fire dragon, not a lizard that has grown bigger. Ron exclaimed, clenching his fist. You just saw it, they sprayed 20 feet away, the Hungarian tree bee. It can even spray to 40 feet, which is longer than the curse. How can I use eye spells close to them? What's more, even if it is used, it is not necessarily effective. My strength is too weak, and the fire dragon will definitely resist my spell. For a long time of silence, Harry and Hermione asked themselves, and could not easily get close to the horrible fire dragon who was constantly vomiting. Just looking at the distance is enough to make people feel scared. As Avon expected, Ron now needs courage, and second is the power to defeat the fire dragon. I can't do it. I don't want to die, Ron said weakly. I should give up the game directly, or run away from Hogwarts and flee anywhere. Don't say silly, Ron, Harry said quickly. This is impossible, Hermione said. Professor Moody said that from the moment your name is spit out of the flame cup, you have a contractual relationship with the top 3, you must participate. Game. Those people want to kill me, I can't just die, Ron shouted, his face looking a little scary. Immediately, he sat back in the armchair and did not have any strength. Another moment of silence, Ron said softly, there is only one way, unless. Unless what? Ivan noticed that Ron was staring at himself at this moment, and his eyes were shining. Unless Ivan lend me the magic stone, with the power of the Sorcerer's Stone, I will be able to defeat the fire dragon, Ron said quickly. Ivan stunned and looked at Ron's face with a serious expression, only to make sure he was not joking. He did not expect that Ron would actually ask such a request to borrow magic stones from himself! Exclamation mark. In the end, borrow or not? Exclamation mark. No use, Ron. Ivan thought for a moment, simply said directly, I know what you are thinking, but even if I lend you the magic stone, you can't use it. The magic inside is impossible to be a wizard. Directly absorbed and utilized. The Sorcerer's Stone is an item that was created by ancient warlocks using alchemy to provide magical power to powerful magic. It cannot directly enhance the strength of the wizard. He simply explained the principle of the Sorcerer's Stone and hoped that Ron would understand. But seeing Ron's eyes, Ivan knew that what he said was a white saying. Ivan had told me about this before. He used the Sorcerer's Stone in the World Cup last time and almost died. Hermione hurriedly said, don't think about it again, Ron. The sorcerer can't help it. You. Yes, Ron said. His face was a little stiff, and he looked at Irving and Hermione in disbelief. In the last semester, Professor Lupin and Sirius clearly said that inside the Sorcerer's Stone, the magic has greatly improved the strength of the wizard. With its help, the wizards can do a lot of unimaginable things. I have said this in Avon, so we went to the Matri tribe to find the magic stone. Not? I thought it was like this, but it is obviously not the case. Ivan patiently explained. I can't use the magic inside the Sorcerer's Stone. He has not improved my strength as much as I imagined. So how do you explain that your magic will advance by leaps and bounds over the past 2 years? Ron asked. He did not care about Harry in his side, and said all the doubts in his heart. The atmosphere was very embarrassing. Looking at the expression on Ron's face, Ivan was a little annoyed. His doubts and distrust of himself were very obvious. I told you about this. My magic is enhanced because I received the magic potion from Slytherin before the millennium. It helped me to improve my magic quickly. Awen hesitated and continued. This kind of the formula of the pharmacy has been lost for a long time and it is impossible to configure it. He did not say that his magic was lifted with the help of the Slytherin locket. The locket is a very powerful magic item that saved Ivan many times, but it can't help Ron either. And Dumbledore once told Ivan, don't tell this to other people, even people around you can't say it. A magical item that helps the wizard to quickly increase the magic power, which is comparable to the power of the Deathly Hallows. If you pass it out, I am afraid that I will not want to live quietly in the future. Then again, Ivan has no obligation to explain anything to Ron, and there is no need to lend him the Stone of Magic. He was helping Ron in the face of the two men who were barely friends, and Harry, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasley family, since Ron yelled at Hermione in the public room last time. After yelling, Ivan's impression of him has been very poor. It's not that Ron has no advantages, but sometimes it's really annoying. Like now, Ron doesn't seem to know whether he is asking for help, or is questioning. If you don't know that Hermione will definitely not give up Ron, Ivan is too lazy to manage his life and death in the face of the fire dragon. To be continued. V2 Chapter 583 Way of Passing the Fire Dragon. All in all, don't think about the magic stone anymore. It can't help you, Avon said for the last time. He can understand Ron's thoughts, but he can't agree with it, and he doesn't like his current attitude. On how to help Ron through the fire dragon, Avon recently thought about a variety of methods and prepared some things. With the help of these things, Ron will not have any problems as long as it is not too stupid. Of course, if he is asking for a magic stone, doubting himself, etc., Ivan directly turned away and no longer cares for him. Since Ron thinks he is relying on the Sorcerer's Stone to become stronger, then he will think about it. Going this way over and over again, you will feel bored if your temper is good. If Ron is not making a change, Avon decides to give up. Although Ron doesn't have the bottom line like a real black wizard, he can make the right choices or play a role at a critical moment, with courage and many advantages, just like all ordinary wizards. But his willpower is too weak. His strength can't keep up, and his character has great flaws. He always envy and doubt people who are better than him, instead of trying hard to catch up. These shortcomings are fatal compared to the unobvious advantages. The combination of Ron has made Ron the easiest breakthrough in the team, and it is easy to go wrong. Like this through a strong competition, whether it is Harry or Ron as a warrior, it has little effect on Dumbledore and Avon's plans. Ivan only cares if Voldemort can resurrect with Harry's blood. It is the key place. As for how Barty Crouch intends to bring Harry out of school, that is not his focus. But if Ron didn't go through the first pass or use the magic stone to do something big, as the other would have expected, let the little Barty Crouch, who was hiding in the dark, change his plan and even put his idea on the Sorcerer's Stone. Dragging Ivan, this is very bad. Regardless of whether something is from Ron's subjective will, Avon doesn't want to leave a time beside him. In the face of the combination of evil spirits and Voldemort, he should not be treated with care. Ron, what you need to do now is to master the ice spell as soon as possible. Hermione also persuaded, and noticed that the atmosphere was a bit too bad. Sirius said that using this spell can easily flatten the fire dragon. You will definitely pass this, we will help you without any reservations, Harry said, indicating that Ron would stop talking. I believe that Ivan, that magic stone is useless. Don't think again. This matter. Although he also believes that the magic stone is very strong, but still believe that Ivan said that the magic in the magic stone cannot be directly absorbed. Harry thought that since Ivan had said so, there would be no mistake. After so long contact, let him know that Ivan is not the kind of person who regrets not lending the magic stone to Ron. What's more, in Harry's opinion, Ivan is so powerful now, knowing a lot of magical knowledge is the result of his accumulation in the library day after day. He did not see any little wizard like Ivan so desperately. As for the Sorcerer's Stone, it is just to icing on the cake, and it doesn't matter. The atmosphere in the lounge was devastating, and after a moment of silence, Ron sat down again. What he looks like now is like exhausting all his strength and energy. Ron didn't seem to think that Avon would refuse so much, and he didn't even think that Harry wouldn't support himself either. He only knows that he can't get the Sorcerer's Stone from Avon, and he doesn't want it at all. His current strength is too weak, and there is no capital to fight against Ivan. On the contrary, he still needs the help of Ivan, whether it is willing or not. This is true. Then what should I do? My spell will not work for the fire dragon, Ron murmured, looking at Ivan. I said before, I will help you. Ivan sighed and said, the biggest weakness of the fire dragon is in the eyes. The ice spell is the easiest way to defeat them. With the deep magic, you are even less likely to short-term mastery. Ivan knows a lot about the effective spells of the fire dragon, but no one except Ran is currently available to Ron. Only the ice were, Ron said sadly. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought of using this spell in front of the terrible fire dragon. You can also use the flying spell. Do you know this spell? Ivan continued. By flying, you can summon items that are helpful to you, such as flying brooms, which is in line with the rules. Ivan, you mean let Ron ride on the broomstick? Harry said quickly. Yes, I have seen Ron's flight, although not as good as you are, but it is great, said Ivan. As long as you ride on the broomstick, Ron can grasp the speed advantage, even more than the speed of the fire dragon. Fast, it's very easy to get around the fire dragon to get the guardian thing, or to avoid the flame and use the ice spell on it. This idea is too helpful. How do you think of it? Hermione said happily, thinking that this is very feasible. This spell is very simple, Ron. Remember, Professor Flitwick had just taught us last week. Just give me a day, I can help you master it completely. As long as you concentrate on ideas, it is easy to do. I can lend you the fire arrow, the fastest broom in the world, Harry said with a smile. Okay. Ron looked at the eyes of Avon, Harry, and Hermione, and calm down. As long as they don't have direct contact with the fire dragon, it's not very difficult. I can give it a try, but if just in case you want to say, what if you are hit by the fire of the fire dragon, isn't it? Asked Ivan. Ron nodded. It was his most worried place. The flames of those guys were able to spur 40 feet away. It's also easy to handle. As long as this bottle of protective flames helps, you can immunize all the flames in 5 minutes. Ivan took out a black bottle. The fire of the dragon can't hurt you. I'm ready for you. 10 bottles. It should be enough. For Evan to be able to take out the potion, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are not too surprised. They know that Irving will go to a room on the 8th floor every Wednesday afternoon to lick the pharmaceutical agent, which has been going on for a long time. The question now is whether this potion is really as good as Ivan said. I know this potion. Remember when we went together in the 1st grade to stop Chillo from getting the magic stone? Harry said, looking at the medicine in the hands of Ivan. On the test of Snape, I ended up after drinking this potion. I passed the firewall. Although it is not a potion, the principle is almost the same. Ivan explained. The flame from the fire dragon is also a kind of magic fire. According to the type, the nature of the flame is different. This time you need to face it. The fire dragons are Hungarian tree bees, Welsh green dragons, Swedish short-nosed dragons and Chinese fireballs. They are common varieties without mutations. The methods of controlling the flames have also been studied. I will use those before the game. The potions are taking the past. To be continued. V2 Chapter 584 Magic Practice. That night, Avon, Harry, and Hermione took a long time to get Ron back to courage. As long as there are no accidents, Ivan's measures are simply foolproof. The broomstick can help Ron not be touched by the fire dragon's fangs. The magical potion that protects the flames makes the dragon's breath and the flames lose their effect. And Ron also masters the most effective spell, ice spells against the fire dragon, which can hurt the fire dragon. It loses sight. He didn't go to the dragon, but he got the things it guarded through the fire dragon. Relying on these, no matter how you look at it, it is very easy to pass the first competition. After Avon said his thoughts, Ron looked less anxious and desperate. He did not borrow the sorcerer's stone or escaped, and his emotions gradually stabilized. What he needs to do in these 2 days is to master the flying spells and ice spells, and to imprint these 2 spells into the bones. I Curse is taught by Ivan, and Hermione is responsible for helping Ron learn to fly. Harry didn't master these 2 spells, and he was ready to follow this opportunity to learn. Early the next morning, they were busy and planned to find an empty classroom to practice. Hermione suggested going to the library first and looking for a few books about the 2 spells to analyze Harry and Ron. This was very helpful for their study, but she quickly left there and was in a bad mood. He is back, Why can't he read a book on his stupid big ship? Hermione said annoyedly. At this time, Wikidocrum walked in languidly. He glanced at them four gloomily, then sat down in a corner with a stack of books. Come on, Ivan, Harry, Ron, let's go out and find a place. The members of his Star Club will come over soon. Hey, it's annoying. Ron rarely refutes Hermione, and his head is filled with spells. Sure enough, when the three of them left the library, a group of girls walked over them with their toes, one of them with a Bulgarian scarf on the waist. Finally, they found an empty classroom on the 5th floor. Ivan didn't follow him because he saw Karisus on the stairs. He seemed to have just returned from the owl room. Regarding the things that Sirius said yesterday, Ivan felt it necessary to ask this vampire. His office, like before, still has a lot of things Moody used, most of which are bad. For the past few months, poor Moody has been locked in the box by Karisus. So, do you help the kid find a way to fight against the fire dragon? Karisus said, pouring Ivan a cup of tea. He is still moody now, but his tone is indeed his own unique tone. I think there should be no problem. Ivan set his plan. You did a very good job. Basically, I thought of it, Karisus said with satisfaction. He nodded. I originally intended that you have no way to tell Ron a black magic. The magic is very good for the fire dragon. Effective, can stimulate their brutal nature, make them more arrogant, divert attention. He can use the time to protect the things that the dragon guards. Becoming more arrogant. Ivan stunned and remembered what Spelkieresis was saying. It is a black magic with bloodthirsty effect. The difficulty is not too high, but it has a special effect on the fire dragon. As long as it is hit by a spell, the fire dragon will become angry, and the cruel nature will be stimulated to the extreme. At that time, it will definitely give up Ron and rush to the audience with more people. Without the guardian of the fire dragon, Ron can easily get the things it guards. As for the fire dragon that ravaged the attack in the audience, it is something that Dumbledore and the Taming Dragons need to consider. This is really a typical evil black wizard thinking, regardless of their own interests, regardless of other people's lives and deaths. Ivan can be sure if Ron really uses this magic to have any bad consequences. Let a fire dragon raging into the audience sitting in a small wizard. It is not a strange thing to kill hundreds of people. At that time, even if Ron passes the competition, he will definitely be accused by everyone, and the situation will further deteriorate. While accusing him, people will definitely ask why a minor wizard uses dark magic, and even Dumbledore and Hogwarts can't take off. The feasibility of this method is zero. Looking at Karisus' appearance, Ivan does not intend to waste time with this guy. He will continue to discuss on this topic, and he will directly explain his own doubts. I know this. Voldemort is letting my people find all the information about the ancient evil spirits. He intends to use the ugly statue to do something, but he has not found a way. Karisus said earnestly, I think his direction is wrong. This is in vain. However, he should have already planned. The news I have now is like this. As for what he intends to do, I don't know at all, and my family people haven't found anything worthwhile. So, I didn't tell you about it. Well, I have any news to remember to inform me the first time. Ivan did not say with confidence. Of course, Karisus said, we are allies now. Sharing news is what it should be. For his statement, Ivan did not agree. Although this guy answered the pain, it looks really unreliable. But in the fight against Voldemort and the evil spirits, he and his vampires have a great role to play. When Ivan found Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they were practicing flying spells. Hermione asked Harry and Ron to concentrate all their thoughts, forcing all sorts of things in the room to fly toward them. Of course, Harry and Ron haven't fully mastered this spell. Whether it's a book or a quill, it's always deflated when it's halfway through, and falls to the floor like a stone. Concentrate, you two, concentrate. Hermione kept saying, this spell can be used as long as you concentrate. It sounds great. Can we not concentrate enough? Harry said sullenly. I can't stand still. I don't know what's going on. I have a big fire dragon in my mind. Ron said. It always appears in the picture. Okay, Try again. After Ivan went in, he and Hermione split into two groups, taking turns to help Harry and Ron practice. Harry was fine there, without the pressure of the fire dragon. After practicing for more than 6 hours, he successfully mastered the spell. Ron is worse. He needs more practice to make him forget about the fire dragons. V2 Chapter 585 Games start all day. Avon, Harry, and Hermione were helping Ron practice flying spells. They practiced until 10 o'clock in the evening. They planned to practice for a while, but the Pippy ghost appeared. He probably thought that Ron wanted to throw everything at him, and he began to pick up his chair and throw it in the room. This voice has not attracted Filch, and the four of them have quickly left there. Fortunately, they waited until they returned to the Gryffindor common room, which was empty. After more than 3 hours, it was already after 0, and Ron finally mastered the flying mantra. On the ground around him, there were many things scattered: books, quills, several overturned chairs, an old set of gobstone, and Neville's dot. Much better, Ron. It's really growing. Hermione said she looked tired but very happy. I learned this spell, Ron said with delight. He raised his wand and pointed at the book on the round table. The next second, the How to Raise the Dragon vacated and flew to the other side of the room, and was picked up by Ron. Congratulations, Ron. You have mastered this magic completely, Harry said happily. Now I know, if we don't know what to do next time, let Avon and Hermione take a piece. Fire dragons threaten us. This is a very useful method. It's not easy. I learned this spell, but I'm not sure, Ron said, still a little worried. You know, the broom is much farther than here. It's in the castle. I want on the outside ground. It's okay, said Hermione affirmatively. As long as you really concentrate on your mind and concentrate, it will fly. Now go back to sleep. Learn ice spells tomorrow. This spell is much harder than flying spells, said Ivan. Ron has been practicing ice spells for a long time, but on Monday, they practiced until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, so that Ron thoroughly mastered the spell and would not release it because it was too nervous or excited. Come out. Everything is ready, and the rest is about Ron's own performance. Compared with before, Ron has some confidence now, no longer so confused. Ivan only felt that he had just lied down and was woken up by Colin. He was absent-minded and dressed, followed Colin to the auditorium, and the school atmosphere was very tense and exciting. Everyone in Gryffindor is saying hello to Ron, sending blessings, and Malfoy is all kinds of cynicism. Ron looked extremely nervous and reacted very slowly. He seemed to be indifferent to everything around him, and he rarely said it. By noon, the school was closed, allowing the entire school to have time to go to the circle below. Professor McGonagall came and shouted. Ron, Evan, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George rushed to keep up. Weasley, now the warriors have to go to the venue below. You must be prepared to complete the first project, Professor McGonagall said sternly, and looked at Ivan. You count 6. Come along and come over. She seems to think that with a few of them, Ron can be better. Professor McGonagall also looked flustered. She was just as anxious as Hermione and Ginny. She led them 4 down the stone steps and went outside. It was a cold afternoon in November, and she put her hand on Ron's shoulder. Well, don't be nervous, she said. Keep your head calm. We have arranged some wizards to be there. If the situation is not good, they will go forward to control the situation. If they can't do it, they will give up. This is not shame. I think the most important thing is not to complete the project, but to give full play to your own abilities and to save your life. No one will think that you are inferior to others. Are you okay? Nothing, said Ron muttering. Very good, said Professor McGonagall. She led them around the edge of the Forbidden Forest and walked toward the place where the fire dragon was. When they approached the grove where they could see the venue, a tent had been erected there. The tent blocked the fire dragons and the entrance was facing them. You have to go in with the other warriors, Weasley, said Professor McGonagall. Her voice was a little trembling. When waiting for your turn, Mr. Bagman is inside. He will take steps. Tell you. Good luck. She grinned at Ron and then led him to the entrance to the tent. Professor McGonagall did not allow Ivan to enter the 6. and everyone had to go up and send a blessing to Ron. This picture looks like sending Ron to the battlefield, and then he is killed there and never seen it again. Especially Ginny, when she knew that Ron was going to face the fire dragon, she couldn't help but cry out. Ron was pale and he looked at them poorly. He hasn't got the magical potion from Avon, and it's not so good if he goes into the game. But Professor McGonagall is still here. He can't say these things. You will succeed, Ron. Ivan walked over and whispered, "Wait for me. I will go in for a while." "I am waiting for you," said Ron, feeling that the sound is not like his own. Then he turned and walked into the tent. Cedric sat down on a low wooden bench in the corner and he didn't go to see Ron. This made Ron feel very annoyed. This guy clearly got the news of the fire dragon from himself and Harry, but he said with no gratitude, as if nothing had happened. He has long been accustomed to this little white face, since he won Gryffindor in the Quidditch match. "Both myself and Cedric are warriors, but only one of them can represent Hogwarts, and they must be divided." The same thing that didn't take care of Ron was Furong. She wasn't as calm as usual, her face was very pale, and she looked like a sick man, curled up in a chair. She was the only girl in the Warriors. Looking at Furong's appearance, Ron couldn't help but wonder what way she used to defeat the fire dragons. As for Krum, he looks more gloomy than usual, and keeps pace in the tent. After seeing Ron, he came over and whispered a few words. He now has a good relationship with Ron. In Ron's opinion, he is the only friend of Krum in Hogwarts, which makes him feel honored. For those who admire, Krum is not even looking at it. "Do you know how to defeat those fire dragons?" Ron couldn't help but ask. To be continued. V2 Chapter 586 Ron's lucky day. Ron knew that Krum knew about the fire dragon. He saw Kickalef also came here that night. There are some ideas, Krum said simply, frowning, looking at Ron. If he knew it, looking at him, it is clear that he wondered why Ron would tell him about it. Their warriors should not know the content of the game before the start of the project. Krum is not sure what Ron means. It is not wise to take the initiative to expose yourself to the content of the game in advance. Ice spell is the simplest magic to deal with the fire dragon. You know this spell. Ron whispered. He is ready, but he is worried that if Krum is not prepared, he will be shredded directly by the fire dragon. "I know this spell." Krum looked grimly at Ron. He paused and said, "The principal told me that this is a common magic for fire dragons. In addition, there is a simpler and more effective spell." Just then, Bagman came in from the other side of the tent. "Ah, Ron, you are coming, that's great," Bagman said happily, and quickly walked over to Ron and interrupted his conversation with Krum. "I talked to your father yesterday." "You, relax, just like in your own home." Bagman also put on the old team robe of the Hornets, standing between them, like a big cartoon. "Well, now everyone is here, it's time to tell you about the situation," Bagman said cheerfully. "After the audience gathers, I will pass this bag to everyone in turn." He lifted a purple silk bag and shook it against the four of them. "You pick out the small models of the things that they will face. They have different grace, kind. I have one more thing to tell you. Your mission is to pick up the golden eggs." Their warriors nodded and understood the words of Bagman. No one is talking, everyone's face is too good looking, and it is really exciting to grab the golden egg from the female dragon's hand that has just spawned. In a twinkling of an eye, I heard the sound of hundreds of feet walking through the tent. The owners of the feet were talking and laughing in excitement. Ron felt that he was incompatible with those people, as if they belonged to another similar kind. He kept looking around and didn't know why Avon hadn't come yet. There was a terrible thought in his mind. If Avon didn't come over, he didn't get the potion that protected the flames. Then he is likely to be burned to death by the fire of the dragon, and despair and fear have regained the upper hand. The little courage that has just risen and disappeared instantly disappeared without a trace. And the simple spell that Krum had just said also distracted Ron. He is not sure if this magic will be easy to use. If it is as simple and effective as Krum said, should he try it? Although they have developed a combat plan, it is a good thing to have a simpler way to win the game. Time flies. and after more than 10 minutes, Bagman has already untied the purple silk bag. "Let's get started, warriors. Ladies first," he said, handing the bag to Furong Dracul. Furong put a trembling hand into the bag and pulled out a small, delicate model of the dragon. It is a Welsh green dragon with a number on the neck, number 2. Seeing this guy, Furong did not show the slightest surprise, but a look of resignation. Crumb took out the silver blue Swedish short-nosed dragon, and the number on the neck was number 1. He didn't even blink his eyes. He sat down and stared at the ground. Cedric just had to reach into his pocket and Ron hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute, let me come first," he said in a trembling voice. Ivan gave him analysis of 4 fire dragon habits and attacks, and Ron knew that the Hungarian Treebee was the most powerful. There are only 2 fire dragons left in the pocket. He doesn't want Cedric to smoke first. "Let Ron come first. This poor child must be frightened," Bagman said. Cedric shrugged indifferently, indicating that Ron had come first. Ron walked over and put his hand in the silk pocket. He could feel the 2 models in his hands. He remembered that there was a lot of barbs on the Hungarian Treebee, but he couldn't touch it. Can he just rely on luck? At this moment, Ron saw that Bagman was looking at himself and signaled him to choose the one on the right. He did not think about it, he took the model on the right. Sure enough, it is a bright red Chinese fireball with a number on the neck. Ron sighed with a sigh of relief and gasped. He remembered that Avon had said that the most powerful fireball in China was the flame attack. The physical attack was relatively weak. As long as Ivan sent the potion, he almost no danger. There is no doubt that the Hungarian Treebee was left to Cedric, the 4th. "Okay, you have all got it," Bagman said. "You have all drawn the fire dragon that you will face. The number on the neck is the order in which you go to the dragon. Do you understand? Okay, now I will leave you for a while, because I have to explain to the audience. Mr. Crumb, you are the first one. When you hear the whistle, you walk into the field. Do you know? Then, Ron, I can talk to you. Say a few words. Go outside." "Well, okay." Ron nodded and came out of the tent with Bagman. He was a bit strange, not knowing what the other party was going to say to himself, but the other party had indeed helped himself. Bagman seems to have a very important thing, pulling Ron's arm and taking him to a little further afield and into the bush. Then, turned to look at him with a kindly expression on his face. "How do you feel, Ron? Is there anything I need to help?" "What?" Ron said in surprise. No. "Is there a score in my heart?" Bagman sneaked down his voice. "Come on, my father and I are old friends. You are like my child. I can't look at you. For those fire dragons. Remember the thing just now? I helped you choose the Chinese fireball, which is much harder than the Hungarian Treebee. If you like, I can give you a few more ideas. Bagman pressed his voice slower and leaned against Ron's ear. Reassured, "No one knows. You are at a disadvantage here, Ron. As long as I can help." Ron nodded uncomfortably, hesitated, but could not resist the temptation. He knows that this is definitely not right. Let the referee help to cheat. But listening to Bagman's advice here is not a bad thing. Ron feels that today is his lucky day. He first knew a powerful spell from Crumb to deal with the fire dragon, and then he got the less difficult Chinese fireball. Now Bagman also took the initiative to help 8v2 Chapter 587 Performance of Fire Dragon and Crumb. Bagman has not said how to help Ron, and Avon, Harry, and Hermione have come out of the bush. After being separated from Ron, Avon, 6 of them, followed Professor McGonagall to the audience. After letting Colin help them occupy the seat, Evan and Harry and Hermione sneaked back around the tent. They are going to wait until there is no one inside, and they are trying to get in. Who knows that when they just came over, they saw that Bagman took Ron out. "How are you here?" Bagman said with surprise. The next second, before they explained, there was a whistle in the place. "God, I have to run," Bagman said in a panic, and regardless of them, he ran away. "What did he come up with for you?" said Hermione, looking at Bagman's back in disbelief. "He wants to help me, he's ready to give me advice, but I haven't said it. I was interrupted by you. Ron replied. You can pass the game as long as you can complete the battle plan, and you don't need any other help, said Ivan. This is not a glorious thing. The less people know, the better. Right, the fire dragon you smoked is what kind? It's a Chinese fireball, Ron said quickly, and couldn't wait to see Ivan. Do you have a flame protection agent against it? As we all know, the Chinese fireball is the only fire dragon in the East, also known as the lion dragon. The main origin is in China. The appearance is particularly striking. The smooth scales are scarlet, with a lion's nose on his face, a golden tassel-like spike around his nose, and his eyes bursting. The main attack method of the fireball dragon is the flame, which can eject a mushroom-like fireball from the nostrils when it is irritated. This is its most powerful attack, and it is also the source of the name of the Chinese fireball. The female fireball is much smaller than the male, and the nature is not so aggressive. It can tolerate the existence of other creatures. Especially with the help of Ivan's potion, Ron didn't have to worry about its flame attack. Relatively speaking, this is much less difficult than the most dangerous fire dragon Hungarian freebie that Harry had drawn in the original book. Ivan took out the potion that protected the Chinese fireball flame and handed it to Ron. The three of them did not worry about a few words before they returned to the audience. At this moment, the audience was full of voices, and all the little wizards were cheering and screaming. 5 referees, Dumbledore, Mr. Crouch, Mrs. Maxim, Kakarot and Ludo Bagman, sat on the chair in the middle height. Then, Ivan saw Sirius in the crowd. He was under the referee and was waving to them. It's weird, why should Bagman take the initiative to help Ron? Said Harry, greeted Sirius. There is no reason, he is the referee. Probably for personal reasons. Don't worry about him. I really hope that Ron can succeed, Hermione said with great enthusiasm, looking at the center of the venue. Krum has walked out of the tent, and across from him is the blue Swedish short-nosed dragon. This dragon is the most beautiful of all fire dragons. Its appearance is silver blue, which can spur a dazzling blue flame from the nostrils. But after this beauty, it is indeed a heart-rending power. The blue hot flame is hot enough to turn wood and bone into ashes between moments. In the Middle Ages, gloves and shields made from short-nosed dragon skins have always been sought after, and dragon leather products are the top equipment of all adventurers and wizards. Because of the high value, many people are trying to kill the dragon. The vast majority of dragon Zavas died in the end without burial, and the shin bones remained in the mountains of northern Sweden forever. Agile flight speed and hot flames make the short-nosed dragons both offensive and defensive, one of the most dangerous species in the world. Look at Krum, what are he doing? Krum came out of the tent and ran straight to the short-nosed dragon at the other end of the field. The short-nosed dragon crouched low and squatted at the nest of eggs, and its terrible eyes stared at Krum, who was approaching. It made a scream of screaming, warning Krum not to be close, and slamming his wings. Krum did not seem to see it. He leaned forward and ran forward, and the distance from the dragon was very close. In the next second, the short-nosed dragon snorted and sprayed a blue flame, and Krum rushed to hide behind the stone. The flame and his passing by. The danger is dangerous. All the spirit of the little wizards are highly focused on Krum. Even in the auditorium, which is far apart, I can still feel the hot temperature. The blue flame of the short-nosed dragon is of a continuous nature, and it sways back and forth at the place where Krum is hiding. At high temperatures, the stones are gradually melting, and it is not so good that Krum continues to hide there. He is finished. And everyone has this idea in mind. Just as the dragon trainer was ready to rush to save Krum, the flame guided by the short-nosed dragon gradually stopped. It was breathing, and Krum seized the opportunity and rushed out. The wand in his hand pointed at the short-nosed dragon, and a spell cast a shot and hit the eyes of the dragon. It's an eye spell! Exclamation mark. The short-nosed dragon made a terrible, rock-screaming scream, and the audience took a breath. Very daring, Krum showed extraordinary courage. Bagman shouted. The fire dragon has not seen anything. Wait a moment, oh no. They saw that the short-nosed dragon struggled frantically because of the pain, stepping on the foot and smashing the eggs behind them. Crumb's eye-swearing power is very strong, so that the short-nosed dragon loses sight and feels pain. After a dozen seconds, Crumb escaped the unintentional attack of this giant, and got the golden egg from the nest behind him. More than 40 dragons who stood by on the field quickly rushed in and appeased the maddening fire dragon. He did a good job. Ivan objectively commented, "I should have let Ron take a look. The eye-slash used by Crumb is a standard template. It is well worth both the position and the timing. It is worth it." Learning. Ron only needs to be able to do half of him, and he can easily pass the fire dragon. Crumb is really good, but his score is definitely not high. He broke all the real eggs. This must be deducted. He should not destroy the eggs, Hermione said, telling everyone to see Hagrid, who helped the center of the field. Hagrid is helping Charlie and other taming dragons to save those smashed dragon eggs with a look of distress. Sure enough, for Crumb's performance, except for Cukulov who gave a perfect score, the other 4 referees gave only 8 to 9 points of evaluation. V2 Chapter 588 Hibiscus and Sleeping Dragon. The people who train the dragons have spent a lot of effort to control the fire dragon that is mad because of the ice spell. Let it calm down? This short-nosed dragon was completely angered by Crumb. It slammed its wings and stared at all the wizards who dared to approach. The yellow eyeballs were filled with countless bloodshots, which was extraordinarily embarrassing. The fire dragon kept horror, screaming, raising his neck and spraying a blue flame into the sky. I don't know what it will be like after seeing a dragon and a half less. The second appearance after Crumb is Furong, and everyone is expecting her performance. Going one more, there are 3 warriors. When the whistle rang again, Bagman shouted, "Mr. Lacroix, please come on." Hibiscus came out. She seemed to be shaking from head to toe, and it didn't look as calm as Crumb. She hugged her head and held her wand tightly in her hand. Compared with the behemoth in front of her body, Furong was particularly weak. She wore a sky blue Booth Barton uniform robes and stood the slim, making people feel the beauty of the heart. At the other end of the field, there is another beauty that represents the power to the extreme. Hibiscus' opponent is the ordinary Welsh green dragon, which is the most common type of fire dragon in the UK and has a long history. Going back thousands of years ago, humans have already seen the Welsh green dragon. Unlike other evil dragons that represent evil and horror symbols, in England during the Anglo-Saxon rule, ordinary Welsh green dragons often appear on flags, which muls consider to be a symbol of royal power and courage. Because of his noble status, he often appears in various literary works and handed-down paintings. Until now, in the Welsh region, the Welsh green dragon is still a symbol of the nation. The sorcerers set up a protected area for the fire dragon on the Welsh hills, surrounded by lush weeds that help them hide their body shape. Moreover, the ordinary Welsh green dragon is the least of all the fire dragons. They like to hunt sheep for food, and unless they are irritated, they always take the initiative to avoid humans. Although not easy to be seen, the Welsh green dragons are still easy to identify, and their screams are surprisingly beautiful. And their flames. The green magic fire is ejected from the thin upper and lower jaws. Sure enough, after seeing Furong, the Welsh green dragon did not rush. Although they are very close, it is still friendly to say hello, and the beautiful and touching dragon sounds can't help but immerse themselves. Of course, good temper does not mean good bullying. If Hibiscus continues to move closer, or dare to move its branchal dragon eggs, then this ordinary Welsh green dragon will certainly tear her into pieces without hesitation. Miss Dracul's luck is good. Let's take a look at how she plans to prepare the fire dragon to move away. Bagman shouted cheerfully. Oh, what magic is this? I am not sure about her. It is wise to do it. Hibiscus intends to cast a more complicated spell, just like dancing, her body dancing with her wand. Light-colored smoke emerged from the end of her wand and slowly floated toward the fire dragon. This picture looks really pleasing. but everyone is skeptical about how much effect it actually produces. What is she doing? Is she dancing? Hermione said puzzledly. I have never seen this spell. This should be some kind of rare guiding magic. I think she probably wants to use those smog to make the fire dragon into a hypnotic state. Ivan said, watching the action of Hibiscus carefully. He has never seen this magic, but can feel the powerful magic. In general, guided spells are rare and difficult to release, and few wizards use them. Special guided spell? Harry stared at Furong for a long time and said with uncertainty, do you remember the dancing dances of the Meiwa in the World Cup? I feel that the Hibiscus dance is like them. Upon hearing Harry's reminder, Ivan noticed that Furong's movements were indeed similar to those of the Meiwa. Of course, she must be a human being, not a charming baby. But with the dancing of Hibiscus, each of her movements has an extraordinary charm, which is a tempting force. Most of the boys are staring at her, their expressions are confused, and they are immersed in the beauty of Hibiscus. Not surprisingly, this spell should be related to Furong's Meiwa lineage. Ivan saw that the pale blue smoke was centered on the Hibiscus, slowly moving forward, and surrounded by the body of the Welsh green dragon. The fire dragon suddenly fell asleep. It gracefully collapsed and began to sleep. Without fighting, Furong passed the test easily. She just walked over and took the golden egg. Obviously, Furong thinks so too. She walked over, and the venue was a repressive argument, and everyone was afraid of waking up the fire dragon. On the auditorium in Booth Barton, Gabriel stared at Furong tightly, and his face was full of tension and expectations. Unbelievable, Miss Dracula succeeded, immersed in the beautiful dance, and magical magic. Bagman also lowered the tone, appreciatively said, she has passed. It is a little bit worse. My God, I thought she had succeeded. In the center of the venue, Furong walked over to the fire dragon, and she seemed to relax completely. Just as she was preparing to cross the fire dragon, the Welsh green dragon, which had fallen into sleep, suddenly snorted. From the thin upper and lower jaws, a green flame ejected, and Hibiscus hid in the past, but a few Mars spattered onto her skirt. Suddenly, the skirt ignited the fire. The flame spread upwards and the audience was suddenly noisy. It seems to be aware that the dragon's head moved a bit and will soon wake up. This picture is really thrilling. Everyone has sweated for Furong. If the Welsh green dragon wakes up at this time, she will not even have the opportunity to escape, and will be directly pressed into a patties. Furong is obviously also panicked, and it is a problem to continue to risk forward or temporarily retreat. If this Welsh green dragon wakes up, it will surely rush like her, and Furong has no time and opportunity to use the same magic to let the fire dragon fall asleep, and she thinks that this magic will succeed, and no other spells are prepared. She hesitated, looked at the huge green dragon in front of her, and made up her mind. In the next second, Furong rushed forward and hugged the golden egg with the fastest, regardless of the flame on his body. At the moment she got the golden egg, the wizards who had been waiting around were all rushing in. Dozens of wands are pointed at Furong, and water is turned out to extinguish the fire on the body. The water column kept squirting to Furong, making her squat and wet. At this time, her beautiful sky blue dress has been burnt beyond recognition and turned into a short skirt. The remaining part also became a faintly translucent shape. The spring leaked. The boys were staring at Furong, and the head was blank. Evan is faintly able to see the style of the underwear inside, not the one he saw before. The color is not the same. Furong did not take the other, holding the golden egg and leaving the venue as quickly as possible. To be continued. 8v2 Chapter 589 Ron's poor performance after the Hibiscus wrapped in a cloak and appeared again. The audience cheered out for the performance of Hibiscus. The little wizards were mixed. Anyway, the boys were screaming and applauding, and the voice was deafening. For example, Harry and Hermione next to Ivan, the two of them have the opposite opinion. She is doing very well, said Harry, clinging to the applause. She has a good dance in addition to dancing, and the other aspects are too bad. Hermione said bluntly, she has limited spells and can only succeed once, and it is obviously prepared for the fire dragon. The referees will definitely see this. After letting the fire dragon fall asleep, she will actually be met by Mars. In all fairness, Furong's performance is not good enough, far less than Krum. There is no other place to be commended except for the magical magic of restraining the fire dragon and the courage of the last. After a moment of silence, the referees began to score Furong. Mrs. Maxim gave a perfect score, Bagman gave 8 points, and Dumbledore and Mr. Crouch gave 7 points. This evaluation is fair. Kukulov gave 5 points and was full of malice. Look, the Chinese fireball came out. Here is Ron. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance and I expected Ron's performance. Now there is our youngest warrior, Mr. Weasley, playing. Bagman shouted. After the whistle, Ron walked out of the tent, and he looked like he was suffocating now. During the long wait, Ron's inattention has increased a little, and it has reached an unparalleled level. There was a blank inside his head, and nothing was thought of. The nerves in the body indirectly jumped fast. Ron felt that his legs were not his own. He walked awkwardly from the bushes and entered the playing field through a gap in the fence. In the next second, everything in front of me is like a vivid dream. Hundreds of faces looked at him from the stands above and looked at him. Ron tried to find the face of a familiar person such as Irving, Harry, Hermione, etc., so that he could feel peace of mind. But no, at this moment, everyone's faces seemed to be the same in his eyes, and they all look at themselves in a blank expression. Thousands of faces were spinning in front of Ron's eyes, and they felt like a whirlwind. He seemed to be fainting at any time. At the other end of the venue, the brightly colored Chinese fireball stood proudly. The relatively docile Chinese fireball didn't take care of Ron at all. On the contrary, the noise around the audience seats made it very nervous. It tightly protects the dragon egg underneath, keeps looking around, and warns of a huge fireball. Unlike the 2 fire dragons that appeared before, the fire of the Chinese fireball is a mushroom-shaped fireball of instant nature. It is not the kind of long chain-shaped nature of the magic fire spew, and the huge fireball effect with high temperature looks even more amazing. In the face of the Chinese fireball, everyone is waiting to see what Ron is going to do! Exclamation mark. Is he rushing directly toward the fire dragon like Krum? Or is he using some kind of magical magic like Furong? Exclamation mark. The next second, in the eyes of everyone surprised, Ron turned directly. He ran to the opposite direction of the other side of the venue with the fastest speed, trying to be farther away from the fire dragon. Ron told himself to get rid of distracting thoughts, concentrate completely and absolutely, and think of the fire arrows that Harry lends to himself. The situation seems to be a little bad. Our youngest warrior seems to be scared. Bagman frowned and shouted. Why is he so far away from the fire dragon? Can he say that he has other plans? In the auditorium, a snoring sounded like Slytherin, and the noisy curse sounded throughout the venue. They didn't see what Ron had planned. He only saw Ron standing there after he fled to the edge of the field. The malicious buzz is endless, and everyone seems to think that Ron is going to give up. To be true, this is really the most boring game. In their view, Ron is not worthy of being a warrior. In this environment, it is really difficult to concentrate, and Ron tried several times without success. The fire arrow flies, he exclaimed anxiously, holding up his wand. Ron waited, every cell of his prayers and hopes. If this trick is not successful, if the fire arrow does not fly, he simply can't think about it. He looked at everything around him, as if there was a transparent barrier that shimmered through a shimmer. It is like a hot smog, making the venue and hundreds of faces around him strangely floating. Ron waved his wand hard, but nothing happened, which made him look a bit silly. The voice of doubt in the audience is getting louder and louder, and everyone doesn't know what Ron wants to do. Oops, he is too nervous, said Ivan, staring at Ron. It's not good to do this. Ron, concentrate, eliminate distractions. Hermione shouted, but it didn't work at all. She just shouted out and immediately drowned in the loud noise of the audience. Ron was wielding his wand there, and he was getting more and more anxious over time. He tried to tell himself to calm down, but the more he did, the more nervous he was. Then, Ron faintly remembered Ivan's own bottles of potion. Ivan once told him that he was taking these potions after sitting on the broomstick to avoid everyone's sight, so no one saw him use the potion. But it's obviously not good to continue this way. Looking at the huge fire dragon that is close at hand, Ron feels that he can't hold on for a long time. He needed some confidence, and Ron shuddered and took a bottle of medicine from his arms and drank it up. "You can't hurt me, your flame can't hurt me," he muttered, staring at the fire dragon. The feeling of icy circulation in the body made him wake up a lot. Seeing Ron's movements, the buzz above the audience was even louder, and some people began to question Ron's cheating. The first two warriors only used the wand, but Ron needed help with the potion, which is obviously unfair. "Ah, Mr. Weasley prepared the potion," Bagman said loudly. "Let us hear what the referees say." Dumbledore, Crouch, Cuculef, and Mrs. Maxim are talking about Ron's behavior and discussing it quickly. They quickly came to a conclusion, announced by Bagman. The results came out. Although the hegemony was the only weapon for the warriors, the rules did not say that the potion was not allowed. Mr. Weasley cleverly discovered the loophole, Bagman shouted happily. "Of course we also need to check the potion he took to check if it is illegal." Visiting the website. V2 Chapter 590 Unmoved Fireball. The International Wizarding Federation and the Department of Sports of the Ministry of Magic have clear regulations on the types of drugs that are prohibited from being used in competition sports. These include fooling agents, a lot of potions that supplement the magic and energy, as well as various kinds of medicines that improve the body's speed, strength, and responsiveness, as well as various potions that are not suitable for use in competitions and easily break the balance. There are hundreds of kinds. There are many. However, the list does not contain Ivan's flame protection secrets for Ron, which is too cold. This is Ivan's special configuration of the fire of the Chinese fireball. It is impossible to appear in the list of illegal drugs. Fighting the fire dragon is not a common game, let alone a Chinese fireball that is rare in Europe. I have previously checked the relevant information, so I can safely hand over these flame protection drugs to Ron. Although Bagman explained that Ron's use of pharmacy does not violate the rules, it is clearly not recognized by the audience. The dissatisfaction was louder and the entire venue was messy. In the screams questioned by the little wizard, the roar of the fire dragon horror brought more pressure to Ron. Under the influence of the potion, he felt that he was licking his body. Although the noisy voice around him affected his concentration, he gradually recovered his courage and was no longer as scared and nervous as he was. Courage is what Ron is most lacking and what is most needed. After calming down, he experimented with a flying spell. This time, he was able to clearly feel something flying behind him through the air. Ron hurriedly turned around and saw the fire arrow circling the edge of the Forbidden Forest and flew toward him quickly. It flew into the field and slammed into the air beside him, waiting for him to step on. Successful, Ron succeeded. Harry shouted cheerfully, standing up and cheering and screaming. "Come on, Ron!" Hermione shouted with all her strength and cheered Ron. All the audience were surprised to see the fire arrows flying into the venue, not sure what was going on. "Why did a flying broom fly in and how did he do it?" Exclamation mark. Most of the little wizards feel amazing. They haven't thought of flying spells. Ron successfully cast a spell to call the fire arrow, and he doesn't look as nervous as before. Ivan knows that as long as he has enough courage, Ron can still express himself. For a long time, Ron's biggest problem was that he was too inferior and lacked self-confidence. This has something to do with his growing environment. Compared with others in the Weasley family, including Irving, Harry, and Hermione, Ron has always been dwarfed. He is not so good, he has not had enough courage, and he has no extraordinary talent. Even in all aspects, he is not capable of doing those excellent things. Even if it is done, it is just repeating the honors that everyone has achieved. No one will be surprised at this, but will think that this is the right thing to do. Ron is just an ordinary person compared to the talented wizards he often comes into contact with. In this case, Ron couldn't even play the level he should have, and there was no flash. If you want Ron to overcome his inner fears, you need to have several chances to let him stand alone. This hegemony is a good start, although it is not clear why little Batty Crouch made Ron a warrior. But Ivan sincerely hopes that he can seize this opportunity to grow up. After the broomstick appeared, the voice in the crowd made a louder sound, and Bagman was shouting something. But Ron's ear is no longer working at the moment, and now it's important not to listen. He lifted his legs and slid onto the broomstick, and as soon as he slammed the ground, he flew up. He hovered up and forth, and the wind blew his hair. The audience's faces turned into flesh-colored small pinholes. The Chinese fireball shrank into a dog. Ron suddenly realized that he abandoned not only it is the ground and it has his fear. He is more and more confident, as if to find the feeling that he has just become a warrior. No matter what he faces, he is no longer afraid. He is not afraid. No matter how ridiculous the previous performance. But at this moment, he is a real warrior. He circled the space over the field and flew straight to the Chinese fireball on the other side. His eyes crossed the fire dragon, looked down at the nest of eggs, and identified the golden egg, which shone in the mate who was lying in the middle of the fire dragon's front legs. Ron swooped down and the fireball dragon's head followed him. A huge fireball squirted out and Ron hurriedly rolled in the sky. He was too close. The flame spattered on him and burned his clothes out of a big hole. But soon he went out and did not cause damage to Ron, and Avon's flame protection secret agent worked. Ron, who discovered this, became more confident in his victory over the fire dragon below him. Ron is getting better and better, playing his own level and not being hit by fireballs. Among the people I met, Ron's flying skills were second only to Harry, Fred and George, far above other wizards. As long as he shows his true level, he is enough to defeat the Chinese fireball below him. Oh my god, it's actually a fire arrow. This is a world-class flying broom. Mr. Weasley is flying very well, Bagman shouted excitedly. It's a wonderful performance. Have you seen it, Crumb? Sir, is he flying? Ron hovered and flew higher and higher. He escaped the flame and continued to provoke. But the Chinese fireball doesn't seem to want to move the nest. It pays too much attention to protecting its eggs. Although it kept squirting out a huge fireball, spread its wings and gather it and unfold it. The scary eyes stared at Ron, but it didn't dare to go too far away from its eggs. The dragon eggs are all bright red, with golden spots on them and hard texture. The dragon eggshell of the fireball dragon is very popular in the Chinese magic world. It is a very precious magic material and is widely used. Ron knew he had to lead the Chinese fireball, otherwise he would never be able to approach the eggs. He still remembers that Avon once told himself what to do in this situation. He kept moving his wand and using magic, stun spell, ice spell, and powerful curse on the fire dragon, posing a sufficient threat to it. It flies and follows itself. Ron flew around and around, for a while. Be careful not to get too close, lest it spurt the flame and hit him. The dragon's head followed him up, its neck already completely straight, still swinging left and right, like a snake dancing in front of the snake charmer. Ron was like a fly in his eyes. A fly that he wanted to shoot. But no matter how Ron is provocative, this Chinese fireball does not mean to fly. Its head followed Ron for a while, and it seemed to be a little tired, and actually went straight down, hiding under the wings. Regardless of Ron above, V2 Chapter 591 Cayenne Ivan didn't know what to say. Ron's luck was so bad that he actually encountered this situation. The character of this Chinese fireball is too docile. It keeps the eggs and does not leave. Ron's harassment does not work at all. If he changed to the Hungarian tree peak, Ron dared to be so provocative. It flew up and flew toward him. But the Chinese fireball is not a kind of aggressive dragon. and this character seems to be extraordinarily mild. After discovering that he couldn't touch Ron, and Ron's magic didn't work for it, it even smashed down to protect his own dragon egg, regardless of Ron flying in the sky. Since it is a nasty fly, let him fly himself, which is probably its idea. In the preparation of the operational plan, the firepower of the fire dragon was tried to be overestimated, for fear that accidents would occur, and it was not expected that this would happen. No, this big guy's temper is so good. The plan didn't work, Hermione said anxiously. Ron's magic power is too weak to break through the fire dragon's defense. Avon said, this dragon will not care about him. What should I do now? Harry asked anxiously, and found that the situation was a bit unreasonable. Ron now spends more time than Krum and Furlong, and the referees are likely to end the game at any time. If this is the case, Ron's score without the dragon egg will be very low and low. If you change to Ivan, in the face of the current situation, he jumped directly from the broomstick and launched an attack from the ground. With the help of the flame-protecting secret medicine, the flame of the fireball dragon has no effect, and the frontal confrontation will not suffer. But the difficulty of doing this for Ron is too high. He does not want to give up the advantage from the safe fire arrow. He has not had the guts to do this step, and he can't confront the fire dragon like Krum. This seems to him to be no different from sending death. He pressed the broom down again, a little closer to the dragon, and continued to use magic to provoke. The red curse of the light fell on the Chinese fireball and was bounced off as if it was ticking him. It seems to make up its mind. If Ron does not come down from the broom, it does not intend to deal with him. Even the flame that has been spurting toward Ron has not been there yet. Ron flew anxiously around the fire dragon for a few laps and could not find a suitable offensive opportunity. The only magic he can now hurt the dragon is the ice spell, but the Chinese fireball hides his head under the wings. Time has passed and the audience has reconsidered. The shouting, screams and applause from the sudden appearance of the fire arrow gradually stopped, and the game gradually entered the wasteful garbage time. Slytherin collectively shouted and let Ron come down from the broomstick. Ron bit his teeth, and it wouldn't work like this. He suddenly remembered the magic bloodthirsty that Krum told him. When he returned to the tent, he couldn't help but ask Krum. Krum said that this simple magic is very effective for Fire Dragon, but it can't be used easily. Ron didn't know why he couldn't use it. Krum hadn't had time to explain it, and he was called out by Bagman. The current situation is useless, and Ron has no other way. The battle plan that Evan and Hermione had made for him didn't work, and Ron's head was messy. He couldn't think of any new ways, and he couldn't run over and ask them what to do. Only in this way, Ron made a decision. He controlled the broom and flew to the Chinese fireball again. No use, Ron, Harry shouted, rushing to the stands. Hurry up from the broomstick. Ivan just said his thoughts, and Harry was eager to tell Ron. I wish he could find out earlier that he was wasting his time. His magic, Hermione sighed. Wait a minute. Ron's magic seems a bit wrong, Ivan suddenly said, stood up. He had a bad feeling. He saw Ron sitting on the broomstick and waving his wand a lot. They are very close, and it is clear from this direction that a dark green curse glows from the end of Ron's wand and smashes toward the fire dragon. Ron waved his wand, and at the moment the magic was formed, he felt his soul poured into his wand. He shook his head, feeling dizzy, and all the magic was exhausted. Ron only saw a dark green light forming at the end of his wand, a spell that he had never seen before. Damn, that magic! Avon immediately realized what spell Ron was using. He had just discussed this spell with Karisis the day before yesterday, a black magic bloodthirsty spell that can irritate the fire dragon to make it crazy. Because I just talked about it, Ivan was very impressed. The Bloodthirst mantra is not a damage spell and will not be defended by Fire Dragon's skin. The Fire Dragon is also an extremely ferocious creature. It is highly susceptible to the Bloodthirsty curse and becomes more violent. Ivan didn't know how Ron knew this magic. He explicitly opposed the use of this spell. Bloodthirst is a black magic that limits the use. It is too dangerous and it is easy to get things out of control. When Evangang took out his wand, he heard Harry shouting, "Look, Ron succeeded!" And the fire dragon responded. His voice just fell. The fire dragon raised his neck and made a horrible roar, which resounded throughout the audience. Its irritated eyes completely turned into blood red, staring at Ron in disgust. The huge wings covered by countless scarlet scales are fully unfolded, as wide as a small plane, and the Chinese fireball leaves the ground and faces Ron. Successful. Ron was ecstatic. He hurried up, and at the speed of the fire arrow, he quickly opened the dragon behind him. Because he was always up, he did not see the fire dragon behind him did not follow. Ron is not his only target. Under the stimulation of the black magic, the fire dragon completely loses his mind, leaving only the nature of brutal slaughter. It is now angry, and even after encountering Ron, it is directly to the nearest the audience passed over. It has only one idea: to burn these annoying bugs. Ivan, they are there. Everything is happening too fast, and the little wizards in the audience are still applauding. But in a blink of an eye, they saw that the horrible giant suddenly appeared in front of themselves. The ear is the blast caused by the wings, and the huge shadows completely envelop them. The little wizards looked at the Chinese fireball that suddenly appeared in front of them, the terrible mouth full of sharp fangs, the lion nose with golden tassel-like spikes, and the white air that gushed from the mouth. A red flame that glows like a magma. The Chinese fireball opened its wings in front of the audience, and the deep red lava was about to spew out from his slender nostrils. The flame merges with the scales on its body to form a dazzling red flame. To be continued. V2 Chapter 592 Questioning of black magic. Like the volcano erupting from the top to the bottom, the little wizards are all red. At hot temperatures, the whole world seems to be transformed into a sea of flames. Even if it is the end of the world. In the stands, the snoring stopped and replaced with a strange silence. The little wizards looked up and stared blankly at the huge fire dragon. There was a blank inside the head, and there was no idea of running away. Fear and despair are spreading, and they seem to realize that the fire dragon is so terrible. At that moment, everyone has a sense of despair in the eruption of the crater to meet the end of the world. Hermione was pale, covering her mouth with her little hand and subconsciously approaching Avon, who was next to her. She saw the fire dragon suddenly flying to the stands and opened a giant mouth, squirting a mushroom-shaped fireball. Huge fireball magma spurted them, with amazing temperatures that melted everything. Hermione couldn't even open her eyes when she was roasting under high temperature, and she could only avoid it instinctively. Everything happened too fast, no one can stop it. Stop the fireball. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts are dissipated, leaving only the fear of despair. To die, be burned to ashes by flames. This is everyone's idea. The huge fireball that burned was close at hand, and the amazing heat waves rolled in. The sweat just evaporated and quickly evaporated. Here is the world of fire. Everything in front of it turns red, and even the blood inside the body is burning. It turns out that death is such a feeling. Many people have closed their eyes and are ready to meet death. They only expect this process to be less painful. There is no need to think about what to escape. The huge body of the fire dragon has enveloped the entire grandstand. In the face of the powerful power of death, you can only choose passive acceptance. However, the little wizard who did not close his eyes saw a miracle. While the fireball is about to hit them, a light blue magic barrier rises from the crowd and resists the flames. Boom! Exclamation mark. A loud noise. The whole space is shaking. The huge fireball and the thin barrier violently collide and become countless splendid Mars. In the rotation of the red flame, Ivan's figure appeared, and he stood alone in front of the crowd with a magic war. The body that is not strong, becomes extremely tall in an instant, becomes a strong defense, and everyone can only look up. Miracle, this is a miracle. The cyan magic barrier quickly expands outwards from the center of Evan, blocking the flames. Saved. Everyone gasped, and there was a sense of joy for the rest of his life. Many people are so happy that tears flow out subconsciously. At this moment, Ivan is the real savior in their eyes. He blocked the fire dragon with his own power and saved everyone from the terrible monster. But for a long time, The little wizards turned their heads and saw the horrible fire dragon snorting. The blood-red eyes glared at themselves. Like a nightmare, a more powerful fireball formed in its mouth. Brings strong sensory stimulation. At this moment, everyone expects that Avon's protective barrier will be stronger and able to withstand the second attack of the fire dragon. The thought had just risen, and they saw a thick blue light from an arm flying from the end of Ivan's wand. The spell flew to the Chinese fireball in front of the stands at a very fast speed. Boom! Exclamation mark. Another loud noise. The curse and the fire dragon touched. More than 30 feet long huge dragon, this horrible giant suddenly flew backwards. Its body crossed an arc in the air and landed heavily in the center of the field. The fire dragon gave a mourning, and under the huge impact, its body pulled out a huge pit on the ground. It wants to stand up, as if it has been hit again, plopped down and struggled in the huge pit. The dragons were all rushed up, and Dumbledore put the wand he had just lifted down. Quiet! Exclamation mark. The audience was quiet, and thousands of little wizards took a breath of air. They looked at Dumbledore with a serious look in horror, and immediately turned their heads and looked at Evan, who was standing on the edge of the stands. The magic of the two of them is too horrible, and the fire dragon is crushed in pure power. Is this still the power of the wizard? Exclamation mark. It's Selvin. He reacts very quickly. The magic power is still so strong. He saved a lot of people's lives. Bagman praised and said, rubbing the sweat on his forehead with his hand, the scene that just happened is still let him have a lingering fear. If you let the fireball go down, I am afraid it will hurt hundreds of people. It will be the most serious disaster in the history of magic. At this time, it has been 5 minutes since Ivan defeated the fire dragon. They were all in the tent where their warriors were waiting, 5 referees, Dumbledore, Crouch, Bagman, Cuculef, and Maxim. There are also parties, Irving, Ron, and Sirius, Moody, Snape, and Professor McGonagall. If the fireball smashed down, I couldn't imagine it. Professor McGonagall said. Everyone, now is not a time to praise Mason. I think you should all know that the second spell he uses is black magic. Snape said softly, staring at Evan without bad intentions. In my opinion, the more powerful this magic, the worse the result. Severus, how can you say that? Ivan saved everyone, Professor McGonagall said in amazement. There is nothing wrong with the spells he uses. But black magic should be absolutely forbidden. We should. Enough. Snot. Sirius snarled and glared at Snape. Don't open your mouth and shut up and blame Evan for using black magic. Don't think I don't know. You know more than Ivan on black magic. You are an evil black wizard. This is a very serious filth. Black. Snape whispered, and the disgusting gaze shifted from Harry's face to Sirius, all of which turned into hatred in an instant. Of course, considering that you used to be Mason, Professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, there is no such thing as a teacher like you. He will use black magic. V2 Chapter 593 Restrictive Black Magic. Hey, you are this. Okay, Sirius, Severus, said Dumbledore, stopping them from continuing to quarrel. Today's things are all my negligence. I didn't think about this kind of accident. Mr. Mason, I have performed very well just now. He played a super strength in times of crisis and saved many students' lives. But he is using black magic. As for the magic he used, although it was black magic, it was not restricted by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said calmly. It's just a restricted spell. Not purely evil. Black magic that is not allowed to be used. All in all, this accident is all my fault. Dumbledore, this is not your fault. It is the bloodthirsty spell used by Weasley to stimulate the dragon. It is also a black magic and should not be used in the game. I didn't. Ron hurriedly said, I don't know. He looked up at the crowd and lowered his head. He hugged the golden egg in his arms and his body trembled slightly. His face was pale and his body kept groaning. He didn't have the joy of winning the game at all, just thinking that he had just used black magic. No wonder Krum told him not to use this magic. Ron did not expect to have such a result. He had a strong sense of guilt when he thought that he had used black magic. He felt sick. as if something terrible had to climb out of his head. What happened today is really amazing to me. I actually saw 2 black magic in Hogwarts. Kukulov said. Hogwarts is now teaching students the scale is already so big. Drumstrom has no say in this matter. Don't think that you don't know what tricks are in your school. Sirius stared at Snape and Kakarot. I just asked. Ron, the black magic he used, their warrior in your school taught him before the game. Krum is a good heart. Black, understanding the 2 concepts of black magic and using black magic is completely different. Kukulov sneered. Krum just gave a suggestion. Only to blame this child is too stupid. Use that magic. This also reflects the level of Hogwarts defense against the dark arts, and your students can't even recognize what the dark arts are. Of course, some students master the skills. I feel amazed. Don't forget what kind of goods you are. Kukulov. Carlos is fake. Moody said with a rough voice. The use of black magic does not mean that it must be a black wizard. Not using black magic, it doesn't mean it's not a black wizard. Obviously, you are teaching your students like this. The smirk on Kukulov's face faded away and looked at Moody in resentment. I said before, as a teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, this quality is really rare. My duties are to teach students to think about the problem according to the black wizard. In my opinion, their warrior in your school is trying to frame Ron. He deliberately said the magic, but did not tell that it would cause the dark magic of bad influence. Moody said in a threatening tone. You all know the strength of the child or the other 3 warriors. He is worried about how the other fire dragon, as long as he is taught to him, he will definitely use this magic. Well, you two. This is obviously just an accident, Ludo Bagman said nervously. I don't think there is a need to argue. Let go of the magic. Ron got the golden egg. It's very good. Whether it's a broomstick or a flame-protecting potion, it's very exciting, and there are no casualties. We are not as good as, but they used black magic, which should be banned. Kukulov said. I recommend giving him 0 points. There is no clear regulation in the charter. Their warriors are not allowed to use black magic. The 2 magics are not prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. It is a restrictive black magic. Mr. Crouch suddenly said that he had been looking at Ivan and his voice was still as hard as usual. Sorry, I don't understand what you said. What do you mean? We haven't done anything. Kukulov smirked. We have to abide by the charter. There is no rule in the charter of the top 3 competitions that says it is not allowed to do this. We can't handle these 2 students because of this. Crouch said in a cold voice, I am going to give Mr. Weasley very much. It's ridiculous. Do you really question me? Kukulov, Crouch said loudly. His eyes widened out. I believe you still remember that during my long career, there was a lot of evidence that I always hated and hate black magic, and all the people who play with these spells. I am not supporting black magic, just to state the facts. I think that these 2 students must be punished for what they are doing today. They used 2 restrictions at will. Sexual black magic. This is a very dangerous tendency. Hogwarts must strengthen the teaching and prohibit this from happening again. Let me handle it, Patty, said Dumbledore calmly. We must remember that magic itself has no good or bad points. The key is to use magical purposes. Distort the mind and life of the user. The dark magic should not be promoted, such as the unforgivable curse. Don't be excited, Igor. I don't mean to use other black magic, but we should treat the young people with tolerance and allow them to make mistakes. Miller baby, Mason and Weasley are your students, and you are responsible for it. Yes, I am also prepared to give Mr. Weasley a very good performance. He has just performed very well, far beyond what I expected him. I also give Ron a very good. He flies very well. Bagman said, his face showed a relieved expression. Come on, there is a warrior waiting for the game. We must go out. In the end, Dumbledore, Bagman and Crouch gave Ron very, and Mrs. Maxim gave 7 points. Kukulov reluctantly gave 3 points and seemed to be angry at the incident. But he really can't say anything, and he can't pursue it. The 2 black magic were not banned by the Ministry of Magic. Black magic is divided into many kinds. such as the unforgivable curse, which is completely forbidden. If it is found to be used by humans, it may be held in Azkaban witch prison for a lifetime. It is also used by Ivan and Ron. The two black magic are restricted spells. These spells are numerous and not strictly black magic. They are not so evil, but they are restricted because they are more lethal or use magical materials that are more cruel and less humane. But as long as there are legitimate reasons to use this type of black magic, it will not be punished. V2 Chapter 594 Symbolic Punishment. As Karius said, people who are not using black magic must be black wizards. Many decent wizards have studied black magic more or less, and only on the basis of in-depth understanding can accurately defend, which is the essence of Hogwarts' course of defense against dark magic. The lower grades have not yet been revealed. In the Dark Arts Defense class after the General Wizarding level test, senior students will be asked to read the relevant dark magic books for reference. As for the senior Auror like Moody, it is a master of black magic. He even knows more than many black wizards. Only by knowing oneself and knowing oneself can they defeat their opponents. Not to mention the Black Witch's judgment criteria. Just to say the black magic itself. For a long time, restrictive black magic has always been a grey area defined by the magic world. These magics are more lethal and are not suitable for use by wizards. But they are not so evil, they do not distort the user's mind and the essence of life. The Ministry of Magic is cautious about such magic and strictly controls its use and spread. But they will not catch him into Azkaban because someone uses it. The most obvious examples are the three spells of the soul, the gods, and the forgetting. They are all common magical effects on the human soul. All categories belong to the category of black magic. However, depending on the degree of hazard, its nature is not the same. The first is the soul of the soul. The use of the soul must have evil thoughts. This evil spell will affect the user's own mind, and whether or not there are normal reasons, should not control other people's body. Therefore, it is listed as one of the unforgivable curses, the most evil black magic, completely banned. As for the gods, this spell can help the user to read the emotions and memories of another person's mind. Dumbledore and Voldemort are masters of this magic. They must be careful when talking to them. If they don't pay attention, the secrets hidden in their heads may be known by the other party at any time, and they are clearly seen by the other party. This magic and spit is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, but Avon can be sure that Dumbledore certainly did not take the limitations of the Ministry of Magic seriously. Before he masters the brain closure, he will use it every time he finds himself talking. This spell, even if I learned to close the brain, I had to be careful every time I talked about it, for fear of being caught by the other side. There are too many secrets in Ivan's head. Some want him to know the other, and some must be banned. This is also the main reason why he is not willing to go to Dumbledore once something goes wrong. Of course, in many things, in order to hone Eowyn and Harry, Dumbledore will not take care of it. For example, the snake monster raged in the castle. He must know the secret room, but in the end only sent his own phoenix to help them. Different from the soul, the gods will not produce obvious stars for the soul of the user and the curse. This spell is not so evil, so it is not a completely forbidden black magic, but restrictive black magic. Not to mention the fact that it is forgotten. Its role is to make people lose their memory, either a specific memory or all memory, because this process is reversible through memory charm. The least damage, all without any limit. After passing the ordinary wizard level exam, the little wizards will learn how to use this spell in the curse class. Of course, you may be allowed to use the forgotten mantra for others, otherwise you will be pursued. One of the conditions for the employment of the Ministry of Magic's Magical Accidents Division must be proficient in all forgetting. The main responsibilities of the following three departments: the Reversal Incident Group, the Memory Deregistration Command, and the Mole Mediation Committee are constantly changing the memories of the moles and letting them forget the magic that they see by chance. The use of restrictive black magic by two students can be big or small, and there is no penalty for not causing obvious losses. Cookliffe knows this and all goes without further investigation. What's more, the root of the source, Ron used the black magic, is taught by Krum. If Ron is guilty, then Krum can't escape. And everyone knows that Deemstrom has been teaching and encouraging students to learn dark magic. Among them, not only the limited black magic, but the investigation is really unfavorable to them. Everyone is not willing to pursue it. Professor McGonagall does not impose any punishment on Ivan and Ron. She only symbolically closed their day's confinement and gave Ivan a 55th as a reward for his performance. The 2 spells you used are great, Mr. Mason. Saved a lot of people, Professor McGonagall said with a smile on his face. This kind of words are spoken from her mouth and it is already a high praise. Ivan noticed that her right hand on her shoulder was shaking slightly, and she performed very well in the metamorphosis class. But Professor McGonagall just nodded every time, at best said a good sentence, rarely given very good this kind of comment. Of course, the score of the edition is never too small. Professor McGonagall is such a style. Especially, the trick of squeezing the dragon is both beautiful and simple. Evan, Sirius was also happy to say. Except for Snape, Professor McGonagall, Sirius and Caresis did not leave with the referees. Continue to cheer, Mason, said Caresis, using Moody's tone. For the performance of Ivan, his interest is also relatively high, and the magical eyes are jumping in the eye socket. The only thing that wasn't so happy in the tent now was Ron, who looked uneasy and didn't recover from the blow. The game was originally a good opportunity to help him recover his courage. Unfortunately, this kind of thing happened suddenly, and the courage and confidence that Ron had just raised was immediately suppressed. He now feels that he has used black magic for himself. Worried. Well, Ron, don't go to the heart. Ivan sighed and patted Ron's shoulder. There is nothing to use that spell, as Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall said. You just performed very well. But I used black magic. Ron turned to look at Ivan. His eyes were weird. That is a restrictive spell. It is not forbidden, Ivan said, and Ron simply explained, all in all, believe me, there is nothing in this matter. You defeated the fire dragon to get the golden egg, and got it. A good score. You should be happy. To be continued. V2 Chapter 595 Tragedy. Cedric, I thought I messed up everything. Ron gasped. There is no such thing, Ron said. You have shown the courage of imagination in the game, not only defeated the fire dragon, but also defeated yourself. Not everyone can face the fire dragon can fly so good. Ron seemed to say something, and finally hugged the golden egg in his arms and did not say it. Perhaps, as everyone said, his performance is still remarkable. If the Chinese fire dragon is working with some, he has already got the golden egg, and he will not be born with these things. Since there is no big deal with the use of black magic, Ron can't see what he has to worry about. He has passed the hardest part, and now he will not feel scared even if he is allowed to fight with the fire dragon. When he thought of defeating the fire dragon and completing this difficult challenge, he became excited again. Well, before you two go back, it is best to go to Madame Pomfrey and let her give you 2 checks, Professor McGonagall said, interrupted and prepared to speak. Merson, I know you. No injuries, but the magic power you use is very strong. You better check to see if there are any sequelae. Come on, go with Weasley. The two of them went out, and Madame Pomfrey stood at the entrance to the second tent, looking very anxious. Fire dragon, she said in a disgusting tone, pulling Ivan and Ron in. She gave them 2 checks and whispered to Ivan, see you again. I am not surprised at all. The basilisk, the dementors, the werewolves, the horsemen, the curse, the fire dragon. What monsters are you going to face next? The school is already in a mess. She gave a comprehensive examination of the 2 people and there was no problem. Ivan and Ron are just a bit too much of the magic. Mrs. Pomfrey still insists that both of them drink a purple liquid whose smell is hard to smell. This potion has a calming and soothing effect on the spirit. The user is no longer nervous. Okay, lay here for a while. Rest and rest. Mrs. Pomfrey had just left, and Harry, Hermione, Fred, George, Colin, and Ginny all rushed in. "Ivan, thanks to your two magics, you saved everyone," Hermione said sharply. "I saw the huge mouth of the Chinese fireball. The whole person was blind, and there was a blank inside the head. I thought." She rushed over to Ivan, hugged him tightly, and sprinkled her tears on her chest and couldn't help but cry out. At that moment, she thought she was going to die with Ivan. "Well, what can I cry?" Ivan wiped the tears on her face and said in a very confident tone, "I have said that as long as I am there, I will never let you suffer any harm. You should believe me." "I believe. I will always believe in you," Hermione replied, tears still kept. She rarely shows weakness as it is now, not because of fear, but because many complex emotions are combined. "Don't cry, it's not pretty when you cry," Ivan said, holding Hermione in her arms. When he heard this, Hermione felt a little embarrassed, and others were still watching them. She left from Ivanhoe and saw that Harry, Ron, Fred, George, Ginny, and Colin all smiled and removed their gaze, ignoring their embarrassment. "To tell the truth, I thought I was dead," Colin said. "The dragon is so terrible than the far side, and the huge fireball is like a volcano spraying in front of itself." "Yes, it's definitely a nightmare experience. There are a few junior students who even scared them out." Fred, George and Ginny just didn't stand in the stands. They didn't feel the horror of the fire dragon, and they felt the shock of the magic used by Avon and Dumbledore. This is definitely a powerful force that shocks people. Anyone who sees it will not forget the picture of the giant being thrown out. Everyone was surrounded by the bedsides of Avon and Ron, talking about what had just happened, and talking about it. Soon, the topic moved to Ron. After knowing that Ron learned the black magic of angering the fire dragon from Krum, everyone expressed his opinion. Everyone had a bad impression of Krum, but Ron argued for Krum. The other party clearly told him not to use this spell. He did not think about the seriousness of the matter. In general, what is born today is still worth celebrating. Although there were many twists and turns, Ron finished the first game in good condition after all, and the score was not low. Everyone's mood has become very enjoyable, and there is nothing worth doing. About 15 minutes later, Cedric was carried in by Charlie and another wizard. He was on his body, as if he was hurting very much, and Madame Pomfrey was rushing to put him in another small compartment. "Charlie, what the is going on?" Fred couldn't help but ask. "This guy used a deformation spell on the rock and turned it into a dog." After confirming that Ron had nothing to do, Charlie sighed. "He wants to divert the attention of the dragon and let it chase the dog." In all fairness, it was a very powerful deformation spell, but it was useless. He faced the Hungarian Treebeak. The guy was the most powerful. It chased the Newfoundland Hound and ran a few steps. It changed his mind and went back. "Block this poor child there, if we don't rush to it." He didn't finish it, but it was clear that if the dragon was not stopped by the dragon, Cedric estimated that it was too much. Despite this, he is also seriously injured now. "Don't use the flame. The Hungarian Treebeak light is enough to carry out a fatal physical attack with the rough claws and the spiked tail." Fortunately, Ron didn't get this guy, otherwise it won't be good to go. Let the little wizard fight against the fire dragon. It was a dangerous move. Fortunately, he got the golden egg before he was killed by the fire dragon, otherwise the game will continue. Charlie shook his head and said, "The fire dragon is not good." "That double attack with Dumbledore, only one breath left." "Is it going to die?" asked Ivan. "He just bounced the fire dragon and looked fierce, but the actual damage was not that great." The focus is on Dumbledore's attack, which is the key. In the wrath of Dumbledore's full blow, the fire dragon is still alive, and it is already his men left behind. Hagrid is taking care of it. "After recuperation, it will be fine," Charlie said, shaking his head again. To be continued. 8v2 Chapter 596 Competition is over. Cedric was very hurt, but all were skin wounds, and Madame Pomfrey quickly cured him. The trouble is the burns, and his pale face on the pale side of the isotope is covered with a thick orange. This is a very effective ointment for treating burns. It can be guaranteed not to leave any scars, but it should be applied all night. You are taking a break. I have to leave. I have to send an owl to my mother. I want to tell her everything that happened today. I can't believe it. She is always worried about Ron. Charlie continued. Said, gently hugged Ron. Congratulations, Ron. You are the best. Right, I almost forgot. They told me to say to you, you will return to the Warriors in 10 minutes. Inside our tent, Bagman has a few words to say. They stayed in the medical tent for a while before they went to the Warriors tent with Cedric. Crumb, Furong and Gabri are already inside, and Hibiscus has been replaced with a new school uniform robes. After seeing Avon, Gabriel hurriedly took Furong. They were not present at the time, but they changed clothes in the carriage. They did not see the scene where Ivan was attacked by the Chinese fireball. They only listened to other people when they came back. While worrying, Gabri is very sorry because he did not see Evan using magic. She and Ivan, Hermione said a lot of words, chasing some details of Ivan. Furong also followed a few words. As for Crumb, he pulled Ron aside and whispered a few words. When Ron came back, he told them that Crumb had apologized to him for the magical thing, and he had forgiven the other. Although Sirius repeatedly asked everyone to be vigilant against Kakarot and Imstrom, Ron was stubbornly convinced that Crumb was a good man and he could not participate in Kukeloft's conspiracy. Everyone talked together for a while, focusing on the performance of each warrior and the magic of Avon. Ivan's last magic doesn't have to be said, it's amazing. Far beyond what a small wizard should have. In addition to shocking, no other adjectives have been found to portray. It's unexpected that the performance of each warrior is unexpected. Everyone thinks that Ron is doing a good job. He flew very well and was quite successful in tactics. This made Ron's interest a bit higher and seemed more happy than just. If it is not because of bad luck, he will definitely succeed in the end. And there will be no accidents. Speaking of it, except for Crumb, the luck of the other three warriors is not too good. Their planned tactics through Fire Dragon are all feasible, but the results are quite different. Furong's clothes were burned, and Ron encountered so many accidents. The worst is Cedric, which was blocked by a Hungarian tree peak. Fortunately, he didn't seem to leave any psychological shadows, and he was chatting happily with Harry. 5 minutes later, Ludo Bagman jumped into the tent briskly. He was like oh happy, as if he had successfully crossed a fire dragon. Dumbledore, Kakarot, Maxim and Mrs. Batty Crouch are not there. Ludo Bagman came over and prepared to announce the next game. He did not let Ivan and several of them go out. They're warriors. You all did a good job, he said with a smile. Well, I have only a few words to say. The second project will begin at 9:30 a.m. on February 24th next year. Before that, I can rest for a long time, but we have to leave some questions for you to consider. You look down at the golden eggs in your hand and you will find that they can open and see the seams there. You must untie the eggs. The clue, that will tell you what the second project is. You can be prepared. Are you clear? No problem. Well, let's go. Ivan left the tent, walked around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and talked all the way. Just as they walked to the tree where Avon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione first heard the fire dragon screaming, a witch suddenly jumped out from behind the bush. Rita Skeeter. She is wearing a bright green robes today, and the color of her shorthand pen and robes is very good. Ivan, your magic is really amazing. Rita Skeeter looked at Evan with a smile. I don't know if you can tell me a word. How do you feel when you face the fire dragon? And what is the last curse that will fire the dragon? He turned a blind eye to the four warriors, and his attention was focused on Ivan. I don't have anything to tell you. Go away. Ivan said angrily. I reminded you before, Miss Skeeter. If you continue this way, it will definitely be bad. Yes? Rita Skeeter didn't care about Evan's words. Instead, she became very excited. Are you scaring me? To cover up the truth, you are ready to do anything to innocent journalists? Evan ignored her, turned and left, and Hermione walked toward the castle. Rita Skeeter stood by the bush and looked at his back, and the quill was writing in excitement. Although Ivan did not say anything, His attitude is enough to explain everything. Everyone was separated near Hagrid's cabin. Today it is too tired. Everyone wants to rest well. Fred and George took Ginny and Colin back to the castle in advance, saying that they were preparing for the surprise party. Not surprisingly, the four of them should be planning to make some delicious food in the kitchen. Now, there are only 4 people, including Irving, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They are slowly going back. "Don't worry, Ron," said Harry. "I think the other 2 projects can't be so dangerous." "It's absolutely impossible. They can't find anything more dangerous than the fire dragon." "You can't relax your vigilance. There is nothing to be afraid of in the fire dragon." "The most dangerous thing is the conspiracy hidden in the dark," Avon said. He still remembers the ultimate goal of the top 3 competitions, and can't be taken lightly. While helping Ron through the game, there is also training for Harry to become stronger as soon as possible, and the key moments can't be delayed. Although there is no persecution for the hegemony, Harry's experience must not be less. Voldemort is the enemy of his destiny. Only one person can win. This is impossible for anyone to change. Ivan is right. To complete this hegemony, the road ahead is still growing. Hermione said seriously. "The first project is so dangerous. I really don't want to imagine what it will be next." "You too. You have to see some light," Ron said in a relaxed tone. He is holding a golden egg and feels unprecedented satisfaction. Visiting the website. V2 Chapter 597 Noise inside the golden egg. As they walked into the Gryffindor common room, there was another burst of cheers and embarrassment. There are hill-like cakes on the tables and chairs, as well as a pot of pumpkin juice and butter beer. Lee Jordan put out some hard fireworks, and many stars and sparks flashed in the air. Dean Thomas, who is good at painting, hangs several striking new banners, including Ron's riding a fire arrow around the Chinese fireball, and Avon's use of the magic barrier to resist the flame and defeat the dragon. The huge banner in the middle is constantly changing. Above, Ivan stood out from the crowd alone and held his wand up. Opposite him was a terrible dragon, licking his teeth and spewing flames in his mouth. In the next second, the picture changes, and the dragon flies backward like a bug. Below the banner, the entire Gryffindor is celebrating. Everyone laughs and eats delicious food. Everyone came over and talked to Ivan and Ron, asking for more details, and many people thanked Ivan. They were also in the stands at the time. If Ivan saved them, they might have been hit by fireballs. Ron is no longer so nervous. He passed the first project, and the second project will take 3 months to face. God, this thing is quite heavy. Lee Jordan took the golden egg on the table and measured it with both hands. Of course, I dare say that this must be pure gold. Get it open, Ron. Let's see what's inside. Come on, open it. Several people responded. Okay, Ron muttered, and was very curious. He took the golden egg from Lee and used his nails to poke into a circle of grooves on the golden egg to open the egg. It is empty inside and nothing is there. But just as Ron opened it, a terrible, screaming scream filled the room. They used to call a similar sound only at Nick's jealousy party, which was the noise of the ghost band playing with a musical saw. Come on. Fred groaned with his hand on his ear. Ron jerked the golden egg and gasped. What is that? It's all terrible noise. Maybe the guy who needs to deal with the next project. Like a female ghost, Ron. You may have to pass by a female ghost next time, said Seymour Finnegan. No, it seems that someone is being tortured and making a painful shout. Neville said. His face was pale, and the sausage was sprinkled on the ground, and he looked at Ron uncomfortably. You have to deal with it. Curse. Don't say silly, Neville, that's not legal, said George. They can't swear on the warriors. I think this voice is a bit like Percy singing. Maybe you have to take a shower. Time to attack him. Haha, in a sense, Percy is even more terrible than the fire dragon. This noise is the song of the mermaid. It is better to put the golden egg under the water, but Ivan did not say it. After everyone guessed a random meal, Ron took the golden egg. He is prepared to think about his own abilities without relying on everyone's help. and solve this puzzle alone as a warrior. After the baptism of the fire dragon, Ron did have a lot of growth. Whether he can succeed in the end, this is a good phenomenon. Let's talk about the other. Don't sit here, come with a brioche, Hermione. Hermione looked suspiciously at the plate he had handed over, and Fred opened his mouth and smiled reluctantly. You can rest assured, he said. I don't know what to do with them. What you need to pay attention to are those cookies. Neville just took a bite of a biscuit, and when he heard this, he stopped and spit it out. Fred and George laughed and looked at Neville. I am just making a little joke, Neville. Speak up. Hermione picked up a brioche. These things are all brought from the kitchen, Fred? Yeah, said Fred, looking at her with a smile. He pulled out a sharp, harsh voice, imitating the house elf. We can prepare everything for you, sir. Anything. They are really enthusiastic. As soon as I say that I am a little hungry, they will give me bake a cow. How did you get in? Hermione asked with a casual tone that nothing had happened. It's very convenient, said Fred. There is a door hidden behind the painting with a bowl of fruit. Just scratching the bear, it will eat and laugh. Then he suddenly stopped his mouth and looked at her with vigilance. What is it? Why are you asking this? Nothing, Hermione said quickly. I want to lead the house elves out to strike, isn't it? George asked. Are you going to give up the fun of those flyers and mobilize them to rebel? Several people were teased and laughed. Hermione didn't answer. Hermione is obviously thinking about her understanding of her. You don't want to mess up their thoughts and tell them that they must wear clothes and work hard. Fred warned Hermione, and gently kicked Avon under the table. You will make them want to cook! Exclamation mark. Regarding the fight for the rights of the house elves, Ivan also could not persuade Hermione to give up. Moreover, he has made it clear that he will support her, although Ivan did not actually do anything. At this moment, Neville suddenly became a big canary, temporarily distracting everyone's attention. Oh, sorry, Neville. Fred, regardless of Hermione, hurriedly jumped up and shouted in everyone's laughter. I forgot, this is our magical biscuit. The finished canary biscuit. In less than a minute, Neville took off his feathers, and when the feathers were all gone, his appearance was completely normal. He even laughed with others and thought that this variant cookie was very interesting. George and Ivan explained that he and Fred have been experimenting since the summer, and they have made improvements. The ones that are now being produced are finished products, which is even further than the last time they saw the deformed candy that made Dudley grow the pig's tail. It is also more interesting. Come on, this is a canary biscuit, Fred yelled at the crowd of high spirits. The latest product that I and George invented, the most perfect state of deformation. 7 silver can be a piece, now book, very cheap. Interested little wizards have ordered him, and Weasley's jokes are now very popular. When new products appear, they are often in short supply. Many people even buy them and turn them around to resell them to other college students. Some time ago, Fred and George even discussed with Ivan, to promote between the Deemstrong and Booth Barton students, to open up the foreign market, and do not know how they are doing. To be continued. V2 Chapter 598 First Principle. The crowd was noisy, and the little wizards were surrounded by Fred and George, waiting for more of their mischief. Pigtail candy and canary biscuits are very popular, and the crowds are constantly transmitting the sound of deformation. Only Hermione didn't go up to join in the fun. She curled up quietly on the sofa, staring at the fire in the fireplace. The fire beat, Hermione's bright brown eyes sparkled, and her brow furrow seemed to be thinking hard. Seeing her look, I knew that she was still obsessed with the house elf in the kitchen. He knows Hermione too well. Knowing how to get into the kitchen, she definitely intends to do something there. Sure enough, when the carnival was halfway through, she sneaked out alone. I've been paying attention to Hermione's sigh and hurried to follow. In the dark corridor, hearing the footsteps behind him, Hermione turned like a kitten. What are you doing with me? She looked at AI in surprise. I know you have to go to the kitchen to find a house elf. I will go with you, AI said seriously. When he wandered around the castle several nights at night, he also went to the kitchen to see it, but did not go deep. Imagine this picture. In the middle of the night, you sneak into the school kitchen to find something to eat. Just entering, I was surrounded by a group of house elves who didn't know where they came from, and then reached your knee height. They stared at the big eyes of the light bulb, looked at the owner with respect, and asked you what you needed. Before you even talk, there will be more domestic elves appearing in the fire and taking the initiative to start the food. You were just a little hungry, and you are going to the kitchen to see if there are any cookies, pies and the like left in the dinner. But these house elves will be very enthusiastic to prepare a table for you. They can even burn a cow if needed. Although the time is already in the middle of the night, although they are pleasantly surprised by your intrusion, even though those delicacies are all very troublesome to do, despite the difficulties, they never complain. The domestic elf will only use a humble tone to ask if you are satisfied, and if you need more food. If the expression on your face is slightly dissatisfied, they will voluntarily punish themselves, sincerely fear. This scene is too embarrassing, and AI only tried once and did not want to try again. After that, what he wanted to eat was to tell Dobby directly to help him get ready to get to the common room. Regardless of whether Hermione's concept of defending the rights of the house elves is correct, AI do believes that it is really necessary to change the ideas of the house elves. They really don't have to do this. Even the slaves of the wizards don't need this. This is also the main reason why AI plans to accompany Hermione to the kitchen this evening. He also wants to do something for the house elves. Also, considering that Hermione saw so many elves, it might be too excited. AI thought it necessary to stare at her to prevent Hermione from doing something bad. In addition, he consulted a lot of information about the life of Helga Hufflepuff and speculated on the secret treasures she left behind. He believes that the treasure key left by Hufflepuff is likely to be in the hands of the elf at home or in the kitchen. As we all know, Helga Hufflepuff was the greatest wizard of the era. In the historical evaluation, her final achievement is more than the other three founders, and suddenly left school. The latter half of the unvoiced, undocumented Slytherin. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff has been left in the school. She dedicated her life to Hogwarts, until the end of death. Hufflepuff is the longest-lived of the four founders and the first president of Hogwarts. Those who have read the history of Hogwarts will know that at the beginning of the story, the four founders co-founded Hogwarts and left many legends. But the second half of the story is Hufflepuff's solo, and she has worked hard for many days and nights to make Hogwarts grow and develop. She laid the foundations of the world's greatest magic school and used it to change the landscape of the entire magic world. For nearly 1,000 years, almost all magic historians have thought that Hufflepuff was the greatest wizard and greatest educator in the history of magic. She won the praises of the latecomers with practical actions, and the school rules and teaching framework she created have continued to this day. As the first president of Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff continued the traditions of the other three founders to the greatest extent and strictly implemented them. While inheriting the educational philosophy of the other three founders, it has also become the most distinctive place in the school. In addition, her main achievement during her tenure was to recruit small wizards from Mull to enroll. Although this has been proposed in the Big Four, the enrollment has been small. At that time, the mainstream concept of the magical world believed that magic was a sacred thing and should not be tarnished by mud. Most of the ignorant Mulls are those who discover the magical talents and kill them directly in the name of evil. In this environment, it is extremely difficult to enroll a Mull student on a large scale. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff made a lot of preparations for this, but they have not been fully implemented because of many restrictions. After Gryffindor and Ravenclaw died, the benevolent Hufflepuff became the principal of Hogwarts. Shortly after she took office, she rushed to the public, regardless of the opposition of many pure-blooded wizarding families, and further expanded the scale of Mull students' enrollment, pointing out a clear path for many Mull students. In its heyday, Hogwarts enrollment expanded to the whole of Europe and the Mediterranean, with more than 50,000 students. It is worth noting that in the era when there was no board sponsorship, The tuition and living expenses of these mole students were all borne by Hufflepuff. For this reason, she exhausted the wealth that the family passed down for thousands of years, leaving only her favorite gold cup. Of course, her move was unanimously opposed by the mainstream magic world dominated by the pure-blooded wizarding family. Even the descendants of their own descendants, as well as the descendants of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, did not approve of her doing so. The pure-blooded wizards united to boycott and block Hogwarts, and even many the evil Black Wizard directly attacks this place. Hogwarts was on the verge of bankruptcy, and the situation was difficult. All of them were reluctantly maintained by Hufflepuff alone. Regardless of her origins, regardless of her talents, she treated all students equally. She dedicated the magical knowledge left by herself, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin to all the little wizards, teaching them to grow and teach them. Give them the way to live. In the last decade of his life, Hufflepuff stood alone and operated this magic school with lofty beliefs. Her efforts have finally paid off, and the number of wizards who have graduated from Hogwarts is increasing. Most of these students were Mole-born and should have been burned to death as a devil, but Hogwarts and Helga Hufflepuff saved them. They gradually became the backbone of the magic world, changing the magic world dominated by the pure-blood wizard family, and even changed the development track of the entire magic history. To be continued. V2 Chapter 599 School Kitchen. Hufflepuff's move in the magic world has greatly enhanced Hogwarts' status. The pure-blood wizard family finally had to make a compromise concession. They reached an agreement with Helga Hufflepuff, agreed to the Hogwarts education model, allowed the Mole-born little wizard to enter school, and correspondingly formed the board to Hogwarts controls. As for Hogwarts' departure from the board of directors, the independent teaching activities of the school is the matter of the principal. But it must be said that the success of the Hufflepuff and Hogwarts models was a major event that was enough to change the entire magical world in the millennium. A magic school like Hogwarts emerged around the world. More and more little wizards have been recruited to learn. The traditional single-family, mentoring, and esoteric magical inheritance has been completely changed, and universal magic education has become the main educational mode of the magic world. Helga Hufflepuff himself was the headmaster of Hogwarts until his death. She did not leave this place for life, and even buried in Hogwarts after her death. Only the favorite gold cup was the only relic. Pass on to future generations. Like Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, the location of Hufflepuff's grave has always been a mystery. Because she was finally buried by the house elf, no one knows where Hufflepuff's grave is. For thousands of years, countless latecomers have tried to find her place of burial in the school, but no one has succeeded. Ivan carefully analyzed all the historical data that he could find. He believed that the key breakthrough point was to raise the elf in the house. While being the greatest wizard and educator in the history of magic, Hufflepuff is still the greatest chef, and the house elves are her assistants. Ivan did not think that Hufflepuff's secret treasure key would be taken to the coffin, but Hufflepuff's closest friend was undoubtedly a house elf. Everything is kept by them, and even the final burial is the responsibility of the house elf. At the time, Helga Hufflepuff gave shelter to all the elves who lost their place of survival because of the war. Let them be part of Hogwarts, and the so-called ordinary friends in her tips should be the elves. Since the Hufflepuff era, Hogwarts has been the place where the magical family raises elves. For thousands of years, they have lived in the kitchen below the castle, where they built their own huge underground kingdom. No accidents, whether it is the treasure key or the secret of the Hufflepuff tomb, are kept in the hands of the elf. In the last semester, Ivan once asked about this and many other house elves, but they all said they didn't know. He speculated that the secrets kept by the ancestors of the house elves may have been lost and no one passed down. It is not surprising that the house elves have been enslaved for too long. They have lost their civilization and become a subsidiary of the wizard. If you really keep such an important clue, they may have told the principal long ago rather than concealing it. Although no one knows, there will be some clues in the kitchen. Not long ago, Ivan found a plan for the early construction of the castle in the library area. It has been mixed into a very unpopular magic book that has not been borrowed for hundreds of years. The basement above the map is much larger than it is now, and the large piece that disappeared later is near the kitchen. This drawing validates Ivan's conjecture all the time. Combined with the news he got before, he thinks it is necessary to check it out. Ivan led Hermione into the basement, which is the only way to the public lounges of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. The two of them followed a narrow passage to the left and walked down a stone step. The following is not a dark, gloomy, underground passage like the Snape underground classroom. Instead, they found themselves in a wide stone gallery. The torches were brightly lit, and there were pleasing pictures of the place where the paintings were mainly about eating. They walked up to the picture with the big fruit bowl, and Ivan stretched out his index finger and gently scratched the green bear. The pear squirmed, smirked and suddenly turned into a big green door handle. "This is the entrance to the school kitchen," said Ivan. He pulled the door open to reveal a low, dark, deep foyer. "Let's go in and get ready," said Ivan. He remembered the picture of the last time he came and was surrounded by countless elves, showing a bitter smile. "What preparation?" asked Hermione, staring nervously at the hall. "You know it right away." Ivan took Hermione's little hand and walked in together. In the next second, they walked into the picture. Inside was a large room with a high ceiling. The area was as large as the auditorium above. There were many shiny copper pots on the surrounding stone walls. There was a room on the other side of the room. Large brick fireplace. It seems to be inductive. Before they can see more clearly, there are a lot of green things coming from them in the middle of the room. Hermione couldn't help but step back, and then saw that they were all homegrown elves. There are hundreds of them, which is incredible. Miss, what do you want?" the elves asked aloud, crowded over. Each of them had a smile on his face and waited for the instructions of Evan and Hermione. "I haven't waited for them to talk," and another screaming elf rushed over. He slammed into Ivan's upper abdomen and held Ivan tightly and tightly. This guy is more than. Although they had just met more than a month ago, he was very excited to see Ivan came to the kitchen to see himself. He used Ivan to use his strength, and Ivan hurriedly let him down from his body. Hermione was surprised to see the surrounding house elves and the two of them, adapted for a long time. In fact, she has not seen Dobby for a long time. More than that, pair of table tennis-like green eyes with tears of joy, look and memory are not bad. The pence-like slender nose, the pair of bat-like ears, and the long fingers and feet. All this has not changed, just the clothes are very different from the original. When Dobby worked for the Malfoy family, he wore the old pillowcase all year round. Now, he wears a variety of strange combinations, which are worse than the wizards in the World Cup. He had a teapot warmer on his head, with a lot of colorful badges on it, a horseshoe-shaped tie hung on his chest, and a childlike football shorts on his lower body. 2 unpaired socks. One of them was Harry's takeoff from his feet, tricking Mr. Malfoy into throwing Toby, so that Dobby got the free black socks, and the other socks were printed with pink and orange stripes. This is the style that Ivan has not seen. He gave all the money for Dobby to buy socks, and changed them almost every week. In a sense, Dobby is probably the most fashionable house elf. To be continued. V2 Chapter 600 Domestic Elf Who Needs Money. After Dobby was expelled by the Malfoy family, Ivan had been holding him. He just wants to help more than one. In fact, there is nothing that needs to be done. At the busiest time of the Hogwarts magic, Ivan had asked too much to help Fred and George take charge of the print job. After Professor Lupin took over, Dobby was idle and was mainly responsible for taking care of Ivan's life. This amount of work is really nothing for a domestic elf. He needs more work. Ivan can only let him go to the kitchen to help and live with his companions, which is the best arrangement for him. "Master Ivan, what food do you need to be here?" Dobby screamed excitedly. "You don't need to go down in person. You just need to summon it. You can send it to you at any time. You know how to summon." He had just finished, and the house elves around Ivan and Hermione began to get busy. They took out all kinds of ingredients at once and prepared to give them 2 things to eat. "Don't be prepared. We don't need to eat," Ivan hurriedly said, looking at the house elves with a headache. "Dobby, I and Hermione just came over and see how you live here." "Oh, Master Ivan is still so kind." Dobby was soaked in tears in his big green eyes. He looked at Ivan and Hermione with tears. Young Master Raywin actually led his friend to visit Dobby personally. "Morthan and Shiny." "What? Sparkling is here too?" Hermione said in surprise. After the World Cup, they never saw the Sparkle again. Ivan knew from Sirius that the Ministry of Magic had sparked after a survey and found her innocent. But she can no longer return to Crouch's house. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, she does not know where to go. "Yeah, miss." "Yeah? The Sparkle is working here too," said Dobby, grabbing the hand of Ivan and Hermione. He took them both through 4 long wooden tables and walked into the kitchen inside. In the kitchen, the table is placed in exactly the same position as the 4 college tables in the auditorium above. The dinner was over at the moment. There was no food on the table, but not long ago the food was surely piled up and then delivered to the above-mentioned table through the ceiling. At this time, at least 300 elves stood in the kitchen. When Dobby led Ivan and Hermione to pass by them, they were all full of laughter. "Oh, curtsy." They all wore the same uniform, a tea towel with Hogwarts seal. They wrapped the tea towel as a robe as they did before. After a few minutes, Dobby stopped in front of a brick fireplace and pointed it to Evan and Hermione. "Sparkling, look, miss. Master Avon," he said. Sparkling sitting on a stool next to the fire. She is different from Toby, and it seems that she is not casually looking for clothes to wear. She wore a neat little skirt and blouse with a matching blue hat on her head and 2 holes in it, revealing her 2 big ears. However, the clothes that are strangely combined with the ones are spotlessly clean, like new ones, and the sparkling eyes obviously don't care about their clothes. Her short coat is splashed with soup stains, and there is a place on the skirt that burns. "It is sparkling," said Hermione. Seeing both of them, shimmering and shivering, her lips trembled. Then she burst into tears. Tears rolled out of her big brown eyes, spilled on her chest, and Quidditch the World Cup is exactly the same. "Oh, my God," Hermione said sadly. "Sparkling, don't cry, beg you." But the sparkling cry is even more fierce, but more than a happy look up at Evan. "Master Ivan, do you want a cup of tea?" he asked aloud with a sharp voice, covering the shivering cry. "Okay, come on," said Ivan. He looked around the layout of the kitchen and compared it to the castle plan he found. But no, everything is unrecognizable. And everything changes too much. When I heard the conversation between Ivan and Dobby, there were 6 house elves rushing up from behind him. They carried a large silver tray with a teapot on it and a cup of Avon and Hermione. On the tray, there is a jug of milk and a large plate of biscuits. "Thank you, this looks good," said Ivan. The elves were very happy to hear him, and they bowed low and returned. "Dobby, how long has it been here since?" Hermione asked. "About more than a month, miss," Dobby said. "No one wants to take her in, you know. It is hard to find a new job for an expelled house elf. It is very difficult." After listening to this, the flashing number is even worse. Her nose, like a squashed tomato, licked her nose and dripped it on her chest. She didn't want to stop it. Dobby originally planned to find Master Ivan to help. Let him hire a sparkle like a hired Dobby, and give her money. Dobby said sharply, but more than sure if it should be troublesome because of this. The great young Master Ivan, Dobby knows that he is already so busy, he should not be distracted by this little thing. And he has hired Dobby, he does not have so much work, cannot give another house elf in vain paying for work. The house elves in the kitchen looked at them with great interest and listened to them. But when they heard this, they all turned their eyes away, as if Dobby had said something rude and embarrassing. In their view, asking for rewards is a very shameful act, which is simply an insult to the house elf. Ivan has persuaded Dobby not to have this kind of worry. Although he does not have so much work, he is also willing to pay for it. However, Dobby has been shaking his head. He believes that it is a shameful act to take wages without working. It is totally unacceptable and does not allow Awin to hire. Hermione gave high praise and appreciation for the fact that Dobby had to pay for labor. She even took out the quill and began to record it, and she was ready to put it on the newspaper as a new propaganda point. A free house-raising elf who wants to work for money, which is typical of the model she and her family raises. She needs to let the magic world know that not all house elves are willing to be exploited and enslaved, and she wants the wizards to know what they think. This is the original intention of the establishment of the Rights Promotion Association, to help the home elves to make their own voices. Hermione was very excited. She was preparing to interview other elves for a while and listen to their opinions. To be continued, semicolon.